pressure is too high, it gives you a warning. It says, look, I'm warning you. So what's the warning you about? I'll do it again, But the point is that there's something there, something intangible to do, obviously. Get away from it. But a little bit, I'm warning you, you touch that, that's bad. You're playing with a force. It's a little bit easier. There's no correlation because you're not smart enough and you get a signal either. You say, wait a minute, little baby, I was having fun. I get confused that way. The body's smarter though. So look, every time that you violate CPS, you increase your potential pregnancy. I'm going to give you a signal. I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to give you a symptom. It's going to be like this. Okay. So let's put pain over here. Let's put sensation over here. Opposed to it. Knowing that there can be such a thing as sensation. Point. Okay. As you move off CPS towards the increase of pressure, you're going to get pain. You want to demonstrate it to yourself, grab any body part and start thinking very, very hard like this, and you'll get the signal. You don't. Actually, the amount of time it takes to get the signal has a lot to do with how numb you are, how many drugs you have, how bad your phosphorus levels are, how far off CPS you are already. You can get a signal pretty quick. Come on! I know it's there. But, okay, well, this is how bad things get. That's what we're looking at. Stop this pain? Of course not. Now we get into another realm out here. Anybody know? Once you build up enough pressure, you move into bands of unconsciousness. In other words, you can actually push the body part past. You push the body part past the point of receptibility of pain. They quit. They said, oh, that's it. Hey, you got the signal, and you're on your own now. I'm not fooling you around with this. Because I'm not going to do this. You're on your own. You want to abandon your body. Automatically better. Here's a warning. You said you're going to want to listen to what we were talking about, and I have to say it right. Now, he'll say, gee, that's a lot. Our body's part. Cell. One cell, we go outside. Increase the pressure more. What do you get after that? Death. Body parts can die, no doubt about it. Even another segment beyond that. It's called disease reaction. Where the actual energy converts transportation to energy that is counterposed. not heated past unconscious, wasn't aware of it. Body part died, and the area is so pressurized that it inverted and it starts to attack the body. In other words, it starts to coerce other cells across those bodies. Generate ideas of other cells. Life cells. They pull them in on their own. Don't really care anymore if the person is perpetrating the life. Yeah. Now, the police has a lot of data on how it works. A lot of information on how this mechanism works. The inversion of energy that's gone into such a high pressurized state that it must explode against the body. You can't take it anymore. Now, I was talking about Einstein earlier, about Einstein. This is something that they worked on for a long time. This is a series that infrared and a lot of the other structures and methods that we're using have to do it. It's going to understand it further as we use it better. This whole mechanism was ultimately the culmination of the understanding of this came about with the atomic bomb. What you do with an atomic bomb is basically create a Z-reactor. They move energy off the comfortable pressure of space and cause it to explode. The way they do that is this. Understand the sun itself and the Earth. Notice the Earth has the greatest concentration of H2O, whereas the sun is at acid point. Greatest concentration of hydrogen. And space, deep space, there we go. And deep space is the greatest concentration of alkalinity. Obviously, what is alkalinity? It's hydrogen. Correct. And as we look at this range from acid to alkaline, what are we looking at? That the concentration of hydrogen is very great. So out by the alkaline space area, maybe a little dot of hydrogen for so many. But as we get closer and closer and closer, it's almost like a spring. I got a 300-pound spring and just pushes down like this and pushes like this all along the way out. We get 5 people just doing it like this. And then it won't go down any further. Then we get another pneumatic drill and put on top of it with all kinds of wedges and levers and pulleys and push that thing down as far as we can. That's how we start getting in a real active state. Now, interesting thing is that the acidity of the sun itself finds a home on the Earth. Now, this is a good area for water to exist. It also employs areas where the elements are raining. And it was discovered that uranium is a highly active, volatile, acid, ring-loaded element. Pop off and release radiation. I've got this some method to this madness. I don't want to lead up to it, but I want to give you the background. The atomic bomb was made by a very simple mechanism of getting one piece of uranium and another piece of uranium on a V-shaped sliding pole. And when it was dropped, slowly, each piece slid down to this little vortex here to reach a point which created what's called critical mass, or critical acid, or the ultimate Z-reaction. It can't take it anymore. You ever reach that point? Everybody's bugging me, working hard all day. Everybody just comes here and says, hey, is that time? Ask me one more question. That's all I need. happens basically, what the actual reality is that hydrogen moves into incredibly small spaces, so small it's incomprehensible. It's so jammed that it violates CPS so incredibly. Very uncomfortable. This is the way you feel when you get mad. I had to yell at him. I was so uncomfortable. I couldn't stand it anymore. Well, what did he say to you? He asked me what time it was. Can you imagine that guy? The person, talking to you, and we were talking to this other person. That can't be it, can it? But, it's this, it takes a gradual, just putting one on top of the other, putting one drug on top of another. And drug, by the way, is an automatic use. All of it. Why you have any program and drug. You drop it to oh, by the way, the reason why I picked Z is it's got a couple of different double entendre. Things with zombies. He blindly comes back and attacks. Or the zombies. The thing goes to be dead. And you see the movies where they're supposed to be dead. Anything with uranium, it's like almost saying, but you're not supposed to, this can't be real. I mean, people are so in shock about these ideas. How could something this big blow out a hole 10 miles wide? But they can't do that. And so, this is the same kind of thing that happens. Now, what we're going to get to, and I want to show you, and the reason why we're into integration. And probably the reason why many people are into action function or into science is that in a very, very minute way, this activity is happening all the time. Pressures, signals, going back and forth. But, we're not really interested, even though the person has the pain. Remember, it's a signal. It can't be the source. It's a signal. The signal that, let's say the pain is up here, it's a signal that, oh man, there must be all kinds of stuff underneath. And a lot of these things are in unconsciousness. And a lot of these things died a long time ago. And a lot of these things may be disease from genetic action. Imagine waking up and have some genetic reaction. Like it's one doctor on the news saw a little while back a couple years ago. Had this little white pepper. It's just fine. It's just white hair. I don't know. Almost done with this. Even the girl. We've always said that. When we get 25, we'll feathers. I said, what happened? Like 1,000 years ago, you went to a doctor or something? It's like pretty crazy, but that's his reaction. That's something way under the unconsciousness. I mean, I asked him what it was, and he couldn't tell me. I mean, if he said, well, I know what it is, we have a curse on it. Fuck with long ago. With some shooting some of these ducks, it looked like one. And said, wow, that's the way it goes. But he had absolutely no idea. He just lived with it, Hey, I guess you wouldn't call that a pain. It's a lot of sensation. It's pretty sensation. Wow. But, in other words, this is what we're looking at. Somebody comes into you and says, I have a pain in my low back, I have a pain in my shoulders, or something in my terrible headache. Well, the astute scientist who understands the control method of healing does not look at the pain. He looks at that as a signal, but he knows that somewhere down there there's an answer for that whole mechanism. He wants to blow it out for him. That scientist is smart. He says, hey, if I knock this pain off, what am I doing? I'm practicing attack. I'm practicing 3. I'm allopathic. I'm palliative. I'm just going to Yet the patient themselves wants to. They don't care about the duct. Hey, I want the pain relief. I don't care anything about ducts 1,000 years ago. I'm interested in this thing. And that's why we've gotten into the situation now. Let's not kid ourselves. It's the public that asks. Get rid of it, doc. I gotta go back to work. I don't want to know what's going on. This is what happened to homeopathic years ago. All that hoity-toity stuff about Hahnemann and how great he was and all that stuff didn't work. If it was so great, how come they're not flourishing? Well, you know, the allopathic doctor came in and said, you want to get rid of that pain? Here, take this. Bam, it's gone. Go back to work. All right, so it comes back in 3 weeks. You know, your right toe is falling off. So we'll fix that. You know, it's like the idea of get rid of it now or else. Years ago, and he practiced the old country doctor type of thing, it took a while to figure the case out. A lot of the old homeopathic doctors used to like to sit down. Let's sit down. We'll figure the flow of patient. Everyone's white here, passing wagon. You know, that was really that high pace. So, homeopathic doctors just sit down for 2 or 3 weeks and figure out what this gout is all about. Now, you did it night, you did it many days, you took the whole thing and have these things called repertoire. The repertoire is like, in fact, the book is all different kinds of symptoms and a cough. It's like 92 million kinds of coughs. You see that your left nostril and your right nostril. Does your nose turn red? Does it turn green, yellow, orange? They would have all these different things listed, all kinds of symptoms. And meanwhile, you know, there's homeopathic you sitting there and doing all this stuff. And Eureka, I have it. You turn around, the lady was gone. Or, you know, she died months ago. They're trying to figure it out. In fact, I ran into a lady down in Florida a little while ago, and she said, can you beat this? Here I am. I'm working my tail off all day and night to figure this lady's case out. When I asked her for $20, she yelled at me. I said, look at all the work I've done. She doesn't care. She just wants the tablet. You know, give me the stuff and I want to go. I want to get better. I don't want to do anything. So, does that make this wrong? Well, it's only wrong in the purposes of ignoring the causes. Somehow you have to get a system that goes right to the cause, real quick, because that patients are in a hurry. They got to get back to work. They want to get cured. They don't want to fool around. So you got to get something that's just going to go right to that cause every time. And say, hey, here it is. This is where it is. And take this. Reduction of pain, reduction of pressure. They can feel it coming off. Not only can they feel it coming off, but they start to become more aware. The unconsciousness starts to lift. And they come back to you and they say, you think this pain might be coming from the guidelines I think? What guidelines? This one? I've never seen this guidelines. You think I'm crazy. That's right. These terrific headaches. These big guidelines. Watch this forward. Making sure he's always empty bottom. See? Well, there's a real good chance it is. And then as it goes down, you'll find all these other things to keep treating. But for God's sake, you got to get rid of this worm. You can't, you know, while they're in terrible pain, say, gee, did you ever take Dharma? And they say, well, I think so. Maybe I did. It's too cloudy. They're too unconscious. All they got their attention and focus on is getting out of this. Turn the signal off, Doc. It's killing me. You know, that kind of thing. So, that's what you have to do. And what we look at in this is pain as the top of that mushroom cloud. In other words, the body itself has the capability of violating comfortable pressure and space to the point of creating a Z reaction which can be read on a meter. Yeah. This Z reaction emits electrons. When an atomic bomb explodes, one of the things that emits is what's called a high-speed beta particle. electrons. Now we can't read gamma. Those big nuclear reactors, a lot of gamma, a lot of neutrons. But we don't care about it. Let's read gamma. We can read them. Maestro, do you have a gun? I want to show you this gun. Oh, it's charging. I want to show you this thing because it's very important. This thing is set up to read electrons. Actually read it. Now, say how many of them read per second. In a second. Okay, here's the gun. I'm going to describe to you a little bit about the gun here. Now, I want to reiterate to you, as we were talking about sort of the potential hydrogen, pressure, heat, etc. A gun has been developed to read pain, basically, pressure. That's heat. Okay. Heat is part of it, obviously. That's why we use the term thermography. Therm means heat, the graphic heat. Thermography. Because you're interested in reading heat. But you cannot have heat without electrons. You gotta have it. It's too bad. Planck's law states that any object above absolute zero Kelvin, that's a Kelvin scale, or minus 273 degrees Celsius, must emit electrons. So if you have a body at 98 degrees, 98.6 degrees, it's emitting electrons like crazy. The spin of 6.25 times 10 to the 23rd power per second times the temperature in Kelvin. Not as large. It's physics jargon. The point is this. The bottom line is I looked at, I studied the Planck equation, Boltzmann equation, a lot of the equations had to do with the radiation and physical properties of heat, power, and energy. What you get, basically, is a very interesting phenomenon. Radiation coming from the body seeks to move in straight lines. Always. It's like when you throw a baseball, and you're trying to throw that baseball right at the catcher. Your intention is to throw it in a straight line. But there's all kinds of forces around the body. Interplanetary forces, planetary forces, gravity, pressures, all kinds of things that make the curve. Knocks the curve into it. Pushes it around. Hits it, does it. So basically, energy moving outside the body is forced to curve. Forced, like look at a person's head for a minute. If you look at another person's head, you'll notice a very roundish appearance, correct? However, what I'm trying to explain to you is from the core of the center of gravity, energy is seeking to move in a straight line outward. But centrifugal forces are making it bend like this. It's being pushed back by gravity, pressure. And the energy is surrounding it. And the energy is coming at it from it. You can't do it. Well, this guy has the ability to go to certain benching sites and measure excesses of these force vectors we call moving out of the body. Excesses. Because if the force vector can bust this pattern, boy, must be a heck of a signal. Must be trying to tell us something. Boy, there's something there. Wow. it's trying to tell us. It's not conforming to this. It's conforming to its own pattern, becoming its own entity. And its entity is definitely dissimilar than the rest of the body. So we use the body itself as its own norm. In other words, don't measure this person in relation to this person in relation to this person, but measure this person in relationship with herself. And say, hey, this is the body's normal state. And, what's that thing? That's an emission of radiation. That's a high-speed beta particle. It's like you got a flock of sheep, right? And they're just sitting there and everything's fine and it's around. And suddenly one of them runs out. And you say, hey, where are you going? You're supposed to be back in here. Now two things are going to happen. If you're a sheep herder, you're going to lose money. So there's a new coach running off. Somebody's $200 coat. That's one thing you're going to lose. The other thing you're going to lose is time. That you can go back and chase. If you have a human body and you're emitting high-speed beta particles all over the place, something's got to be burning. You can't burn a piece of wood to get heat and then have the same piece of wood left over. So see what happens to it after you burn it? There's nothing left. It's all ash. So if you're emitting high-speed beta particles at rates that are greater than the full, and out of equilibrium, out of sync, you must be burning something up in there. Cells, maybe? Burning something. So what we're going to show you today with this mechanism is how you can use it hooked up to this computer to do all kinds of tracking and tracing and do all kinds of proving. You can do challenges against the body, challenge the body, challenge the beta particles, challenge all kinds of things. You can test for pressure, pain. You can prove pressure, pain. You can also, by using this type of an instrument, do what we call documentation process or intensive processing, where you consistently scan for the emission of radiation and then establish an equilibrium. Dr. McKibben pretty excited about what he was doing. He was using the gun to measure the conductivity of the person. Found that people who are extremely low in conductivity, in other words, not emitting any energy at all, were actually imploding rather than exploding. I don't want to get you uncomfortable. I want to see his face explode moment. But part of it is exploding and the other part is imploding. So you've got equilibrium there. But when one starts to move faster than the other, you start to get uncomfortable. There's no doubt about it. There's a vast difference between a person who's in balance versus a person who isn't. And a lot of it you can detect just by complaining. A person's complaining, they're aggravated, they're tired. And the other way you can do it is verify that they're sick, basically, it's productivity. They're not very productive. They can't be very healthy. So you got their attention on the body all the time. Now, let me just give you a little bit of the design of the gun. And then we can get right into doing some work with it. You have time. 11:52. Okay. I think we're going to go to 1. And we'll take a break from 1 to 1:15. For lunch. And we'll check this see if there's any data. Okay. Now, this is the gun. I'll redraw it up here. But you're getting the arm to turn this way. Yeah, that's good. Better? Okay. Nose cone. The parabolic mirror. Let's say it's the surface of the body. Okay? Energy coming from the body, high-speed beta particles. Now, particles that will be emitting into the cone will be of a regular pattern generally. Now, we don't know what the regular pattern for a normal human being is. All we can do is align it up to each individual as we go along. In other words, we have to establish a pattern of equilibrium first by using our temperature band. So, in other words, this is a spacer ball. It's on there. We just use a spacer ball like this, just to give it the correct distance so it's lopsided. We're using this basically to, again, for two things. Not touch the skin. The minute you touch the skin with anything, you've ruined the whole thing. I mean, you cannot put force in against the skin and hope to get a right reading. Remember, we're measuring electrons. They're very, very small things. They put out energy in 1 times 10 to the minus 27 hertz per second. Very, very, very small. You can't detect it. Now, some people can. Very essential. Something like I use ESP type. 10 electrons on the left, right? They're really in there, dimensionalized pretty well. The reason why I'm saying it not as an attack, but there are certain types of mechanisms that are used to measure what they call infrared. And it's not actually infrared, it's a liquid crystal by pressing it against the body. That's not infrared science. That's a semiconductor. Semiconductor means that it conducts when it's a mood ring. There are 2 mood rings, you press your finger on it, and it says, it's got a little scale on it, it says, look out, can't dead, oh boy, It's a very cheap piece of material that has a specific alloys, some of them have tantalum, germanium, different kinds of tin. They're alloys, and what you do when you press on them, they will change color, pigment. And when you take your hand away from it, they will re-stabilize with the room temperature. It means the semiconductor means something that will take on heat and not alter its own configuration, absorb that heat, and then release it as new heat. This is one of the biggest discoveries since the transistor, semiconductors. And when you learn about the science and about the physics and electronics and all that, you'll hear a lot about the semiconductors. Another term you'll hear a lot is called the thermocouple. And basically that is 2 specific alloys or metals that are placed a certain distance apart with probes. You need a point, and it shows the variation of how much energy goes through each rod into these tubes of solution. And it will measure temperature. You'll hear a lot about the thermocouple here. This is the type of thermocouple operation. It's the best you can get. By pressing on the skin, you've got the problems with pressure. Other devices that employ thermocouple or high-speed scanning methods are very expensive, like metrics, some of the other kinds of photographic equipment that are on the market. It's expensive. It's not expensive. But what's happening here is the energy is coming in, and the waves that are moving in will land on certain parts of this cone. In other words, the short waves will hit here, the long waves will hit here. It'll match, in other words. If you've got energy coming in at a certain rate, it won't matter. All it's going to do is collect on this mirror in here. This is metal. And we're going to pick it up right about there. In here is a crystal with a shade over it. So right here, we're interested and the energy to collect on a certain infrared area of this cone. The crystal, when exposed, will be at what's called the convergence point just waiting there to be irradiated. Now, these little crystals are very expensive, and they're usually made of vanadium or titanium oxide. Ours uses vanadium crystal, and the processing for an infrared sensitive crystal is done by taking a certain light kind of energy. It's really cheap. That little incubator is quick and made out of cotton. But what the big feature is the shade, the snap shade that we use and connected to the trigger down here. When the trigger is pulled back, the shade is drawn and exposes the crystal abruptly at about 1/30th of a second. This is excellent for reading flash distributions of energy that come in on this mirror. And when you see later, when I do demonstrations, you'll see the effects that it'll have. As you are measuring certain parts of the body, the computer will be able to show in full color what areas of the body are spiking from. We're looking for a spike. Okay, a spike of energy. What does that mean? Well, let's look at the surface of the body, for example, like a minefield. Okay? And each one of these parts of the body, the nervous system, or the dermatome, are connected to organs and certain other structures, the autonomic nervous system, etc. And we're going to go through specific, what we call venting sites, and analyze how hot they are. In other words, we get a normal, bam, something's there. Wow, what's that? Well, that venting site's connected to the three-organ complex of the thymus, the pituitary, and the ovaries. So, and I'll give you more data and background of how that's so by computer verification of the centers of gravity for that body part. In other words, you can get a body part and estimate the center of gravity in comparison to the whole endocrine structure. You can do that with computers. You get a computer back and sit there all day and take the data and figure it out. There's no way you can do it by hand. It's impossible. So, we're going to look for that spike, because that spike's going to tell us that we've got the emission of high-speed beta particles, the electrons, energy coming out that it's not supposed to be. Okay. Now, what does that mean? Remember from our earlier charts that if you've got that kind of situation, you've got a real good chance for pain. As the old school used to say, Dolar. I don't know how many. Here's it, Dolar, Rubar. That was the old school used to say. You got pain. Do the other thing. Going in back. Yeah. Anyway, there's part of, there's other ones. It's like a whole line. But anyway, Calorie, right? Calorie. Who says you don't have a high class, right? That's calorie, of course, calories. Right? Right, that's heat. You talk about pain, redness, swelling, heat. That was the old humor, right? The phlegmatic, the sanguine, and melancholic or colic, and screen is missing something. Phlegm cancer is pituitary, right? And you have the sanguine, which is blood type. And you have the choleric. And melanin, black brain. Time will tell if that's right or not. Good thing this is a history lesson. But anyway, this is how you get that. What does this mean? All this was in the old days meant that, hey, something's wrong. Let's fix it. Well, obviously for the old style individualists or scientists to understand it, there'd have to be a heck of a lot of pain, redness, swelling, and heat. I mean, they have to put their hand up there and bake heat on their hands and say, hey, that's hot. We don't have to do that. In other words, the old days, they had to get a big picture of this. A person has to be screaming in pain, bright red, swollen with gigantic ovarian cysts, or putting out heat that would melt the buildings for them to see it, because they had no instrumentation to pick it up. Right now, we've got this type of equipment that'll do this on such an incredibly infinitesimal scale that you could pick up upsets long before they get to this stage. Does that make sense? Alright, so we're going to go on. We're going to move on to the computer. Anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Alright, what we'll do is first I want to get right into, the time is moving so fast. I want to get right into running some programs. Did you bring the program? Everybody's big crescendo. You have this boxes back there? Back here? You grab it. I will show you how to do this. It's really pretty simple. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to try to show you as fast as I can. I don't know how fast I can do it. First I'm going to show you just how to do a simple scan on the hand. Okay? I want to give you a background just a little bit in a short way. We have two kinds of infrared programs. We have a program that will take the heat and make it into a chain of numbers that can then be translated into subsequent computer information involving amino acid structures, symptoms, etc. Risk factors, cardiovascular risk factors, and all that. There's lots of programs. Alright, so you don't know that. The other takes the chain of numbers gotten from another program and turns it into a heat pattern. This one's called a documenter, and this is good for people who need to document for insurance purposes, or let's say they're trying to prove a case. Somebody has pain or some kind of problem. They would use a documenter. So the documenter will show them from stage to stage where the pain and the sensations and upsets were, and how they translate into new pictures. In other words, let's say somebody starts off with a lot of emissions of radiation, a lot of cow alarm, dull alarm, whatever. Each frame, each new picture, when done on the documenter in time, would prove that the individual here, picture would show a lot of redness, swelling, or whatever. Down here it would show normal. That's what you need to do. You don't graduate anything like that. That's a document. A lot of people don't have documents and know how to work them. That's why I wanted to put the seminar together to show people how to work these documents. It's very important. So This, on the other hand, is what we call gunner. It's just what it is. It's just to get of the data that they can change. Like, for instance, like, I have a hole. It really bothers me. I'd like to get some data on it, like where it came from and what it's doing. A gunner is just it follows a normal pattern every time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, always like this. Each time. It's not a documentary. It takes the key, and then you do a translation on it, and it says, well, this pattern is key on the dermatome and the subdermatome, the microdermatome, means such and such. This is different. In other words, this one takes from the body, makes it change. The other one takes a chain of information and makes key. So, for instance, you get somebody with a low back problem, they have a lot of pain. And you type into the computer, low back problem with a lot of pain. Of course, the computer these numbers. You have to do it in a number slot. And then on the back, it will come up the pattern that you have to take with the gun to document it. And each time you review those same numbers with a low back pain, and then, if you're good at what you do, it'll be gone. That's the liability with this thing, you know. You mess them up, it'll be messed up. I rather like that, you know, because I like to know what I'm doing. Good, not. So, first thing we're going to do is let's run some run those on. Outside attack will exist, and you know the mother is alcohol, heroin addict, addict, or whatever, that they pass that on to the offspring. That's something that's just given to them as a present. Why would not any other drug, any other outside method pass on? So there's a lot of people that are now beginning to suffer the birth effects of radiation. Studies that were made in European, for example, individuals were exposed to the nuclear blast, finding that the incidence of birth effects was much greater. Responsibility for employing the control method because, as I said, the human race by necessity has to move to this if they want to save themselves because they were born with automatic regeneration capability. They weren't born with the need to be filled with medicines and attack modalities. This is what they attack it. Themselves. They're shooting themselves. That's why they call taking a hypodermic. Well, we're going to give you your shot. What you're saying is I'm shooting you. Well, I'm shooting it, but if it's in there, it's part of them. So whatever that thing is, whatever manifestation of symptomological reaction is sitting there, whether it's osmosis or just common cold, it's an expression of that individual's automatic regeneration capability in the deepest, darkest galaxy. But it's still there. Still fighting. What are we going to reduce ourselves to this way? Any building? Life is gets them. Everybody has them. Everybody has different viewpoints about what they are, what they do, whether they can stand it or not. Hypochondriac has many of them. Known person doesn't care. Some people have cancer, have more problems than you can imagine, and do a simple questionnaire, they have to take it. That means it's such status that who is known? Don't care. Hypochondriacs, give them a questionnaire, they can't fill up enough of the space. Questionnaire is black with a number. They're even writing on the edge of the paper. There's a big note in the back. There's maybe 4 or 5 pages long. Obviously, first hypo awareness. But the point is that people get them. Sensation. It's the body's way of telling the person that they're losing control. Something's not quite right. So, you look at the two different kinds of people, you notice that people get like behavioral stuff. They have problems. That's a criminal. Drug addict. These people have problems. Versus an alcoholic. You feel a gross problem, no doubt about it. You can look at them and say, these guys must be unhappy. They must have symptoms. There must be something wrong. So immediately we establish institutions, clinics, seminars, training routines, we write books, we do all kinds of things. But what we overlook a lot of the time when trying to help these kinds of people is that they must have had symptoms even earlier to what they had to coerce them into taking an attack routine as a remedy. So why did the person start? We're going to get into control now, so let's find the cause. This person has been an alcoholic for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. And still we got to go back before they became an alcoholic to find out why they chose alcohol as a remedy. Because they're using three, remember? They're using attack. I got a problem with attacking. Takes a lot of time. Doesn't work. Pushes the person by necessity to go to control methods. Why? They're dying. That's why. Cancer patient comes in. They got 3 weeks to live. Screaming. I want control methods. There's so much, you attack your own body so many times that the layers of poisons and drugs and things is like the planet Jupiter. We're going to have to bore into that thing and find out, what's the cause? Well, maybe it's not. But we have to do a control method. We have to find causes. We can't find effects. Effects aren't important anymore. So, pain and sensations themselves are merely effects of causes. They aren't causes. They're signals. And then we go into treating them, handling them as cause, and then we start to exploit 3, start to lose 1. This is automatic self-regeneration. Start to lose that. And we have to go to control methods on necessity eventually. We sign a paper, sign a pact with the devil right off the bat. Saying, well, I want to kill a signal here. I want to wreck my automatic self-regeneration. And I'll sign this paper saying I'll pay for it in a little while. Just give me a little bit more time. Like credit, borrowing on credit. I don't want to look at what the cost is to myself. Guys, I already know what the cost is, and I like it. ways of looking at comfortable pressure in space. Space. We're looking at something not being there. We're looking at pressure. We're looking at something being there. Okay, so very, very I'll be reducing the space and increasing the pressure to an uncomfortable rate. My body would then respond with a signal. Very obvious. Your hands, for instance, you don't understand the uncomfortable pressure of space, and that's good. But you can change that if you want to. Just grab a piece of skin like this, and start to push it together very, very slowly, and then once you start to just like that, all of a sudden your body will start registering a pressure signal. And you know what that pressure signal is? Body is really, one-to-one ratio is really like to just give you that signal. Sometimes, somebody would take a baseball bat, you would manipulate it, take a lot of pressure into your head, you would get a pancake. No doubt about it. On the other hand, if you want to make a registry of space, what you have to do is just introduce a lot of space into the molecule of the body. Very simple. They've already made Dr. Limits by the angle, jumping around like this. After about 10 minutes, the space in the brain will start to expand. Molecules, gases, whatnot, will open up just far enough. A lot of space to do with that sensation. No doubt about it. What we do is sensation. Give you dizzy. You know, pain. And it's very simple. The body measures it like this. I have to break this down. I have to do with this. This is part of what's called a binary system. You know the binary system? It's 1 to 0. That's how computers think. Spaces and pressure. Nothing there, something there means a number. That's how electricity is counted. That's how bodies think. That's how they make sensations. But this was one of the most important discoveries ever made. This is what allows television to exist, radio, every electromagnetic phenomenon on the planet exists from this type of phenomenon, as well as the human body. This is totally off the subject, but the other day I was playing around and I noticed that I looked at Einstein. Kind of funny, but one of the most revered, most intelligent men in the world. Einstein was one. Numbers mean anyway, so the body thinks this way. The more ones there are, the more pressure there is. The more zeros there are, the more space there is. Comfortable pressure in space is that exact moment in the person's body where they feel asymptomatic. These are amazing things. Probably let loose typhoid on them. Please don't have this blood girls and monsters together. It's just a comfortable, it's GPS. Something to keep them in this equilibrium with balance. That's okay. There's a little pause for resistance around the word about it. But there is a molecule, a molecular structure, the universe is there anything structured on this planet? Molecular formation. The body has actually, to a top condition, a greater percentage of water. Molecularly structured as a comfortable pressure space machine. Because the molecular structure is already there. You don't have to put it in the willpower CPF. You take a first six, that's what I'm putting in the basketball. Yes. That's the type of thing, like production of energy, sure, as long as it's balanced. Maybe it's unbalanced to cannot ride a wobbly bicycle. Those are things ride that. So, as our original discussion was leading to, we are trying to assess just how bad it can get, how good it is. The best it can get is the person can come to the present and the life is quite obviously it's very boring if the person never has very boring. Violate the rules of the system. This person doesn't need to money. That's why prevention doesn't work very well. Because the person wants to run the wall. So, let's take a look at this. Well, by the way, does anybody know what pH is? Concentration of, what's the potential of hydrogen. The potential of hydrogen, or the potential of, to make a better word, hydrogen pressure. The hydrogen itself is just pressure, that's all it is. There's something there. Let's say you were God. Let's say you were God, you want to make a universe. You say, well, first thing I have to do is put something there, right? How about hydrogen? That's a new word. That's all a little baby something. It's like, there's one. There's another one. The whole universe, I get a pop. But you have to, if you're going to have a Baco, you got to have a basically original one. You got the hydrogen on. So, the spatial alignment of this indicates just how much concentration there is, or potential, is here. Follow me. And it also is correlated with, parallel to, this idea of change. As the potential of hydrogen increases, acid builds up. This is the acid end of the scale. This is the alkaline end of the scale. We all know that when we drop acid on our hand, it hurts. Why? Because the potential of hydrogen has the program should get the new sensitizer standard, which has much more in-depth chain configuration and gives more information. Some of the old gunners were set up on a very low bias, so the number of chains weren't that long, keeping them short so people would get confused. But now that we're rolling along pretty well, there's no sense in holding back. We'll just let it, hit the whole juice there. So, the next thing to do, we have a volunteer. Anybody wants to have their hand shot here? Promise not to do anything. I hope this looks like it's working. Okay, what you have to do, first thing you do is you got to put the sensitizer in first driver, top drive. That's the program that runs all the other programs. Then you have to put the body part at the bottom that you want. The hand or whatever. If it's the base, the beat, goes in number 2. Number 1 is the main bank. So you run that. I'll boot it up from the beginning. Now, that term, boot it up. If you're actually by a computer, don't you say things like boot it up. You think that you're playing football. No, it's really actually a term that means kick in the drive and make these little characters come up. We have a little bit of the logo here. Now, this looks like just a cartoon, but it's not. The reason why I have that logo in there is so you can adjust the color. Where it says sensitizer should be blue, and the little rays of energy should be red. See? If you find that your machine looks like that, or like that, that's wrong. You're going to get the wrong colors. So you have to use this as a gauge. What do I want to do with that? Use as a gauge to adjust the color. You see? Once you get to that part, you just hit the space bar there, and it should just smoothly drive right into the next frame, which just gives you a little bit of the copyright information. A lot of running the computer is nothing more than just hitting a key, any key, set up that way. It may look like I'm doing something fancy, but I'm not. I'm just hitting keys. It's set up. You see down here it says press any key. Well, I could press a U. P, Q, any of them. Now, but when you get to this part, this is kind of important. So this is a menu, and it says Run Sensitizer, Change Drive Configuration. Okay? Now, the drive configuration is very important. The drive configuration tells the machine which drive to go to pick up its information. Now, if you do not have it set up correctly, this will not run. You have to make sure it is set up correctly. So, just pushing number 2. Can you see this in there? Or do you want to move up further?
Well, something with those lights reflecting.
Okay, that's bad. I want you to be able to see this. So, how are we going to change this so it's not like that?
We're not going to be able to see way back. Got around.
Yeah, I think we ought to come up here. It really doesn't make any sense to have a seminar if I'm not going to see what I'm doing. I know I'm very eloquent, but nothing substitutes for the real thing. Here's the machine, and I like to see it. Grab your chairs and just pull it out. I could move through them. We don't have as many problems.
That's better.
Yeah.
Now you can see it.
Is it okay now? Yeah. Okay. Well, pull up. The ones that are in the back, please come up here. Don't be afraid. I won't check your high-speed data particle. Just come up here, and if you can see it. If you can't see it, let me know. And then we'll make sure we put it. I got these things I got to cover. I don't want to get tripped up where you don't understand how to go through it again. Okay. Here's it's in drive 1. Picture disk, it says it's in drive 2. If I wanted to change it, if I only had one drive, I would hit P and then change it to 1. You see how it changes? You see that? Okay. You don't want it on one because you got two cans. You got that thing in the bottom here. Okay, that's down here, so you don't want it down to say one for the picture disc. The picture disc is in two, so you have to change it. Put a T, change it to two, and it changes right over. Once you got that solved, you just hit the return. It's very important that you set up your drive to work right, because if you have the picture disc down here and the computer thinks it's up here, all kinds of crazy things are going to start happening. It's not going to run, okay? Now, what we want to do is we want to take a simple picture of the person's hand. Why? Well, first of all, we want to find out what circulation looks like, okay? A lot of people do these kind of scans as a preliminary. When you walk in the door, and they scan your hand. They don't do it like as something that's what you call an occasional thing. It's like part of the deal, okay? But I want to show you this. Pushing number one, running the sensitizer. The reason why we're doing this is to give you a demonstration as to how the computer works. I'm trying to set you up, frankly. This is the old model, and the old model. It's a very excellent program, no doubt about it. Because recently we have bumped it up to full color console, 16 colors, push buttons, all kinds of things. But I want to show you how, from the beginning, remember cause and effect, the origin point. Now, when it says name up here, you have to type in, well, we're going to do with left hand, L hand. Now, you notice the little red thing moving in there, okay? That's drive 2. Always be sure of this in drive 2 that your machine doesn't think it's in 1, because, I'll get phone calls in the middle of the night. 3 o'clock in the morning. The machine doesn't work. I had that. Okay, now, here's something, well, there's a big problem here. We have to connect this thing, this monster has to be connected into the gun, so you go into the computer, right? So, jack her in right over here. Get this plug. Plug it right in there. Very simple thing to do. Big deal. It's anchored in pretty well. Got lots of cords. So even if I wanted to keep people here, that's right. We'll do it out here. So in the clinic, if you have I've seen some doctors that have a little cart. And those little carts that you have the bed pants on. They get that man. Okay, now.
So this is your instruction manual also,
This is the instruction manual right here.
So this is what you're giving us now is also.
I have several of these made, and I'm trying to pick the best one. I just did another one. I'll make sure I get this one. I like to do it on video. And there's a lot of easy reading it. A lot of people's favorite pastime. Okay. Now we got the foot. I got to scan this can to get the relative temperature. So right here I find 93 degrees, and if we put the finger to about 89. Okay. Now he plays basketball, he's an athletic guy, he's only got 4 degrees difference. Usually some people come in with 25 degrees difference on their wrist or their fingers. Very strange. Well, there we go, let's keep that. 90. Now, this is one of the things I think the liquid crystal, I don't know if you've heard of that or used it at all, but you just don't know the surface temperature of the hand, so you have to guess. We don't have to guess, we just take the surface temperature, and I'll put it right in there. And type it right in. Now I'm going to put it on a delay, okay, which means that the computer will guide me to which body part I should be at in a time sequence. I could do it by keyboard if I wanted to, by just holding the gun on the body part and hitting the keyboard over and over again. Or I could use this trigger this way. by putting it to the spot on the body and then releasing the trigger like that. The trigger alone will take all of the readings. 3 different ways you can do it. Delay, keyboard, and trigger scan. So we'll do each one. We'll do several different people, and we'll do a different kind on each one. All right, just to show you the difference. I prefer the delay. It seems to go faster and smoother for me. So I'll put it on a 1 second delay. You can put it on a 1 second delay. You can put it on a 10 second delay. It doesn't really matter. It's all primed into there. You can put it on 0.1 second delay. Some doctors just kidding around. I put it on no delay. And you should see them. It goes, but I'm getting myself in there. Put your hand out, sir. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't see it because of where his hand is. But it's just guiding me around his hand. And you can hear it. You hear the beep? Every time you hear that beep, that means that the temperature has been recorded at that point. And I'll get confused about, a lot of people get confused. They see those little white balls on around and they say, well, geez, that's wrong. The ball's not even on my finger. Well, the ball isn't taking infrared. It's just going in the hole of the cone. It goes in here, not here. This is a baseball roller. So don't get confused by the fact that, in fact, you get some patients will say, in fact, a lot of them try to get, they see where the crosshair is on, they try to get the ball on there, and they're fighting it. Sometimes it's better to take the ball off. Just use it that way. All this does is give you uniform spot size. But even if you pull it back a little bit, you're going to get a wider spot size. It's still collecting electrons from that one spot. Okay, right now the computer is each time, I didn't want to, it wasn't really planned that I was making this analogy between the atom bomb and high-speed data particles. You notice it looks like a little explosion. And what it's doing is pulling the data off of each spot. And each time you see one of those little explosions like that, all the data from that spot is going into the computer to be recorded and cross-compared with each other spot. This makes it a highly technical computer evaluation that you really can't get anywhere else. There's no doubt about it. Each spot, and there's 5 overlays in this program. The newer program has 11, so it's double the process.
Double the content century. Double the content century.
No. Yeah. So I know that a picture just merely means you put the wrinkles in the fingers. So it's going to color copy. If you don't have a color turn, you can't do that. Now the numbers will come out. That's a chain evaluation of the reflex area, the computer's evaluation of all the data going in. Okay? And all this can be translated. It can be translated into amino acids, symptomatology, many different things. Once the chain is recorded and put into what we call the cross-chain coordinator, these numbers represent a logarithm of energy, a frequency, if you will. Energy vibration. In other words, you're taking a vibration off the person's hand. And it's very independent of the picture itself. The picture itself is its own documentation. You can readily see where the heat is and where the heat isn't. You already made that assignment. But this here gives you a much more in-depth report on what it all means, or what it can possibly mean. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, to go into the change would be a very, very deep and detailed process. There's no doubt about it. The chains have their own balance mechanism. They're constructed off of formulas of energy that are in the book. Let's see, we've got the SAS training manual. There's a whole list of books that we have on this stuff. You'll have to look in the library to
we have that we offer to people to look at. And there'll be a lot more information on it. I don't want to spend too much time on it because I will get, really sunk into a heavy situation. All I can tell you at this point is that the numbers themselves, once they go into the holding card, can be translated into a lot of different programs. As I said, amino acids, allergy, diet, you name it. You use what you like to use. If you don't have an affinity for a diet program and things like that, don't use it. Only use the programs that are coordinated and connected with what you like to do. We like to construct programs for doctors that fit their practice more closely so that they can utilize it better. So we'll knock that off. Would you like to get a readout? I guess what I'd like to do here is I'll show you. Oh, so the cross-chain coordinator? Yes. This is the cross-chain coordinator. This will take this chain of numbers. Once you are very well adept at reading these numbers, you can just fire right from there and get an idea whether or not it's connected with this case or not. But I'll put in record number 1. And all you have to do here, take this, put it in here like that, hit a button. Here it whirling, and the picture will come back. And now you have it. I have it on number 1. If I want to throw it into here and get a printout on what it all means, I can do that. I can do anything I want with it. Once I get that frequency number, it's a logarithmic number that tells us what's going on. So here's the hand now. This is kind of interesting because can you get this? Is that on there, or is it? Can you get to the other side? Yeah. Okay. Sure. You get back here. How's that? Good. Can you pick it up? Mm-hmm. You got a close up on it? All right. Now,
the cross-chain coordinator is like the same one for any program.
Yeah. The cross-chain coordinator is something that just holds the chain. Now, obviously, depending on where you got that chain, that's where the training comes from. And what it's for. I mean, if you take a chain from the hand, it's an infrared chain, is not the same as one we did with a questionnaire to do urinalysis or blood tests or things like that. They're all different. They all mean different things. Some of them can legally be combined and some of them can't. You have to make sure you know what you're doing, because if you don't, you can hurt somebody with it. You have to be careful. You got to follow the protocol. You just can't fool around with these numbers and just jumble them all together and then put it through the computer and ask the computer, well, what do I do now? Well, you may get an amino acid pattern that's jumbled up, just like the chain you made. This is interesting because we have a person here. Notice the redness in the thumb and the forefinger. It shows extra heat there, whereas it shows a lack of circulation in these fingers, and probably there's a little piece coming off there, but he's not that bad, really. Some of them are monstrously different. There's like blues on the tip of the fingers, very, very cold, very hot in different areas. In a sense, that gives you a whole picture of the androgen balance, the whole makeup, if you want to talk about holistic. I mean, that's like an image of the person's energy. It's a print, an imprint, their hand. When comparing one hand with the other hand, you can get a pretty good idea of what's going on. So, in the old days, which is just a month ago, we used these cameras to do it. Now we have, the computer has the picture saving capability, and you can put them back on split screen for them. But, is this no flash? Yeah. What I could do is I want to take a picture. I'll show you the picture that comes out. What happened? I'm screaming. This will be a newer one. It's a little feisty. After a while, you get a little apathetic. They don't hear everybody yells around. Anyway, what I do with these pictures is I put them like that. And they're great for documentation. I'll show you. I'll pass you around what happens. It only takes 3 minutes. And you'll have a cut and it'll look pretty good, nice and clear, and it gives you a representation of what has happened here. Again, this is not a documenter, although it can be used in a documentation capacity. In other words, let's say we took this picture, next week it comes back and takes a picture of all the teeth nice and down. That would be a type of documentation process, although it's not very specific. You notice I just went up and down his hands. I didn't go to specific areas. We're trying to do somebody for low back or cervical, or I go to those areas because we get a lot of people using it for neck and back injuries, things like that. Then we would see the need to go to a specific part of the neck and just take that area, don't take the whole neck. Just take that feet there and document it from week to week. These types of programs are excellent for, just the entrance into the program. To do like a screen, very subtle screen. And it's very fast, very easy to do. It takes too long. You do it. Probably where the extra bonus comes in is when you are using the chain to get nutritional data and other types of programs that you can be interested in. Okay, that's a hand there. I think what we should do is go to a face. Do a face. Let's see if we have one. Sure. Anybody have a face? Okay, let's volunteer for a face. Here's a face right here. The question is are you knitting a bead part?
Well, I didn't ever much of this place.
Probably come out with a martini or something. This is the face of a martini. Okay. All you've got to do is hit the button and ready to go again. Alright? No big problem. I can get somebody set up and have them hop in like 8, 10 of these about every half hour. Bam, just taking pictures. Meanwhile, the pictures come out pretty nice. Okay? Little, you notice it. You know what really ruined this? It would be nicer. The picture would be a lot nicer if it wasn't for the light. We took it with the light. It was very dark. You get a real nice. Okay, now, all you've got to do when this one is type in face. Hopefully it'll take it. The computers is one problem. It's an electric entity, has a little quirk with its own. Every once in a while you do create a quirk. Very good. I take a surface temperature reading, 93 degrees, 88 degrees. Okay. On later models, we have automatic temperature. Not to worry. This is the manual temperature. I'm going to put in 86 and 95. Now, I'm going to use the keyboard. Well, actually, I can't use spaces over there. Let me use triggers. No, I'll use triggers. All we have to do is, now I can take it as long as I want to. Notice I don't have any things not hurting me. I'll put it here. Are you that was full over there. Okay. In other words, if you have a person who's just practicing, sometimes it would be better to have a trigger scan, so it's not, because I've seen people, even on 3 second delay, get pretty flustered, It looks like Calamity Jane, Yeah. Another thing is, sometimes we get some people, the emission pattern coming from their head is very erratic. And you'll notice when you look here exactly. The numbers are jumping. The meter itself is a scale of just how fluid the patterns are. And some people's patterns are really, very, very crazy. On this trigger thing, you got to be careful of how you pull it back to the front of that signal that you can read. In other words, when you pull it back, make sure you got it all the way back. Don't leave it half out. Okay, anyway, that'll give us a good representation. I wouldn't worry about
I worry when you say sometimes some people go a little crazy.
I prefer the delay. I like the delay. And the keyboard's really well, it's just chapter face there. Well, I feel responsible. I have to give you another one.
You did a pretty good job on me last night.
That was from the foul I gave him.
Yeah, he was drunk. He played basketball. I couldn't pick the side of my head off.
Wait a second. Let me here, come over here and I'll this is part of the show we're reading.
If he's documenting an oil, he'll do accident.
All right. Take it back around again. Put it around pretty fast. How's the fixer done? Did you pass it around? Okay. We'll save that if you want to compare it maybe with the later one. Maybe with lunch, come back, and we take another shot, and suddenly, goes back in the there we go.
You can see this guy jump. He doesn't do that, right?
You're all nice.
Only the last thing.
They're on the delay. They're on there. What's that about? 3/4 of a second. Ready to go. Do one pretty fast. You're in a hurry, man. Get an idea where you're at. I'll recommend it for the beginner. Yeah, this is the face. Yeah, you're so cold on it. It's this side. You're kind of cold on it. Yeah, left side. That's easy. I got it.
He comes with you. Oh, no, you went up and I stuck my hand on your arm. That was it.
Something. Just do it. Okay, here we go. All right, so that's the change. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you say you were drinking that?
No, I haven't been drinking 5 weeks.
9 minutes. Okay, again, I'm not going to go deep into the thing. We'll admit there are some things. I'll put you in 2. What we'll do is we'll save these changes. All the changes we'll save for the later part of the show. Okay? And then the later part of the show, we bring in the programs and what to do with them. We'll have to change. So there's the face. It's a little like Darth Vader there. Okay. We'll do that wrong. Put that one back on. So, now we've got other body parts we can do, but just since we're going into that, we want to move right along. Anybody have time? 12:40. 12:40, okay, we got 20 minutes. I think you get a pretty good idea how to run the jack. Okay? The next thing we want to do is I want to show you on the program menu. The menu that is used here is not complete. Notice we have on other menus like the run synthesizer, main drive configuration, quit. Now I'm going to quit next program. Show you a technique. First, I'm going to show you the Instagun. Then I'm going to show you a technique of doing quick documentation, quick processes for bringing speed down, search and discovery for data ignition and certain random sites. Anybody here have any pain, pressure, anything? You? Oh, there you are. Okay. All right, we're going to do. We have ourselves a volunteer. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to use the Instagun. That process of documentation really, really rapidly. You have somebody that comes in if you want to run programming and search and discovery, you can do it. And you can also put it on the screen to remind yourself where the problems are. That's called Instagun. That's number 3. Notice this is a longer menu. The other menu only had one running unsensitizer, change drive configuration, and quit. This one has Instagun, chain gun, and knock gun. I'll just show you all those. They got some real interesting quits to them. People that are in the program will have these things. Somebody just running on them. Extend your gun. It was the gums, wasn't it? Okay. The question comes up of whether they should sound out on the speaker or take the cassette port. Sometimes the speaker is much more demonstrative for the patient. They like that. The sound is very coordinated with the rise in energy coming out of the body. You want to do the face, right? Okay. You do that? Okay, now here's an interesting problem. I'm just going to do this section in the back. I'm going to try to stay away from the label and here. But you have a problem in the we have a section here that is has clothing. Okay, now all clothing, and the people who have the program, you should have a hemicivity chart. If you don't, let me know, and I'll give you one. It'll preview the hemicivity settings in the back of this gun. Because all clothing is an inhibitor, in one way or another, to infrared. The only thing that really helps infrared is black. Yeah, you can leave that on 1. But something for white, you should set the gain to 0.6. You're done. Okay, now, I want to show you how you can just pick up some readings here on the back. Show the differences. I'm going to stop right there. Just go through here. These things about these three or these. Down here. Okay, so what I do is I can set this to 91 to 95. And you can hear the audible sound that gives you, that's the low beat for cold. Okay? I don't have to look at it. I just try to stop it. Here. Now, the interesting thing about it, when I calm it out, beta particles are actually moving in a straight line, while the body, all the forces around are trying to make a curve. You can pull these back and show how far out the rays are. How far from that? Controls the radiation now. It's like a Geiger counter. But see, there's a vector, we call it a force vector, is ramming out the back. But by the time the energies of the body catch it and pull it back into its centrifugal power, of course, notice the way you shape. If let's say, I don't know if you ever seen pictures of anomalies of people like that, people with extreme exostosis of the bones, they look like crystals. What's happening is the radiation is forcing out. There's not enough centrifugal force to keep it circulating. It's a genetic thing. It's very, very distribution. It's going to drop. There's the crosshairs on here. That's what these are for. On there. A lot of, we don't see too many doctors doing it. They do it all day. Patients will be waiting and waiting, and they say, wow, look at this. All patients have cobwebs on them. When's it going to be my turn? Jeez. Unbelievable. Now, let me show you something with this. It's very important. I'm going to re-enter this. We have a thing on the face. Let me do the jump. You can do like what's called an eight-point pattern. And you learn to do them real well. Now it's more CPS than comfortable pressure states and patterns. You can do, I do them on myself. Let's say I have an area that I want to handle. I do an 8-point pattern. And it's a square. So you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can make it square. I can do it on the face. I show you how to document it. And it's really pretty interesting. It'll show you exactly, if you know how you set your pattern up, it'll show you exactly where the problems are. Okay? The way that we do that, I want to take it off speaker. One second there. I'm going to set the gain back. Now go back to the skin. Yeah, set the gain back to 1. And, okay. So now, the way her situation is set up in the country, as I said, we have a manual here. The new system has automatic, but we'll have to set up, let's see, 91 to... That was interesting. She had the same bandwidth when I had it coming out of her back. I had to gain corrected the material. The same exact bandwidth for her face and her back. So kind of come over this way a little bit because I want to do this right. Look out toward the I'm going to do 8-point scan. And I have my points picked up because I want to keep using the same point. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that. That's all. And as I do them, I'm just going to hit the return twice. It doesn't take much. Watch. I noticed then that I was recording. Now at 7, she had a big drop. That shows calcification. Now I know where my 7 point was. It's down here. Now I got my rotation a little bit. But I had the same temperature band as one right across, and I hit something there. Now I can see it over there. Let me try the other side. Now I remember that. I want to clear it. I just hit C twice. I want to put the display back up again. Okay, clear my board. Let me know. Let's pull it back. No, stand where your shoulders. That's the question. Okay. Now I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go the other way. No, I'm going to say that. Okay. That was different temperatures there. Notice I'm out of the white of the balance. I'm out. I'm out of balance on this side. I don't want to do it because I know your fault. So I put A on the face. On the face. Notice it went right back to the balance. Because what's happening is that this side of the face is colder. See? All going to show all cold reads on the other side using the same bandwidth. So I can change it by hitting A. It automatically averages it. This side of her face is a lot colder. So, again, okay, here we go. Down here, and I look at 92, 92, 92, 93, 93. So I see these two spikes over here, and this one in the purple. I know I've got some hot areas down here, and they're on her lower jaw down here. So it's got some problems down here. I already know that. This is cold, this is hot. It's not working so well. So that's how you can do documentation on that. You can get it on any body part. You're not going to, after the lunch break, I'm going to show you how to do challenges with it. Once you set it up, let's say you find a hot spot, I'm going to show you how to challenge it, take readings off of it, record it onto the screen, give them some homeopathic, give them a treatment. Yeah. Okay. Give them some homeopathic, give them some treatments. There's many different ways you can treat. You can do chiropractic, you can do laser guns, you can do homeopathic, you can do voodoo, you know, whatever you want, whatever is your shtick, you know. Do what you have to do, but in other words, we'll see the efficacy of voodoo. You know, do a report, have them shake a rattle, you know, and then hey doc, it's not changing. You better try the other rattle, you know, or something like that. I mean, that's basically what you can do with this type of equipment, is to document the moment-to-moment patterns of energy. It's pretty startling to see a change, an abrupt change. And the other thing is you start to realize what emotional states are in energy terms, like crying terms. That Jeff had to, your grandmother. Remember your grandmother was there? And you do that, and I got first-hand view of your grandmother started to cry, and this screen went ice cold. And you see crying is cold. Cry again, cry again. That's a crying here. So, like the drive. Okay. Time? 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions? Huh? We're going to, when we get back, what we're going to do is we're going to go over how you can work practically with it, making the changes, making, what I'm saying is getting your program. And doing what you do and seeing it make some changes. You can make changes with electronic structures, no doubt about it. How long will it last? That's a good question. In other words, if you were to put something up on the screen that was an anomaly to energy, and then give them a drug or something, I could see a change. Or will it come back the next day? Will it stay away forever? I mean, who knows? This is something that we have to study, really. The effects of all these different modalities. The other thing is, later in the afternoon, what we're going to try to squeeze in, the reason why I'm going a little fast, is because I'm going to try to squeeze in once you see this kind of apparatus, I want you to see this against the newer stuff. And you look at the comparison of it. And then tomorrow we're going to go into heavier applications of numbers and study that more in deeper detail. Right now I'm giving you an overlay so that you can get a better idea. So I think with that, if there's not any other questions.
When you found that hot spot on the doctor's back,
Yeah.
move away. Broke off. Is there any kind of charting for that?
Yeah.
If I would do that for every hot spot or relatively hot spot, this one broke away 5 inches while this one broke away 5 feet.
You're getting way ahead of it.
Okay.
There are charts out there, like the Van Allen belt, electromagnetic rings, some people call them RF, like that. But you can pick that up. And when you get a vector coming off a vector, that's strong. Especially now on the spine. You've got whatever that means.
Okay, well, I guess before we start this next segment, the next thing we want to talk about is documenting, doing different, as we close the last part of the program, we're showing you how you could just document these on a bar graph by using the gun to train on specific sites. You're able to just pan around and then use the computer to register each spot, doing an 8-point spot that way. That's an interesting way of doing it. The reason why you would do something like that is so that you can graphically depict for yourself and your patient what's going on, which spot is the hottest, but also to use the hottest spot as a venting site, as we call it. It is a venting site. We want to use that venting site to read it as data. In other words, basically that venting site that's the loudest we want to read. We want to put the gun there and use that to challenge the body, to challenge it, because it's sort of like the loudest squawking bird in the nest, you know. It's the one with the most energy. You get the most energetic venting site and train the pistol there, this gun, and start to take reads. There's all different kinds of ways you can take reads off of this thing. What we're trying to do, and this is what separates the men from the boys, is get a specific frequency or pattern of energy that we can match with other frequencies and patterns of energy. Now, this is where we get into the SAF program. Symptom Awareness Formula or format. Earlier I was begging off about the change, saying, oh, we're not going to talk about the change now, that's something completely different and deeper. But
when we take a reading off of a vending site and get change, the numbers from these change, mainly what we're trying to do is to get this frequency, just like you do when you know that your favorite radio program is on 102.9 on the dial. And every time you turn it there, you're going to hear the melodic, mystical voice of Glenn Miller, big band sound, band renowned, whatever. Is that the same one? With the band renowned. We got some big band enthusiasts there. But anyway, we know that when we go to that frequency on the radio, we're going to get that kind of music, we're going to get our program. It depends on what city we're in, though, doesn't it? Each place that we go, we're going to get a different frequency, we get a different type of radio program. That's 102.9. It's kind of a breaks down into megacycles and megahertz. We don't want to talk about that. All we want to talk about is the frequencies that come out of the body, that been out of the body, and can be matched to the SAF banks. Now, what is all that about? SAF to date has 640 programs, 640 banks of frequencies and patterns that you can match the infrared to. In other words, let's take the frequency for the amino acid valine. That has a frequency to it. In other words, when using valine as a product or a challenging product against the body, it produces a certain wave phenomenon. And that wave phenomenon is then locked into the banks of the computer. We've locked thousands of things into the computer that have a specific frequency. So that when we scan, let's say, somebody's hand, we go around and scan it, and a chain comes out, we could take the chain and match it to the banks and see what it says. Well, which one suits? Now, is it valine, is it methionine, is it threonine, or, which one is it? Which one is it more closely aligned? In other words, I could take your hand, get the gun, read the pattern, put it into the computer, and ask the computer to match it to all the amino acid frequencies and see which one's the closest match. Now, why would we want to do that? How many people have heard of homeopathy? Several? Okay. So most of the people are aware of that term. Homeopathy is a science that is used to make changes in people who are showing symptoms, and also make changes in people who are not showing symptoms. In other words, the mechanism of homeopathy employs healthy people as well as sick people to prove its efficacy. So, a while ago, about 150 years ago, the provings were done. So in other words, when arsenic is given to a person who is healthy, they will begin to produce frequency emissions. You thought I was going to say symptoms, didn't you? Everybody's saying symptoms. When arsenic is given to a healthy person, they begin to emit infrared frequencies in certain patterns. When calcium is given, they will emit infrared emissions. When arnica is given, it will cause the body to emit a certain frequency. Now, what is a frequency? Well, basically all frequency is, remember we were saying about the pressures, spaces, and all that. All frequency is It's a pattern of the spaces and the pressure. It's the that. That's the thing that they developed, that when Marconi developed the telegraph, said, I'm going to use frequency to send a message. You know, like a dot and a dash and a dash and a dot means this, that, and they made a whole thing out of it. And all it is that. So what you're doing is when you're taking an infrared reading of the hand, you're actually picking up the transmission of energy coming off the hand, and you're picking up the message. So if you were smart enough, I'm not saying you're not, but if you were smart enough, you could put your ear to somebody's hand and hear this and say, well, that sounds like arnica. This thing's calling for arnica. Oh, who would care what were the symptom patterns be? It's arnica, so what? You can give them arnica, and they may turn around and say, you know something, I had a headache for the longest time, we gave you this arnica and it went away. You never even asked them what they had. It didn't matter. In other words, you could say to a person, I'm going to take the frequency emission here, match it to your body, and you're going to feel better. I don't care what you have. Now, long ago, the homeopathic doctors and scientists did not have infrared gadgets to measure this emission pattern. So what did they do? They started cataloging symptoms. And they said that, well, when a person has this frequency, they have a headache. And their big toe on the left side is swollen, and it's got a pimple. And they feel like they have a pin stuck in their earlobe. And they started writing all this stuff there. I want to tell you, there are books that will just drive you crazy. You could sit there day and night and read these books over and over again, and lo and behold, after many months of studying this thing, you will be as batty as it is. Because it's just reams and reams of all the reports of people who have had, studied all these emission patterns and what to do with the body. When in the final analysis, it doesn't make any difference. All that matters is that if the body's sending a signal in a certain pattern, and you broadcast back to it the same pattern, you're going to get a homeostasis of energy. Thus, you're going to get balance. Why are they broadcasting this pattern? Why does anybody say anything to anybody? Because they want something. They're saying, hey, hey, can you pick up that coat for me over there? I left it someplace. If you translate it in energy terms, you would see a picture of man without coat meeting one. Or a coatless person. Or maybe in your mind you have a picture of somebody shivering in the cold without their coat. It's the same thing with this. What would be a calciumless person? What would a calciumless person look like? Well, they would have osteoporosis, jelly, nervous. You get a cigarette? You get a cigarette smoker, put them up to the infrared, right? Get their hand and ready. You think, well, geez, it's supposed to say smoke, right? Mm-hmm. And it says, it's going, give me calcium quick before I go bonkers. What does man do? Reaches for a cigarette. He's doing a whole other thing. He's using all kinds of circuitry to accomplish the relaxation of his body. And what the problem is he doesn't have calcium as a tranquilizer. So what's he doing? Remember the earlier part of the lecture? What kind of mode is he using? He's using 3. He doesn't using 3. 3 and 3 is close. Okay. He's using 3, which is attack mode. Attack the symptom. Symptom, nervousness. Oh, I know one way to cure nervousness. A cigarette. Scans, it doesn't work. And it does work. But what happens is mask the signal. What is the nervousness signal coming from? Calciumlessness. That's going. The smoke is coming. Geez, I feel a lot better now. Phew, boy, I do that. I'm having a nicotine fit. But in actuality, he's having a calcium crunch. And just, the calcium is broadcasting saying, I need it, come on, bring it in. And there's no way to pay attention. He doesn't know. He's doing symptom analysis. And he's using 3. So then finally, with lung cancer, goes and sees a doctor, and the doctor then says, well, wait a second. I see a symptom here. That there's cancer. Remedy? Actor. That's interesting. X-ray lower the calcium. Clinically proven. Lower calcium. And sugar. Treating 3. Allopathic. Hit. And tap. What else can you do? You don't have sensitive instrumentation that can give you the data you need to get the frequency. Along comes, a SAS monitor with infrared gun. Peek out. Where's the thing where? Oh, I have that. Oh, here's the problem. All the drugs, all the attacks, all the approaches down here. Long ago, became calcium deficient at age 3. Find out the whole family has a history of calcium problems and hyperactivity. You might wipe out a wholesale genetic quirk all in one shot. Now, if you're ready to do that kind of stuff, then you should get arrogant enough to do it. You have to. You can't approach this lightly and think, well, it's just another little thing, a little modality you can use, etc. The process of studying signals of energy. I mean, if you turn to 102.9 and you hear Glenn Miller and you say, hey, that's Alice Cooper. You've got some problems, You've got your own problems of perception, But you don't have to worry about that because you don't have to put your ear up to somebody's hand and listen. Oh, wait a minute, is that arnica calcium or is that French fries? French fries. Burger King, a lot of people use their intuition to steer their attack against the symptoms. Well, I think I kind of want this. They really don't know. So now you've been able to see a little bit about what we do as far as the infrared. What do you want to do now? I show you. Yes.
The emission of the broadcast is not the emission given by a specific amino acid or whatever. It's the lack of.
No, not necessarily. It's not the lack of it. It's the presence of it. Remember what we talked about earlier is pressure versus space. And we were at lunch, we were talking about it, and Dr. Gober says this is the same thing. Another science calls it yin and yang. You go to a chem lab and they say acid and basic. They know all this stuff already. That's the funny thing. It blows your mind. They already know all this. This isn't like a new revelation. It's just they're not using it. Here's another one. Sympathetic and parasympathetic. I'd rather say yin and yang. It's not as much as the thumb comes with it. Parasympathetic. You want to see a real neat one? It has to do with infrared. Hot and cold.
Interesting thing about this universe is, though, there is no such thing as cold. Everything is radiant of heat. Minus 273 degrees centigrade is the end, they think. Some astute physicists say, well, there's a parallel universe that's all radiant of cold. But what can that be? So then basically, this is a universe of emission. Things are emitting. And then particles start emitting, start moving, and pressure starts to emit. And you've got life. Something rolling, you know. There's a whole bunch of these things here like this. You can run this all the way down. Everybody's got their own little, you know, I'll run into doctors and lecturers and scientists, and all got their own little groups. The bingo and the boffo, you know. This is when you're bingo, and this is when you're boffo, you know. And you find out, they're talking about is yin and yang again, you know. A boffo person is one who's spacey. And a bingo person is one who's all pressurized, you know. Here's another one. Pain and sensation.
Basically, the concept that you're talking about is the dialectics of the universe.
Yeah.
The opposing forces that are opposite to each other.
Yeah.
I don't understand the relation between space and pressure being opposite to each other. I don't understand.
Well, the opposites themselves are really part of the same thing. These are actually mates. One's trying to become the other. Pressure in space is, well, you had to hear earlier, you weren't here earlier, we didn't talk about it.
No.
This is the balance beam, the norm. And pressure itself is showing greater and greater intensity or concentration of matter, or whatever you want to call it. There's no name for it other than we call it in this science here, down this level, pH. Potential of hydrogen. Now over here they'll call it the Xi energy or something, you know. That's different. That's another science. So the Egyptians will call it something else. You know? Depends on what latitude and longitude you are on the earth. Like if you're German, you call a dog a Hund. People say, well, why? Well, that's because when you're in that longitude and latitude of the earth, the pressure, when you look at that thing running by, you go, a Hund. When you're over here, you go, a dog, you know. That's why people don't really, you know, they can't really understand that this ball we live on is really connected, but we're all trying to say the same thing, only in a different way. And does Hund and dog oppose one another? Not really. They're the same thing, but they're in a different pressure state. This is more pressurized, more full space. But what I was trying to say about the frequency and matching the frequencies, to give you an idea, because we're going to, today we're going to run this program and we're going to do some readouts on, the computer to show you how you could take a frequency or reading off of the hand. I don't want it to sound like it's palmistry or anything like that, but you can take any body part and get a pattern of emission, put it into the computer and have an interface and see what it says. And it's not so much of what we get out of this, how it matches up and how close it is, which is what you should prove. In other words, yesterday, remember, we were sitting down, and I did a scan on Dr. Williams' face there, and she said she had a little thumb problem. It was inflamed, right? So we went through a whole rack of these bottles doing challenges on the infrared, checking the emission pattern with the emission pattern of the material, and Valine comes out. And so all of a sudden there's a break. There's a lot of space. There's unknownness. By the way, that's another one here. Known and unknown.
About mass and energy.
Mass and energy is known.
Plus and minus, positive, negative.
Plus and minus. I mean, you could go on for hours. Unknown. Action and reaction.
all that stuff. It'll start clicking to you. You'll say, geez, I'm becoming intelligent. What's come over me? You mean this is all the same stuff? In the beginning, I got a little angry at it. It's just a big snow job, but not really. Everybody's just trying to say everything in their own little way. But again, when Valine came up on the scan, there was a blank space. There was an unknownness. You ever see that Star Trek Space, The Final Frontier? It's the Final Frontier because it's unknown. They're trying to find new life. But anyway, we saw Valine come up. What was the bridge? Well, we better go to a text and find out what Valine is for. Just saying Valine, amino acid means nothing. So we went into the book, looked up, lo and behold, says inflammation. Good for inflammation. Then you get excited. Wow, it works. Good for inflammation. You get somebody that comes in and he says, boy, I had a very terrible time with headache. You do a scan on them, pop, right on the head, right here. She says, oh, it's really hurting right here. Put the gun right on it. It's talking. It's a signal. It's a symptom, isn't it? It's saying something. Well, geez, let's record it and take it, put it into the computer, background through, and have that frequency match to the frequencies in the banks. But don't let that stop right there. Get the data on this. Those poor homeopathic guys spent all that time, figuring all that stuff out. You might as well use it. That's what I do. I had the funniest one with Dr. Bouquet. I mean, that was just, I went to Dr. Bouquet and we went into this gyration. This is a lady down in Dallas, very intelligent woman, extremely intelligent. And we sat down and she wasn't skeptical. She's just unproven, the unknown. She never saw it work before. And I did a scan on her and went through the whole thing, and she had some real characteristic stuff. I mean, it wasn't a headache or something like that. It was characteristically itching and trying to clear her throat. Well, that's kind of characteristic. So we did the whole scan, went through we took her face, hands, feet, we got the SAF, we threw that in there, we made a big mud pie and put all the chains together, all of them. We put them in a synthesizer, that cross-chain coordinator, crossed them all together, and then threw them into the allergy program. And here the thing comes up, Doc and sorrow. You know what her reaction was? So what? It's like, made no sense at all. Like, hey, the thing's broken, it doesn't work. Why would it say that? I mean, it should say something like itch mite or something, or, something that would really be grabby, but the Doc and sorrow. I just, wait a minute. This poor homeopathic guy spent all that time. Let's get that book and see what it says. Well, it was really funny. We went to Doc and sorrow in the homeopathic proving book, and in big, bold, italic letters it says, intense itching of the skin and always trying to clear the throat. This is what, and you should see, all of a sudden, the unknown went to the known. Like, wow! It's just, you can see it like a ball of fire just hit her in the face. Like, well, that's another one, with fire in the water. There's all kinds of, you'll find them all. After a while. It's neat, when you got this database, when you have this database, nobody can stop you. Nobody can make a fool at it. Because you can always place it somewhere on the scale. Now, there's a guy named William Kelly. Have you ever heard of this dentist that has this little program, the computer program? Yeah, heard of this. California. His is a sympathetic, very sympathetic. Very, very arcane esoteric. It's the same thing. And he's got a whole scale of it. This is how you behave when you get like this and like that. And here it is. So, people get so confused about it. What's so confusing? It's the same thing. It's got to be the same thing. Because it couldn't be in this universe if it wasn't. So you just say, when somebody puts any language to you, or any kind of program, you've got to say, well, where's the two half here? Where's your yin and yang? Where's your north and south? You're saying, wait a minute, there's four poles, there's east and west. Well, okay, you put that up here, you put east up here. That's what gives you polarity. Not only is the scale going this way, but it's going this way. That's why I say earlier, you can have, remember we have pain and sensation. If somebody stopped you like this, says, wait a minute, I thought pain was a sensation. I've heard people say I've got a sensation of pain. I'm sure you have it. You can have it the lateral way. I'll show you. Let me show you how it works. Oh, it's all in that big fat book, by the way. Why write it? I got it right here. It was written years ago. All the things and mysteries that you run into in these sciences can all be figured out very, very easily. Very fast. Incredibly fast. Here's one. Here's how the scale runs, see? This is the plus. Charges, or acid. This is acid of acid, or the pain of pain. And discharge is the sensation of pain, or the loss of pain. In other words, the person, isn't that interesting? A person who gets a sensation of pain is actually perceiving the loss of it, not the gain. And you go down to here, and now you're getting the pain of sensation, like being thrown off of a roller coaster. You know, you ever see when in the movies where the guy's going off the building? What is he saying? Wow, this is fun. He usually goes, ah! I'm having a pain and the sensation is driving me crazy. Because I'm about to have an acid of acid. You see? And then as you come back through, you get, the final is the sensation of sensation, or the loss of loss. That's very heavy. In other words, that's like really getting, you're really out west. That's when you go out, way out west. When you're out in Utah and you're the only person there's no rest stop. You're actually looking for a bathroom in the desert. I mean, that's when you know you're really crazy. You know. I know. I've been traveling out there a couple times, and you see these gigantic signs, green and white signs, as big as this room. They say 10 miles to Okefenokee. You know, and you ride along 8 miles to Okefenokee. Big gigantic sign. You finally get to Okefenokee, and it's this old gas station that is still the gas is 10 cents a gallon with the bulb, you know, blowing in the wind. But you look out and everything's so huge, there's so much space, you start to get the sensation of it. Anyway, so what's the point? The point is, what we're trying to do with the infrared is measure you know, the pattern. You want to draw it? And this is, believe it or not, every stinking electronic device that exists, this one, television, radio waves, you know, you have Sprint, you have some of those that do with telephones, you make long distance calls, all work on the same principle. A modulated band of energy that has been, it's not a straight line like a test pad, like this. Well, we'll put a couple of pluses in here, and it'll go like this, and this. They found out years ago that the voice is nothing more than modulated energy. As you hear my voice going through, there's a certain amount of pluses, there's a pause, a plus, like that. That's all it is. So, you got a gun here that can be put up to any body part, especially I would go for the hottest ones I can find, because that's where all the emissions come from, the happening. That's where all the talk is, the gossip. The person comes in with a real painful leg. That whole leg is trying to tell you something. It's venting by necessity. It's going into by necessity. Control. This is the interesting part of it. 3 cannot exist. We're talking about 3. 3 is the method of allopathy. palliative methods, just attacking effects constantly, using drugs, using, any kind of method short of control, what happens is eventually you move into control by necessity. A Z reaction occurs. And the body just starts to scream out. And it says, hey, you can't do this anymore. It's just like if you're a speeder and you've gotten 29 speeding tickets in a week. Finally the cops they take you away. They say, you can't do this anymore. You're finished. They put your car in one of those smashers and they recycle you, They say, you don't belong in this universe. You're out. You're flagged. And that's what happens with the body. The body starts to go into control by necessity. Now, here's the interesting part of that. If the person continues his ways like this, the body will take over control film. That's why you get people who can't control them. It's a symbiotic thing. Somebody's got to push it around. But if the guy who's pushing it around isn't going to listen to the rules, it's going to come in by its own means and methods and take over. Say, hey, okay, guys, you don't like it? We want to survive. My arms, my legs, my nose want to survive. I like my nose. You keep snorting this cocaine into it and burning it out all the time. So how does it do that? It starts to pressurize the system. Start to pressure. Okay, so we have any questions? The reason why I went into this long tirade is because the numbers are going to come out now. They're going to start flying all over the place. And I want you to get confused when you see the numbers. The pressure numbers. And real simply put, they're just, if you see a 1, you got 1 unit of pressure. 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to graph it. So if you see a 24, that's a big. A 1 is a little. Now, actually, it works in reverse. Some of the, the subtleties of the program have to be studied. Right? I just have to tell you that I can't. I'd love to say, yeah, well, we'll come by in an afternoon and you'll know everything. It's just not possible. It's too much. What you have to do is learn the basics of the principles of operation so that you can scan a frequency. And you can study the frequencies. You'll get to know them. It takes some time, though. It really does. It's worth it, though, because you'll bust every other science. You'll understand it. You'll say, I understand the science more now because I know the science. Because the science of SAS has been developed as a database for all other sciences. That's why it's so easy for me to figure out. There was a fellow named Marines, the Marines analysis of urine, thing, and this and that. And I had several people come to me and said, Jesus, you could just figure this out. We would be so thankful. It's been driving us crazy for years. And what is it? And this and that. Put in the computer a half hour, I figured it out. It wasn't any big deal. All it was the same thing. I said, well, give me this number. Where does this number plug in? Where does that number plug in? You superimpose it over the database and said, well, this number refers to yang. And this is yin. But again, he calls it, Bako and Bippo, it's just the name, Any society you go to, you can go to the Indian culture. They've got their own, obviously this is good. This is gain and this is loss. Loss is not good in this universe. Anybody loses stinks, right? Okay, we're going to the Super Bowl here, and we're just come from the Redskins locker room. Everybody looks like they need a doctor, right? These are gigantic guys. They're 6'5", 290 pounds. We're crying. It's like, oh, what? This is unbelievable. This is what you get for losing the Super Bowl, The other guys are drinking champagne, they're doing all kinds of dirty things. They got girls, This is the rewards for winning the Super Bowl, You get a big ring and $90,000, a big car. And that's what it's all about. And also what you get is you get a feeling of pressure gain. You feel like You're like, that's energy. And over on this side, you get the loss. I have the loss. You pull in energy here, you pull in matter over here. You get car, you get no car. You alive, you dead. You hired, you fired. Winner, loser. So, and again, our human language has been set up to, like, cry. Cry is lost. No doubt about it. Cold. Lost. Cold. Frozen. Get out of here. You know, that kind of thing. Slink out. Black, white. Black, white. A picture of a person crying in your mind, right? What color is there around them? Color, you know, melon. Black. Innocent. Falling apart. Yeah, hero, villain. Okay, that's enough for that. Anybody have any questions? Anybody want no dose? Or sleepy? Sleepy, no dose. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to the next segment of the program. Yep. And we have a question here.
Yeah. I work with probiotic. I'm into the homeopathic. How does the plus and the minus, the positive and negative, relate to homeopathy?
That's a very good question. Now, there's an excellent question. I'll tell you why. Because the homeopathic people hit on something that was so intrinsic to the healing process, and nobody ever really looked at it. Never really understood it because they never had a database like this. They couldn't compare it. They didn't know what it meant. So they had a lot of illusions about homeopathy, and they had a lot of unknown about it too. Why? Why is it so unknown? Remember unknowns on the right side? Well, the reason why it was so unknown was because of the esoteric way in which it was prepared. When I say esoteric, I mean, take a homeopathic remedy to a nearby lab and they can't find what's in it. Okay, it's ridiculous. There's nothing in it but water. You see? So what happens is this. Remember CPS, comfortable pressure in space? What's happening is if you live in this environment, you happen to be on a genetic line. Let's say you got a good genetic plan. You got hospitalization. No, you got a good genetic plan here, which is now a person asks a very important question. Is how does the genetic line start? Genetic lines are married. They're programmed. They are programmed. In other words, you have a program from one person to the other person. When you get married, you link genetic programs and hopefully marry into a better one and make a better one, a line that exists with superior data over, X years. In other words, superior data for what? Survival, right? In other words, what you have to do here to get a great genetic line is breed. Inbreeding and working different kinds of programs between genes to produce offspring that are superior so they can exist. I mean, why is it that we are very careful about if you're a carrier of a certain genetic quirk, not to marry into a certain connection? Why? Because you're going to produce birth defects and things like that. This is what it's all about. It's a little uncomfortable to think about it because you have to be a humanoid, if you believe in things like love. It's love. So anyway, the point is that what has happened to our genetic program over the years, some of them are 10, 20,000 years long. Some of the big ones, the good ones. Some of these good programs haven't been vested in 20,000 years. They're excellent. Some of them stink, and they die out. What is, again, die, live, right? Extinction, survival. It's that simple. That's the way the plans are set up. Has nothing to do with Blue Cross. But anyway, you have this situation running here, but what has happened is the way the whole setup is, as the plan moves on, the person becomes pressurized in the environment. which is on the left side of the chart, right? Which is what? Acid, sympathetic, pain-driven. You got a pain-driven program going. If you didn't have that, people wouldn't respond to pain the way you do. Now respond to pain? Oh no. Don't do that. That's why drugs are so fantastic. Because they're pain relievers. All you gotta do is watch television, right? This one has 3 pain relievers. This has 5. But Addison has 10 times the pain relief. Good, I'll buy it, Give me 6 cases, Why would people have all these pain relievers around? Because of the way the program's set up. It's a pressurized program. How does it get that way? Concentrated substances, pressure, concentrated in one area. Now, you got to admit, with the society the way it is, you're getting a lot of concentrated pressure. You got cars, planes, boats, trains, everything running into each other, making a very concentrated, pressurized situation on the person continually, so that any kind of substance you take, and that includes foods, just habits, anything that you do that's pressurized will create a spiral that's aimed towards pain. One of the most promising megatrend practices is a low back clinic for people. Neck, cervical, pain. It's pressure. The reason why it is because we're constantly, our society is set up to create this. It's always been that way for a long time, for about 5,000 years. Okay? So, along comes homeopathy. Homeopathy. Harmony, big claim to fame. Diluting substances. Oh no, you don't have to use these. You got smart. Now, wait a second. You mean if you got a person who is sick from being crushed by pressures all around, depression, oppression, suppression, repression, impression, you've got all these pressures firing into this person, making them very acid. What good is it to give them another one? If this guy gets hit by a car, you mean the antidote is to go out and get hit by a truck? Nah. So he says, well, wait a second. It's not that the remedy is wrong, it's the strength of it. It's imbalanced. If we keep adding concentrated substances to a body, the body's going to get more concentrated. And it's eventually going to go out of CPS forever. There would be such a thing as a person in CPS, comfortable pressure state. Won't be one. So, long comes Hahnemann. This is like, you're going back to almost 200 years ago, right? Says, well, let's do this. Let's take 1 drop of the substance and put it in 10 drops of water. And then we'll take a drop out of there and put it in 10 more, and then a drop out of there and put it in 10 more. What is he doing? What was he doing? He's creating space between the concentration. And they get ridiculous. I mean, they go into they do this thousands. And they get the ratio. Now, the ratio of the tonnage of the planet Earth is 1 times 10 to the 30th power. 1,000x, even in solar systems. You ever see that something, looking for clean fill? So in other words, why? There's no way that a person can get that pressurized in one lifetime. Not possible. What the person is saying is that it's an accumulated pressure situation. Accumulated.
How about genetically? Does that pass on genetically also?
Yeah. Well, that's your package. When you get married and have a baby, the package is given. Mother, nurses. That's part of the package, not the whole package. Obviously, there's 9 months of gestation. But that's your package. You're getting all day. You ever see that movie, The Superman, when he's flying in a little bubble and the little voices are talking to him all the way to Earth? And Shakespeare said, leave not to be, and all these things we're saying. But we do the same thing with a baby. If the mother sits there and prays over the baby and says things to it, it'll learn it. There's no doubt about it. It's able to learn at that stage of the game.
Bigger, not the big, and getting it.
Yeah. For instance, where's the baby? Yes, right? Again, what is sickness? Something is there that shouldn't be there. Positive. Something is missing that should be. Negative.
What about deficiency? You would like a nutrient deficiency a little bit?
Deficiency, toxicity. In relationship to disease. Remember your database. Once you got your database lined in, these dichotomies that we gave, nobody can say anything to you if you won't be able to automatically line up. Now, I'm not saying you're going to be real good at it, but now you got a better idea. To learn the database, you have to study the material. You have to study it, understand it. Because you go to a lecture and you watch them and you'll say, this guy's all left-sided. Isn't that interesting? His left ear is bigger than the right. The book, on electric fundamentals of human electricity, I recommend it to anybody, but you have to be sure that you really sit down and read it easily. Don't read it, don't hard read it. Yeah, I have some left. I gave some to our early birds. We had an early bird special. And they got the books. So I don't know how many are left. Here, can I see it for a second? I'll show it to you. This is the book, Project ISIS. Well, ISIS because a little left side. Here's it is. But very positive. All about energy. And it goes into all about man's electric sense. How we measure electricity in the body, production of electricity, conductors in the body, resistance.
What's the title again, Joe?
It's called The Fundamentals of Human Electricity. Volume 1 is this book, and Volume 2 is, as we were saying, what did it come out to? About 3,000, 2,500 pages? Is the estimate. And I showed some of them. We have the charts here. To give you a little bit of idea, some of some of the charts where you can measure some of the inventing sites for particular upsets, such as the inability to perceive electric pressure, which is a biggie. But this is one you would give to somebody, let's say, you have somebody who's has heart disease, very pressurized, very sick, had 9 heart attacks, and says they feel fine and there's nothing wrong with me. Denial, that kind of thing. Obviously, they have the inability to perceive their state of being. Okay, Dr. Dudley wants to watch the golf tournament, so we've got to get going. So, all right, we're going to move right along here. Anybody have questions? No? Okay, we're going to move on to the next section, and we're going to go into documenters. I want to show you a little bit about a document, what a documenter is. Remember I said that we've got some that are heat to change, or let's not say changing, or let's say frequency reading. And now, I'm going to show you the frequency reading to heat. Now, why would you do that? Well, this thing, the computer, way it's set up, will pull a circuit out. In other words, a circuit of energy that is related to certain specific organs in the body. So, rather than delay anymore, I will show you. And what I want to do is I want to take, yes, Bill, you come up here, and now I'm going to I took a reading from his hand. I want to put the face documenter in, hoping and praying that it will work. Putting the documenter in. Yeah. Now, this is different. You're going to see a marked difference in this because what we're attempting to do here is disregard that. That's the 16 color tablet. That's the console. I'll show you that later. I just happen to have that. What we're going to do is we're going to take his chain. Remember we stored it on that cross chain before? That's the frequency. We're going to take that frequency, and I'll tell you what it's related to. You'll have to take my word for it because just to save time, because I can read it through the computer and tell you. But okay. Now I got to make sure I have my cross chain. Overlaid this on top of the other program, the banks cross, and I look down at the laser, do I need that? Turn this off or you're doomed. How about harmonic and disharmonic? Put these harmonic, put these disharmonic. Actually, that's not a trick, but it's harmonic would be the balance, would be CPS, and this harmonic would be the either side. This harmonic plus, this harmonic negative. Okay, what I'm going to attempt to do at this point is to put his chain in, and it's going to now print a circuit on the screen. That's the cross-chain coordinator. Putting in record 1, which is where he was. I put record 1 in. In other words, I'm taking his earlier frequency reading off of his hand and re-upping it onto the face. Why am I picking the face? Well, because the face is where your midbrain is. There's a lot of midbrain emissions on the face. Okay? And we want to scan that. We want to try to get that mesencephalon area and get the radiation out of there and see if that area is hot. Then we want to run that area. I want to show you how to run it and run the heat off of it. If he's got emission on his face, it means the circuit's hot. I want to show you how to check it. If he doesn't, then the circuit will be cool. And if the circuit's cool, then that means that we don't have to do anything with it. Okay, there's the circuit. Now these dots merely are there to allow me to scan with the gun to get temperature settings so that when I prepare to do the run, I can pull it off the way I want to. But it starts, I don't know, can you see it? You see the green light, little green light? The green light is where it starts. It's going to show you the pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you've got a circular one. You'll get all different kinds. When you get somebody who's had a lot of electrical equipment, you'll get this. It'll just bounce back and forth from one side of the brain to the other. Okay, but this one's a circular one. This is what the yogis usually get. It's not yes or no. I want to see very nice thoughts now. And in my country, we always say maybe. Okay, so now, the next thing I will do, I want to get the bandwidth here. I want to check this area here, run around 95 here, right in here, still 95, 94, down here, and this spot here,
all 94 to 95, okay, is the reading. Once we set our bandwidth, we're going to use that same bandwidth over and over again if the circuit's hot. If it's not hot, we're not going to use it. But we want to check it first and see if we've got any kind of heat. And all I've got to do is shut this down. Before I do that, though, I want to draw your attention to something. And as I watch this, I'll draw this out for you so that you can see it. I'll start with the green. And there. Okay. Now, I'm trying to draw the circuit for you. What does that mean? Remember earlier I told you that energy in the body seeks to move, force vectors move in a straight line. This bending motion tells you basically that you've got kind of like a right brain interference. You follow what I'm saying? This is like a crystal, it's a crystallization of force vectors that occur because of energies that are interfering with the patterns in the right brain. Not to get too technical, let's move on to the next section. And
three-dimensional that circuit. Part is a three-dimensional.
Three-dimensional. It looks flat, but it's moving around inside. Okay, the cameraman told me to do it this way, so that I give my all right. Okay, if you want to hold it now, I'm holding it here. Come this way. I type in 94 to 95. Now, why am I doing this? Documenters are only used, basically, can be used in long-term chronic processes, but are excellent in intensive procedures like the one you use, where you do a process and you got to check it. You do a process and you have to check it. This will tell you whether or not you're really cutting into what you want to cut into. If you're trying to do a wholesale general analysis, okay, it doesn't matter. You can just check the whole face. But if you're doing something specific, like what was on his chain, and his had a lot to do with thyroid, pancreas, a lot of sugar imbalances, he had some stomach problems, some digestive. Again, he would come in as a patient and you would log his major complaint. Then you would get the chain to see if the frequency hit that major complaint. You'd have to check it and say, yeah, that's the same thing. And there's ways of doing it. I'll show you how to do that. To check 102.9. Your friend says that's big band. You turn it and you listen and see. Yeah, that's right. You don't want to hear something else because then your source is wrong. So let's say that he came in complaining of digestive complaints or whatever. You don't have any complaints. All right. Now put it on a 2-second delay. And all I have to do is follow around. I've got my temperature band set in, and I follow it around. This is very simple. Documenters are real simple. They're real methodical, and they're right to the point. If you've got heat in that area, okay, it's as simple as pi. If it's there, it's there. If it's not there, it's not there. If it comes up red hot, like his is doing, the circuit's hot. It means it's on, like these lights are on. If you doubt that the lights are on, you want to check it, you want to put your hand on the live wire. You'll feel like like that. But this here says, well, we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hot spots for terminals on there. We take a shot of that. Now you got that sitting there, okay? The thing is that while we're in new equipment, we can just
throw that into a memory bank and bring it back up on a split screen. Okay? But for now, we use this. Now we're looking at it and saying, now, what are we going to do with that? Notice this hot cluster up in here. Just about right between the eyes. And right down into here, you look at anterior pituitary zone. You know, it's kind of close to that. So we have kind of an interesting way of bringing this down. I'm sure there's probably 10 people in this room that could do different kind of modalities to reduce that. No doubt about it. You use a laser, chiropractic. You get, I'm sure you get a chiropractor up here and give them a good chiropractic roll and make a few adjustments, and that will come down. In other words, you'll reduce the circuit. So, of course, that circuit relates to an insufficiency probably of gastric enzyme. Really. And so the practitioner would have to approach that avenue to take that away. So if you're doing auricular acupuncture, you would approach those circuits and hit them. Once you hit them, you can come back and then look at this again and see if you've reduced the heat. Now, you're looking at heat. You're also looking at, remember our dichotomies. Pain, we're looking at pressure, we're looking at radiation, gravitation. Gravitation to the other side. Now, if you're looking at radiation phenomenon, let's say you start working on the auricular acupuncture, you're working on the chiropractic or something like that, you start to gravitate, which means it goes ice cold into the blue range. That means you're doing too much. Maybe even a subtle chiropractic adjustment, or you'd be surprised. You might do just a few things with the acupuncture thing, and bam, it's done, and you don't really know it. But you go back and you check, wiped out. So what do? Well, you go into another circuit. You could do 5 or 6 circuits. That's an intensive. You did 6 circuits a day on somebody. I mean, we don't really know. We don't have enough track record on what is going to happen. I mean, I don't know. Maybe super intelligence. I don't know. But to pull this kind of, nobody ever touched this before. You've never seen it. How can they touch it if they've never seen it? So we're showing it to you, and we're letting you do it with it what you want at a certain level. If you want to go on the higher level approaches that we've developed, and that's another thing, but you should work with it now the way you want to. I'm having him sit there, you're just simmering, because I'm about to hit him with some homeopathic stuff. And that didn't work. I want to get an atomic speed drop. See if that works. Yeah.
How does what you have on the screen relate to the earlier circuit that you sketched over here?
Okay, now the other circuit was the hands. You mean the one I drew off his hand?
No, I'm wondering where this little sketch on the board came from.
Oh, this.
Where did that circuit come from?
This circuit came from his chain that was written off of his hand earlier.
Okay.
I took remember that chain that came off the hand? I took that pattern and fed it back through the computer to his face. And said, well, see, I can also do his face and do it straight out. Do a straight out analyzation of his face from the other direction. In other words, no chain, just analyze his face. You know what will happen? A chain will come out of his face. Obviously. Every time you do one, you do heat, you take heat off, you're going to get a chain. You're going to get a frequency. You can get a frequency and make heat. That's this. And see if the heat's there. Now, if I did his face and it was cool, then we don't need to do it again. So, let me, do we have our handy-dandy homeopathic?
No.
Yeah.
Would the chain on the face match the chain of the hand?
Yes. They would. But see, here's an interesting part of it. Let's say you took a chain from the hand and you took a chain from the face and then cross-synthesized it. Then you have a much more powerful circuit. Remember, the things that you write from the heat are circuits. This is the circuit checker. What you want to do is you don't want a circuit break. The biggest problem you have as a practitioner is circuit breaking the patient. That's how you lose them.
Would you mind going one step farther and just doing his ear?
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I want to do first. Before we do that, I will do his ear. I'll check his ear too. But what I want to do, to follow the continuity of this, is I'm going to have him drink all of these. No, I'm going to,
Well, if you do that first, then what you read on the ear, and all.
that's true. Okay, well, we have a record of this. Oh, you have it. Okay. Just to show you how flexible we really are. What I will do is I will put the ear in and I will do his ears, both of his ears, like this. He's getting a royal treatment here, I'll tell you that much. Most doctors can charge up to upwards to $10,000 for this treatment. No, we just started an insurance company for this now. Okay, take the feathers away, and let me. Now I'll put it on a. Let's see. Well, I can turn the other way. Yeah. Well, this way. I'm going to shoot this ear first, and I'm going to go on a 2-second. No, I'm going to go on a 3-second delay, and. What I'll do is when I tell you to try to turn quickly, you only have 3 seconds to get the top of the other ear. Face the back. Okay, bring it down. 95, 96, 3, Okay, very good. So I go from let's see, I will go from 91 to 98. Or maybe 92 to 91 here. Why?
Seems like a wide stretch.
Let me go from 92 to 97. 5 degrees. But he's got a wide ear.
Well, we're coming in as a wide spread.
Yeah, it is very wide. Of course, you disagree. Not today. There's an ear there. Up your ear. No. That's it. Orangutan. You gotta watch what you do. When you're doing this with a patient, I'm doing this very lightly, we're fooling around and everything, but if you're really doing it, be real careful not to talk. You might make them blush. You might get a blush response. It's really, really inaccurate. I know one of the chiropractors I work with, he has a toughness machine, and he's got a real bedside manner while he's doing the toughness machine. Tells jokes. Well, you know, that's part of the process. There's no doubt about it. Because he's blowing off the pressure, and he's using the jokes sort of as a vehicle. Okay, we're getting ready to turn there. Right after the beat, yeah, turn. Do it nice and smooth. Okay, turn. Wow. There we go. They're looking for somebody at the tennis club. Yeah, just hold it there. Try to hold it steady. It's better when they're laying down. Now, if you have trouble with this, just put it on 6, 6-second delay, or put it on the keyboard. I got it on the delay, but you can put it on the keyboard and just bring it around. done, boy, he's got, look at the cold the outside of his ears are. Right along the edges of the ears, very cold.
Jim, what significance would there be, you took the hand before he ate?
Yeah.
And the hand dictated the points that you read from the face. And there seems to be, if he has sugar metabolism problems or gastrointestinal problems, there's going to be a difference in him after eating and before. Would that alter any of this?
Well, what you're doing is, if you do that, then, and you do some scans, you're going to find out what are the real core or chronic things that don't change by eating food. Which is good.
Yeah.
Ooh. He's actually getting the physical symptoms of the drug. Every organ is reacting as a circle. And there you go. He's got the tip of this ear is very chilly, but the numbers are important. This is the frequency, and wow, that's interesting because the 5. Remember, we were saying that's the anterior pituitary as the foundation of this chain. We had drawn that circuit; it was all hot around there. The forward part of the anterior pituitary. But now the good part comes. We're going to go to cross-chain coordinator. Okay, save to number 3 because I've got Roger in number 2. I don't want to spoil his. But I want to do something. Once I throw this up, I'm not going to throw up. Once this comes back on the screen, we're going to. Here's the picture. Let me take a picture of this and save it. These are the ears. Now, notice in here the coolness of this one in relationship to this one. They're pretty much the same. The inside the concha there is kind of, it's warm. Bigger. Right, so, that's... Yeah.
And he's got one on that corresponding right here that's on the left side of the computer. You see the red mark way down in the nodule?
Yeah.
That's one of your nutrition.
That's a nutritional point. The thing is, the chain says the same thing. I will show you, he's got gastritis in the chain, but what I want to do... Oh, yeah, but let me show you. Let me show you on the cross chain the link ups, the comparisons of his hand to the ear. That's what's important. Okay, 5, no. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll show you the numbers, how close they came in the file. Where's my pen? I don't know if you can see this or not. But down here, I'll show you, this is how you know you're getting right, is the hand will be a mirror image to the ears. Let me show you something. This is like crescent, I gotta show you. Is not for the stomach. 4 is the stomach, okay? Now, notice, as I was saying, the mirror image, he has 4 as the basis of this chain here. And the next one, he has it as the second one in. It's like a mirror image. But incredibly, look, remember we saw that heat in here in the pituitary region? What's number 21? Read that out as the front number. And what's number 5 as the back number? The whole chain is pituitary. Now rumble goes through the crowd.
Now the third one has 4.
No, well, the third, he's the third there. This is second is the Rogers. That's why I pulled up 3. Okay. He's got a mirror. Here, I'll show you another one, a correlation in here. Let me show you this, for example. look up. See, you know, it's funny. I'll tell you a funny thing is that when you throw it out on the computer, it gives you much better clarity of all the different combinations. I have 6 or 7 pages of data on this. I don't want to run them because look up. You see this here, the 6 and the 4? Notice how you've got them upside down. It's 6, then 4 on the hands, but 4 and 6 on the... What does it say for 4 and 6?
You want to walk? It's also biliousness, most appetite, eating, indigestion, gas, numbering in the stomach, small intestine, and colon, hiding in the liver, very little on dizziness.
A bad basketball player.
These are looking to sit down.
Have a shovel? You want to sit down? I heard that, huh? No, it's all relative. One thing about the changes is it doesn't give you any intensity. Superman can have his change. Or the worst person in the world. There's no intensity here. Intensity comes via other profiling. The intensity comes via the hot spots. How hot are the hot spots? Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to give him a homeopathetic preparation. Right here. Where's the other ones? This is the one I want. Do you have the ones that I brought? We have, where's the box that we have? Oh yeah, here it is. Back here. They tried to trick me. Okay, I have here this stuff called renopostin, which is actually, it says in here, it's posterior pituitary. And
My liver or my liver heart.
That's supposed to be
okay, shove in your mouth. Hold on your mouth for a second. Hold on your tongue for a second. Now, a lot of people won't believe this, probably, because they don't think that homeopathic works, or they don't know about homeopathic, or they don't know what's in there. If he's got to concentrate, if he has heat, and we give him something that's counter to it, that's very, very diluted, it should have a reaction on the heat emission process, especially on the circuit of the pituitary gland. Again, hard, it wouldn't work, because it would be on another circuit, maybe down here. You see? So we give him the thing that is the thing, the circuit, the one that we take. Okay. So, does anybody not understand that? Please tell me. Did I tell you that unknown and unknown also under there is, intelligence and suicide?
So you're giving me exactly what it says.
Yeah, I mean,
you're giving it's like the yin yang thing.
Right, I want to see what kind of reaction I have on those dots. Remember those dots? The documenter. Now the documenter is still sitting there. Do we have it back yet? Where's the documenter?
The other face.
The face.
Oh, I think we have it.
Who is trying to say?
Jeff's sleeping on it.
Yes.
It's pretty warm here. Yeah. Might want some drool on there, will you?
No. It's got mine through.
Okay, here's the red spot. All right. What you want to do is you want to blow this down blue. I mean, now, if you can do that, I think it's...
The blue or the white?
The white is acceptable. Blue, you're going a little bit past the balance, but blue is acceptable. Let's see what we can do. I gave him some of this stuff. Maybe I should give him another shot, just for good measure. I really want it to work. I don't want you people to make a fool out of me. I'm putting this in now because I have great confidence that there's going to be some change in the pattern. Okay, now, if you're, again, I'm not trying to sell homeopathic. It's something I can use on the spot. If you want to use a laser beam or chiropractic, chiropractic or something, anything you want to use to relieve pressure. Chiropractors like to relieve nerve pressure. And nerve pressure, when it's relieved, is going to change the emission pattern. There's no doubt about it. Okay? Let's see if we can get it to work.
You need the same things in the top and bottom drive too?
Well, this is a one-drive system. Okay. So, again, you have to put the same exact temperature bandwidth in. 90, 92, 97. Okay. No, that's not 92.
No, it's right down to 95. Yeah, right down to
5-point spread.
94 had a years. 92, 97 was the year.
Yeah, the face had a very
Face is 94, 95.
Yeah.
How many say 94? I remember it. Lucky for me, huh? Okay, there's the bus coming. All right. There we go. Now put the cross chain in. Now again, we're going to put the same cross chain coordinator in. Now I wouldn't have had to do this if I had kept it all on the machine. I could have just run right through it again, but since I didn't, I have to go through all of the mechanisms of putting the chain back in. All this part could have been eliminated. There we go. Is that not the same dot pattern? Sure it is. That's the same dot pattern. Yep. Now, under these circumstances, of course, you got to admit it's difficult to get a reading of the kind of magnitude you would get if you were in a nice quiet place and there wasn't a whole bunch of people. But you definitely probably have a flush response or something like that. But we did hit them with some of that stuff. Again, I have to reiterate that there's a lot of things you can use to make the correction. We're talking about frequencies here. Frequencies can be changed by many means and modalities, all kinds of transmitters, generators, and they don't have to be homeopathic. These happen to be, this is the actual organ that's been reduced. Okay, so let's put 94 and 95. Here's the organ from Oregon. You want to know where the organ is from? No, I don't know. I don't know where he lives. Okay, here we go. We're going to go around the horn here. And here's that other one. Okay. Now a little bit of change here. A little bit of change. You still got some blotches. That pituitary area is really gone pretty nailed. No doubt about it. But we did, if you look at the picture, that's the spring one, okay? 3 dots left. He had 7 to start with. Quite different. 3. Let's see if we can reduce it some more. You get a spray aspirator and just keep.
Was that the only thing indicated, Joe?
No, there's a whole rack of other things.
Will the pituitary alone reduce all the...
No, probably not. It'll probably, you'll see it kind of bend and shake, but a lot of times when I'm working with the person, I'll find that I'll have a real stubborn one here, and I'll have to go back and add a couple of things, and then it'll stop. And usually the reaction on the part of the individual is parallel to it. They feel different and more fluid. Okay, let's take a picture of this and we'll put it side by side with the other one. How's the film hold now? That's more. Let's put this side by side. You can't appreciate it until you look at them in succession. In fact, who came over that one time? Did you come over and we did somebody, or was that you that we did? No, that was, we did somebody. Do you see that we did? And you saw the contrast?
That was him.
Was that yours? Yeah. And the change was remarkable, and the doctor come in.
That was Busey.
Was that Busey? Yeah, I thought it was. And we did a scan on the Busey, and we showed him the two variations. He said, "Oh, is that over a couple of weeks?" But no, it was 5 minutes. You're looking at emission patterns here. These have quieted down greatly. They stopped broadcasting. Now, I want to show you, since you got a documenter here, what's great about it is the way it's set up. When you come back around, you hit number 2, and all the data is still in the computer. Now you're all set up again. It's going to run you back through the same process, and you're ready to shoot again. It'll only take you about a minute to reinstall it into the computer to check again and again. So if you have this set up in your office, and you're doing your auricular acupuncture, and you want to check, you just hit a button, bingo, and bam, it comes around again, you check again. Just let the computer do it when it's on its own. It'll do it all by itself. You see how it's coming up? You see how? Look, I'm all ready to go again. 94 to 95. Keyboard delay, 2 seconds, bingo. So you have the able-bodied assistant, Igor, working with you. And they just, put all the keys in. All right, ready? Let's check it again and see how it goes. Bring her down. Watching himself, right? 3 or 4 applications a lot of times does it with a homeopathic. You got the right stuff. 823 is really, really very good. It's one of the best. In fact, I've got a lot of doctors swear by it. No red spots. There's been a chronic reduction, yet if I kept scanning him over and over again without applying anything, it would be a constant, you'd see the constant hotspot all the time. What we'll have to do is we'll have to bring somebody up and do a document on there, like a double blind, and give them nothing, and check it.
How does he feel it? What's his reaction? Physically.
I don't think he's going to, remember, we're cutting real deep underneath the awareness. Remember the scale that I was giving you? He might feel the benefits of it 3 hours later. But we're starting up here.
What, may I ask?
Well, what we're doing is, we took a read, and we noticed that certain venting sites were broadcasting a pattern. And they were saying something to us, and they said, this guy's posterior, whatever you want to say, pituitary is not functioning properly. And you say, again, this is where you get lost. You get a lot of lay people, you get a lot of doctors who don't even know what one is. And they say, And then I say, well, what is that related to? Well, you have to go into your medical text and read about what a posterior pituitary is. Maybe you buy one of these books here, like this, one of these big books with all the gold and stuff in it. And in here, I'll talk about that now. And here it is, the pituitary gland. Tells you what it's good for. You know, what's the pituitary?
Right in the back of the base of the brain.
Well,
Now, what I guess I'm really asking you is, what have you been putting into his mouth?
I think it's actually, what it is, in essence,
And I use the word essence loosely.
Right. The energy is pituitary. It is a pituitary. It used to be a pituitary. It's now greatly diluted. It's an alkaline pituitary. If you eat meat, like a beef steak or something like that, you're eating a lot of acid here. That's why people get gout, which is part of your So what do you do about it? You sit there and say, my God, what are you going to do about it? Those days used to get like a young boy. It's hard to go to work that way, you know. So what they've done is they've taken kidney, an acid kidney, dried it, powdered it, put a gram of it in a solution, take a drop of that solution and put it into another one, take a drop and put it into, just keep diluting all the way out. Basically what you have after a while, remember that little dichotomy going from left to right was the universe is considered to be a universe of heat emission. The greater the emission, the greater the stillness needed to balance it. Minus 273 degrees centigrade, the coldest of the coldest it could be, is the balance in this universe out here. So if you take, let's say, a kidney, for example, that at room temperature is around 98 degrees, and looking at this as, well, it's 98 degrees in terms of centigrade would be what, 32? Is that right? 32 degrees? Okay. Now, if you take that and look at the difference in this, what are you doing with homeopathic? You're diluting it and diluting it and diluting it into the cold bands. You're taking energy away from it. You're reducing the potential of hydrogen incredibly, and you're going back to source. You're going back to the source. The eye of the hurricane is the most powerful part of the hurricane, even though the other parts of the hurricane are wreaking havoc all over the land. Wreaking havoc is not power. Why? This is a harmonic universe, which means that all those things that are in harmony or in balance are powerful, and all those that are out of harmony, that are disruptive and chaotic, are not. That's why, I mean, not to get into philosophy, but there's so many cultures that say, peace is the way, you know, and we kind of tend to follow that. Every once in a while you get, you know, people that like Starsky and Hutch, you know, they want to ram their car into something, you know, like there is that thrill or balance of chaos, but there's definitely a trend toward the harmonic or the peaceful. See, something that has 98 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees centigrade is incredibly agitated in comparison to something at minus 273. This is part of cryogenics. In cryo, you could put somebody in a deep state of hibernation and bring them back thousands of years later. In other words, freeze their molecular activity so that everything comes to a stop. Let's say we took you and we put you into this deep state and left you there for a million years, and you came back to life, you'd be a god. This person has spanned these centuries. Things that are very labile are powerless because they use up energy quickly. I'm sorry I have to give you a little bit of philosophy.
Joe, don't you feel that there is an open system, an open exchange, like in the universe, and that we evolve towards greater complexity? And
no, I don't feel that at all. I think greater complexity moves towards the disharmonic. Complexity, it's simplicity that you want to evolve toward. You
you want to be a simpleton.
On the original question, where you said that the less of the substance is in there, the more powerful it is.
Yeah.
Is the reason the substance is in there at all in order to give whatever mechanism it is that recognizes that in the body, the ability to recognize,
Right.
This is the track we go on, this is what we do.
There's no recognizable mass. By the time you dilute it all the way out, you're dealing basically with an energy characteristic. Character.
So the equalency square make any sense to that? Like the energy is so much more than the mass.
I don't think you should bring that into it because that really messes it up. Okay. All right. So anyway, what you're looking at is the characteristic. There's nothing in there. There's not even after a while. There's not even any energy. You've gone beyond that in the concept.
No vibration at all.
Nothing. Well, I don't think they ever attained that, but they tried to. Okay. Do we here want to go one step further and try to, really try to ice this guy? Put him into a cryogenic. Okay, you may be seated, sir. And by the way, you should take some more. Take a catcher. Okay. All right.
We've seen this. We're impressed with this. But what are its symptoms?
Well, we didn't really, what we should do as a protocol is to have him come, see, this is out of form. It's not very good form at all. What we should do, as part of our protocol, when someone comes in, we have him lodge what we call an MC or major complaint. So we should have him come in and say, well, he's complaining about that. Now we're tracking it. He has told us he likes big band music, we're going to find frequencies for him. So I mean, he comes in and says, hey, I got gastritis. We did a scan on his hand, and it reiterates that. We run it. That's the frequency. If it didn't come out, and we can't justify it, we won't run it. What's the sense of running a frequency that doesn't match his complaints? See, we stopped using the computer after a while for cheap parlor games, like trying to predict the future and telling the person what he has, and oh yeah, you had psoriasis when you were a kid, kind of thing. That's silly. What we know is we know the computer works. What we do is we get the person to state his problem and get the computer to write the frequency for it. If his hand is emitting in sync to his head, then we got some other kinds of problems. Maybe the program's too far ahead. He needs some basic realignment techniques. Now, I have people seriously been able to, they say, hey, I've got, I argue with my family, and the thing will come up and say, ill effects of family disputes in the court. I mean, we know that they are in sync with the program. Rather than use the program to prove itself, or to prove the person, all we want to do is get him in sync. We want him to get in sync with what he wants handled. He says, I have terrible back pain. You want the computer to write a frequency for a terrible back pain. Because the frequency is the thing which shows you the way out of it. We're not just for a diagnostic tool, it also shows you the way out of it, or to help you document your process out of it. It also gives you the points to work on. There's no reason why you couldn't get the laser beam and work those points. Laser work? Why? Laser is harmonic energy. It's by definition CPS itself. If the person's acid and emitting, they'll bring it back to CPS. I had Dr. McKibben use this. It's unbelievable. It's very powerful.
How permanent?
We don't know yet. I haven't done enough study on lasers to know how permanent this thing works. Homeopathic is not that permanent. The only permanent thing is, as the one person brought up, is E equals MC squared. If you want to actually change energy and you want to get better forever, you've got to run this equation. Now, the fundamentals of human electricity explain what this means. This C squared that Einstein was talking about is concept.
He says light, but light and concept are the same thing. All light is just the illumination of thought. If you don't see it, it doesn't register, does it? So concept squared is just a statement that, what do you say, what's the concept squared? In the book it defines what we're talking about. What would be the concept squared of something? One. Square. In other words, I want to be a milkman. The person has to consider all the things that will stop him from being a milkman before he can become one. In other words, the things that are there that exist in the environment as an environment have to exist this way in a dichotomy form where they can't be measured. There is no all everything. So in this equation, you have to get the concept to match up to point for point with the mass. The mass being what? The actual what it is. Man wants to be milkman. What's the mass of milkman? Milk bottles, old Joe, milkman's body, that kind of thing. What's the concept? Well, the things that milkmen do. Why be one? Why not be one? And then finally you'll have the energy of milkman, which is making his appointed rounds and making he's a good milkman. You ever see one of the milkmen break down? They break down and crying. It was a good milkman. I delivered on time. What's he crying about? Energy, like his pattern of movement, how he was, as being one. Just let them laugh. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? Okay. Now, documenters can be for any body part. We have 300 documenters. Spines, we have ears documented. Circuits on the ears. The ear one that you saw is a gunner. That's one that takes the heat and makes a change. The other documenter for the ears is one which takes a change, runs it back through, and will give you just specific points. It says, these circuits are hot, pay attention to them. It singles them out and checks whether they're hot or not. See, when you scan the whole ear, remember you're taking into consideration all of the temperatures, and some of them may appear hot and some of them others may not appear hot. So you have to be careful of that. Documenters are much more pinpoint. They go right to the actual hot spots, the venting sites we call them. Goes right to them, and from there you can read it. Okay, what time is it? 4:20. We got a half hour. And what we're going to do, I showed you a little bit about the documenter. The next thing I'm going to show you, I'm not going to show you the challenges, how to do a challenge. I want to show you that tomorrow. Okay? What I do want to show you is update the executive console. Did you bring that little pencil? It's right there. By the pad. Here it is. Do a station break while I look for the pencil.
Somebody put this cracker.
Number 4, sir.
Just do hot and cold. Hot, cold. Come on,
Under a keyboard.
we got a turn and reception. All right, very good, excellent. Okay, what we're going to do now is I showed you some of the manual systems. Tomorrow we're going to get into how to actually, we're going to go, I think tomorrow will be the best time to get some of the newer people running the system and get used to it. It's very simple to run, but the executive model is even simpler than that, and it doesn't employ as much pushing and pulling of the program. And I'm going to show you how that works. Let's see now. Let me get my new 16. There it is. Okay, now, this program was developed for the busy executive. Okay, I know you have a lot of people have. It's called the IR tablet. Take two and call me in the morning. I'll hit that. Here we go. What this is a program that we're doing by push button. Okay, you don't have to put anything in and take anything out. Everything is already programmed for you. You will just use this pad to draw in what you want to do on the program. And I'll do this in a second. Let me grab this chair so I'll be out of your way. Anybody have a chair? Okay, notice the menu. You have over here, I'll go over this with you briefly, and then we'll start rolling on it. I'll give you some ideas of how you can do this. This one's loading picture on this side. This is for when you save a picture. This program can actually take the picture and save it in the memory bank. So if you want to retrieve it at a later date, you can look at it again. You can save 1,000 pictures. Put them in, like for instance, let's say you have a whole run of pictures on Fred Jones's spine or something like that. Well, you can do a whole bunch of them, put them in, save them under specific names, and then call them back in. That's a quick mode, that's to get out of there. Automatic temperature. You don't have to set the temperature anymore. What you've got to do is aim and shoot, your computer will set the temperature for you. Save the picture. Save the change. Change the Celsius scale. You won't want to do that. Down here you've got picture page on 1, 2, 3, 4. That will draw the picture on quarter pages so that you can draw 4 of them in a row. So if you're doing documentaries or something like that, you want to do a little bit of a program, you can draw, put it up in the left-hand screen, work on it a little bit, draw, put it up in the right-hand screen. Work on it a little bit more, draw another picture. Work on it some more, and by the 4th picture, you'll see the whole, like a facial thing. My goodness, I've got to feel better. Or something like that, anyway. Keyboard delay triggers in here, and here's the view for full page. This is, you want to look at the picture, and this is to view the temperature bars. On here you have specific bars of color that tell you what each color the temperature is exactly. So if the person wants to know what that is, you can do that for them. Okay, so I'll bring this one down. Can you see our little crosshairs floating around? I want to go do a hand. When I get to the hand, the crosshairs is in the hand, like I push this button, and this little tab moves to here. Now, if I want to do it in the right-hand corner there, upper corner, it moves over there. Let's say I want to save the chain. I put that over there. It will save the chain for me. I want to put it on a delay. It will delay. I'll say how many delay and how many seconds. Well, let's say I'm used to a 2-second delay. I can use 2 seconds. I use that all the time.
How many pieces of palette can you use on that? As many choices on the palette as you want?
Yeah. All these. You've got, this one has face, hand, left hand, right hand, back, full front, right foot, left foot, lower back, right eye, left eye, both eyes, and the stomach. Ears. No, they're not on here. So you would have, if you want an ears one, we'll give you ears.
About the colon.
Colon? Not on here. We have it. If you want to put it on, we'll put the colon on for it. You get your choice. You want 2 pads? We'll give you 2 pads. One with all these, and then one with another set. See? Whatever you want. Like John Wanamaker. All right. So, are you ready to play? Put your quarter in. You hit that button. See, now it's starting to drawing up that picture there. So let's say I want to do that. See, that's the hand. I press that. I got it on auto. I don't know why it says that it allows you 2 seconds away, but I figured you got the idea by now. But believe me, you can do, this is the console, once you get used to it, you can do all kinds of things much more rapidly because you don't have to take the pictures in now. You don't have to keep looking for discs. Imagine if you had 12 discs, and go through them all the time.
You would need points outlined somewhere in the directions you do. There's particular points on the hand that you're monitoring.
Do I have them now?
They are in the instructions, right?
Yeah. Well, all you gotta do is follow these things. Oh, you mean the points and how you run the...
Yeah. Where you're scanning right now.
Oh, yeah. That's it. That's all you got to do. Of course, I'll put it on faster. Sometimes the keyboard is better on this one. But, now, the other feature about this is that instead of the usual color, it's got more color. It's got 11 to 12 colors. Coming out all hot. They got a hot hand.
Well, sounds good.
Okay, now, I want to get out of this. I'll go over here. Tells you to change. Okay? Go through here. Record number, put that in. Start cross-chain coordinator. Cross-chain. Yeah, running back around. So, if you're going to be using the programs to any great extent, you should have one of these. I don't think you should fool with other programs. A little bit too clumsy with a lot of programs. Now, if you just have a few programs, it doesn't matter, if you have 2 or 3. So if you want to do a lot of different body parts and you want to sort, now tomorrow I'll show you how to sort. You didn't get into that today. In other words, like, you probably ask yourself, well, what body parts should I do? Well, there's ways of setting it up to know which the best one to do. Let's see now. Try this one for you. Do a face on maybe a hand. 95. Different on full page. Okay. Left hand, full page. I just want to throw it up here so that you can see some of the color.
Joe, tell me what the room.
Pardon?
What time you put the room?
When the scantily clad girl comes in with a large cake, he puts it on the table. It's time for the booth meeting.
Okay, here's some of the pretty colors that you draw. You notice how different. It's very pretty. Very exciting. It's a little weird looking because it's not really my hand. I've made up the pen, but you have to get a little used to reading this kind of color font. You know, it's a lot more color than you're used to. The older one, of course, is black and white. But you won't get this kind of pattern that radical because I was any temperature. But let me see if I can get this in.
So is it running at a regular temperature scale from cold to hot and red to blue?
Yeah, the blue is the coldest, then the light blue, then the dark green, light green, then white, then yellow. I'm sorry, I missed one. I'm sorry. We go into yellow first and orange, then the reds come in. I think it was reds inversion. Yeah, and the pink and the red. Pink and the kind of magenta. There we go. There we go. Okay. These are supposed to be the hottest here. Now to bring it back, all you've got to do is bring this down here and hit it. There's the picture. Okay. Bring it back. I want to look at the temperature bar. Now here's a feature that you don't have on here. It shows you the exact color and what exact temperature it is. So a lot of places, you know, like if you're doing any kind of insurance work or anything like that, they want to see some of this raw data. That's kind of, it seems, you know, not necessary, but they want to show the gradients. So we've got the gradients, which is usually. Just go back to the main menu. You want to see that picture again, go down to View Pictures.
Now, on an insurance claim or in a law court or something where this method was being referred to, would it be could it be termed tomography? So that the average Blue Cross type would understand and pay the
It's called
cost.
temperature gradient study.
That's an accepted.
Yeah, we haven't even paid on it now.
Can you run off the picture of that now?
No, they can't run a picture on it, but you will. You will be able to. And just about 2 weeks, just 4 weeks now, after that. What's happened right now, it's so good, it's very rich. The differences here that you have than with the other one. The other one is made on temperature overlays. This is a temperature field where each dot has its own entity, or it operates in its own space. So you get a lot of this three-dimensional. You look at it long enough, the face is very eerie. It opens up a lot. You have to study it a little bit. Again, because of the temperatures having so many different colors, it makes it a little bit more awkward. You should use maybe the older one first, the cracker.
So are these real colors or arbitrary choice for visual? Does it really exist beyond the naked eye?
Yeah, it's harmonic bands. Color throughout, but it's implied by necessity. It's not. Color is visible. just dragging infrared down to invisible band, saying, hey, this is what this means and that means. It's a harmonic, it's not real. So, once you work with it a while, though, you get to appreciate it, as far as, looking at that and saying, well, that is cool, and that's cooler, and that's the coolest. But it's set up, like I say, you can't appreciate it now. If you look at this long enough and you know that, you'll start to see the three-dimensionality of it. Because blues are recessive, and reds are aggressive. And they're moving towards you. A lot of times you do it on a face, it just looks so deep. The reason why we've done this is for the next leg of the program. By the end of the summer, we will have animated hands. They will turn 360 degrees and see everything back to the side and pitching. You don't have to control that like a joystick.
With a hologram.
Well, that's 3 years down the line. You have to work on the ground.
One thing about it is there's good the present system. The present system you can basically see your hotspots, you can see your emission or exhaust spots, and you can see if you're doing any good. What do these gray shades do? What do the extra gradients of color do? Do they help you in your treatment or diagnosis?
Well, remember, this is just a graphic. It's not going to help your treatment. It should have to come from up here.
Does it help the diagnosis?
Well, sure, absolutely. If you know how to read it correctly, you read it, you're getting a little bit more of the explosiveness of what we're drawing. This is like an explosion diagram of how intense the heat is. You won't pick that up real readily on some of the high-speed Vidicon scanners because you're scanning so many thousands of temperatures per second that it overlooks a lot of them. So we just take these hot spots and read them. Now, if this one's exploded out this far, it means that this spot right about here is much, much greater in intensity than this spot. Much greater. And it shows you the dimensionality of that. But you have to, again, as I said, you have to study that a little bit so you can understand, to train your eye to see that. And see that would be, these would be like very cold fingertips and gradients here. And these are hotter and hotter. So that kind of a pattern would mean something to you. You'd say, well, you got a circulatory problem here with a loss of energy up here. So this is the energy corridor, and this is the circulation over here. This is defense mechanisms, et cetera, et cetera. That's just basic. That's like just acupuncture overlay. Acupuncture is very efficacious science. But acupuncture works on a very different wavelength than infrared.
Do you have those brochures? Yeah. Infrared brochures?
Yeah, give everybody one of those. I just want to show you something before we break up the meeting here. Time, anybody?
440.
Oh, yes.
105.
Yes, I remember.
22.
35.
I just want to show you something that's important as far as acupuncture, chiropractical, everything's got some wave vibration. Okay. There's a thing called the electromagnetic spectrum. Okay. Now, in the old days, I used to explain the electromagnetic spectrum this way, in waves of energy, and gradually get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, just like a tornado. Okay. And basically, down here you've got your acid, up here your alkaline. And this is why up here you have your 60 cycle electric wave. Now what does that mean? You've heard that 60 cycle wave energy and all that stuff. It's 60 hertz, 60 vibrations per second, which means that each vibration is 1/60th of a second. You got to remember something. The entire electromagnetic spectrum is based on moments of energy that are less than a second. In other words, we're going to the micro world. The reason why that this electromagnetic spectrum was created was to define the micro existence of the atom, etc. Okay? It got very little to do with astronomy and things on a larger plane, other than measuring the wave phenomena. Here, we've all heard of. We use 60 cycle is used in all the lighting fixtures. This is all 60 cycle energy. But what does that mean in vibration terms? 1/60th of a second pulse. Now the speed of light travels at 186,000 miles per second. Now if you take 1/60th of that, you've got about, that's 3,100 and some odd miles long. In other words, what it's saying is the pulse of energy, 60-second cycle energy, pulses for 3,100 miles before it stops, before it shuts down, before it's met with space. So this kind of energy is saying 3,100 mile pressure, space, 3,100 miles, space, 3,000, that's a pretty big da. No doubt. That is 60 cycles. Now, when you get into the states of the mind, remember we're saying this is alkaline because it's so wide, okay, a lot of space, covering a lot of space, isn't it? 3,000 miles, a lot of space. Size of the country. Each breath, you're talking about at a 60th of a second, the pulse is going across the country. That's why you can talk to somebody in California and not get any interference. Imagine if your waves were taking 2 or 3 minutes to reach there. You have a real difficult conversation. But since it's a 60th of a second, you can talk and they hear you, like in a moment to moment. This is the mind bands up in here. Alpha is 8 cycles a second. So you have these little alpha machines they put on your head and you bring your eyes and they just pulse in 8 cycles a second. If you get 1/8 and multiply it or divide into this number here, you get about roughly 24,000 miles, which is the circumference of the Earth. See, an alpha state is a total pulse of the whole planet. In other words, you're grounded. When a person's going into alpha, it means that they're, believe it or not, becoming part of the planet again.
What theta do we get lower than theta?
Well, you get theta, you're going outside the solar system. Your pulses are bigger. Now, if I asked you to think about the sun right now, you could go to a pretty long way. 93 billion miles. That's a 3-minute pulse. Whoa. Oh, just get back here now. Enough trouble controlling this ground. These guys with 3-minute pulses up there. Guru's dead or something. But anyway, that's the situation. You've got some pretty big pulses here. Now, sound waves come in about, anywhere from like perfect day in Lake Ranges, before perfect day, you get maybe about 78 to 80 cycles to well over 4,000. Gets into the ultrasound barrier. These vibrations here, again, are part of mechanisms that are necessary for communication with human beings. But it's a degraded way of communicating as far as human beings are concerned. Notice the amount of pulsation that's necessary. You're looking at 1/4000th. Your pulse wave is degrading very, very rapidly. It's down there about 40 miles, 45 miles. In other words, it means that the person needs to use language to communicate, whereas up here, the person is using telepathy. Much more powerful, wouldn't you say? I think so. Down here, just before the infrared band, as we get into here, of course, we get into these areas, and here we're getting into pulses of quadrillions. And these are getting quite short. Believe me, the pulses are getting quite short. They're getting into physical matter. Man having to use his body to communicate. Body. Sex is down here. Very degraded activity. But in the relationship of this high activity here with its far-reaching ability, theta versus you're looking at fractions of an inch in pulse before they stop. So I know what I'm saying. Stop. And somebody says, God, I'm all torn apart. What are they saying to the chopped up with a lot of stops? Whereas if you're working on, like, say, 60-second cycle energy, your pulse is blasting out for 3,000 miles before it meets the resistance. Okay. So that gives you a little idea. Infrared is right in here, in this band. Right before you get to that visible light spectrum where energy starts to crowd in. Tight enough so that you can see it. Imagine if you could operate up here freely. My God, you'd be unstoppable. Nobody would be able to handle it. We've had society, there's all kinds of rules and regulations for operating to keep you down here, to stop you from getting up there. They don't want you up here. Imagine if somebody says, threaten you, you let them. I'll take all your money away. I'll shoot you. I'll make 5 bodies. I owe. There's like nothing you can do to a person who operates freely up there. They're as powerful as lightweight. But to convince you that you must be part of this mess down here, it takes a lot of genetic engineering. It takes a lot of pain process. So as I was saying earlier, the genetic programs are on a downward trend. That's why homeopathy works. We process the homeopathy with ultrasound. Not that you're buying a bottle of vibration with a half-life of 100,000 years. After all the alcohol is gone, it's still in the bottle. So it's just a matter of being able to perceive these different levels. Now we're using the infrared down here because we know that's where all the guys are living. Acupuncture was developed 5,000 years ago when people were a lot higher up. I'm not knocking acupuncture. This saying we're on a different bandwidth. We're going down here to catch them at the pass. We know they're coming. Coming? Movie, what is that? Were you Okay, so talk about the abilities of the person up here versus the abilities of the person down here. It's night and day. There's absolutely no comparison whatsoever. Somebody existed up here that has no ability of full transmutation of light anytime. To any shape, form, magical. Television. Oh hell, television is way before this. The television can do that. It can change pictures at will. What you see changes channel. If you can operate like a television set, you can change your image to each patient, right? Imagine that. If every patient came into your office and they walked in, you looked like their father or their mother.
That's the way they look at father and their mother.
Well, you would look like the person they loved the most, hated the most, depending on what mood you were in that day. Remember that movie, The Christmas Carol, where the ghost would come and visit? Remember Jacob Marley came in and rattled his chain? That was probably one of my favorite shows. Gets those chains and he rattles and he scares Scrooge. He says, "We forge our chains in life." And I write them. And anyway, and Scrooge didn't really see anybody. His spirits were really his own transmitters creating images. It's his own mind making a pictorial for it, like you do when you fall asleep. When you reach alpha, when you go into alpha, into REM sleep, you start to get a lot of the concepts squared, the disease and not disease, and put them in pictures and make movies out of it. That's why you have these strange dreams. Like, those dreams don't mean anything other than what they're connected to as far as what your representations are. But you're controlling that with your imager. You're just making it all up. Just to work out these situations. Okay. Anybody have any questions? As far as 10 o'clock, as far as practical day, you're going to get to use the machine, you can do all kinds of things. Lots of fun. As far as we're going to spend a lot of time with the practicality of doing a challenging areas of the body with remedies, with different approaches as far as you want to do acupressure. I'll show you a little bit of how to check force vectors on the body with muscle resistance. Ways to check force vectors is the vectors from the body that follows along that center of gravity for that specific organ, the liver, the heart, whatever. That's how I got into this. Is that right? Yeah. Is that still... Tell us about it. Go ahead. Just turn that off. No, you don't want to. But, how's our thumbs going? That's how I got into it.
Photophobia now.
It is dark in here. I'll tell you how I got into this. Okay, I'll only take 5 minutes. I did a lot of work with magnetic theory, force vectors. That was my big theory. That's the force vector. Of course, Planck discovered a lot of this. Planck goes back 1900s. Energy moves in a line this way toward a point. In other words, it has affinity. You really like somebody a whole lot, right? You're at a dance or something, so you really like them. You start to move toward it, but there's forces in the environment that make you, that throw out a resistance, make you think about it. Should I? Oh, yeah. I'm using an emotional term. There's always a third party involved that bends the energy, makes it bend. That's the third dimension. That's why we live in a dimension that's curved. Believe it or not, there's absolutely no straight line in this universe. Everything is curved. Straight lines are the goal. In other words, if you want to be healthy and powerful, why would you take so many different roundabout ways of getting there? You would just say, I'm healthy, like that. But no, you take vitamins. I remember one seminar, I said, what's the best way to cure somebody? Take vitamin C, one person said. Landfill, hot bath. So there was like 25 people that go, oh, how about just saying I'm better? Like willpower, just having the willpower. Straight line thinking. I'm in this condition now, I will be in this condition. You know, the legend of Proteus, the first god who was able to transmutate himself into anything, the Greek god, transmutate himself into any form he desired. Straight line thinking.
We all effort for it, we all lose it. Nobody gets it. That's what the universe is. A package of destruction existence. Your ideas. You have an idea, and you got an idea how in the clinic, and everything's going fine, you make all kinds of money, you're happy, and then all of a sudden it's not going to go to IRS. Well, it's time for your audit. You know, and the guy just cuts your books apart, and before the day is over, you are a pauper, and you owe them money. But you didn't know, and so there's a lot of resistance in the environment. So I set out to find the true magnetic straight line that operated in the body. I used a very interesting construction. And I will show you what it is. And after I show you this, you will agree with my theory. Or you'll be promptly executed by Kung Wo, my black belt karate person. And I promised Rick I would bring it. We've got a very tame crowd today. I only take things in New York. Now on. Anyway, it's amazing. I agree with it. Okay. So therefore let it be known that the perfect cube shape shall never exist. Space formless and shapeless effort towards this crystal structure that makes the energies that move from one pole to the other somehow get trapped and form invisible orb. This appears to be source, but yet it's being controlled by an outer force that efforts to create the... Anyway, that was the theory that to get the true force vectors, I had to create something like this. So I got a mechanism I made out of metal. Put this shape here. Got a polished chrome steel ball. Set it up like that. And then got the cube like this. Just a research project. The ball on top of it like that. And I had my electrical equipment attached to the top of it. And I would move this around, the vectors would come out. I could put this on top of the third eye. Lay the person down, put the orb on top of the forehead, and work the cube around the orbit and pick up the vector with an electrical meter. And the meter would just register whether I did something. I did this a lot. And I did this for so long that I finally went broke. Anyway, no, I was doing a lot of these studies. And somebody offered me to go to a seminar. This was before Life Energy Research Foundation. And they said, why don't you go to the seminar? You probably sold some of your books there. I think I had 3 or 4 books at the time, manuscript. So I got on the phone and started calling a lot of people. I called a whole bunch of doctors and said, why don't you come to the seminar? You really don't like it. And one of the doctors there was a chiropractor. And I'll come if you show me how to use this thing for my shoulder, because my shoulder, I got a bad car accident, went through a windshield, and it's never been right for 16 years. I said, well, I will do it for you if you come. So I was trying to book the seminar, because the guy was doing the seminar for me, $50 for every person came. So I said, well, I'll do it, yeah, sure, I'll do the thing for you. And the people there, this is Pittsburgh, by the way, Pittsburgh, and about 30 people came. I told them all about electromagnetics and all about the dichotomies of energy and yin and yang and all stuff. They really liked that. They thought it was a great seminar. And I was all set to go. There's no light energy research. There was nothing. And I had my little wall. I had my metal objects there with me. I used to keep them in this cloth, with the meters. I had all those meters. I used to always make sure I carried a frequency counter with me, frequency counter.
So I had a special free counter that I could put up in the corners of the wall, like up in there, with radar dishes. You know, those little radar dishes at the airport. Well, I had made a miniature one, several miniature ones connected to this free counter that would register how much frequency counter. Would register how much frequency was coming out of the room, like radio waves. So I'm just about done, and this old man, it's Dr. Savino, I don't know if you know him, real old, I mean, he said, I've been to about 400 seminars, and yours is the best one. And I said, oh, thank you. You know, it's really nice. You know, I had a little computer here, and I gave a little readout. So I'm packing stuff up, all this stuff. I didn't realize this, but the guy that I said asked me to come was this muscle man, gigantic muscle builder, bodybuilder guy. And wasn't sort of sort of his father. Son of the big guy. I said, who, me? What do you want? Don't look at me, I'm leaving. You said you threw my shoulder. And all the people looked around. It was really embarrassing. What did I do this guy's shoulder? You know? I hadn't even taken any of this stuff out. And so I said, well, clear one of these tables up. I think it was like one of these tables. We sat on it and broke. And I put a couple of them together. And we put the tables together. And laid the guy back. And I said, well, okay. And so I set this thing on his head. He won't do anything at this point. His shoulder. He's in chronic pain all the time. So I was down about acid and basic and all that. And I said, well, this is very simple. I said, first of all, put the ball on the head right here. And then get this thing, because this is the vector cube. I just pick up a vector on his shoulder. You know, it's very simple. She said, well, how do you know you're going to get that? I said, well, we'll just take it around, and when I hit it, it'll register. I had a meter. It was a fluke meter. I don't know if you know anything about these meters. Electrical meter. You know, just pick up the resistance. I had the probe set up in a special way so I could touch this and it would like that. So I said, well, it should be right around here, and bingo, there it was. And it's flashing, just like flames going on. So then I had him hold the probe in one hand like this, and I put the other one right on the ball, right through, so the circuit was set up beautiful. So on this meter, 53 was the balance. This guy had 1,090 or something like that. So everybody can understand. I said, you see, this is CPS right here. And he's got this. He's really acid. He's reaching critical mass, you know, and the tissues are burning up. I wish I had infrared. I didn't have an infrared at that time. But I think what I did was a little bit more dramatic. I had I put one of these radar dishes up in there. No, I put it up there was a piano up on a platform, and I put it up on the piano, put the free counter there, right on the windowsill. Put the little bit there, it's a little scanner, you know, just scanning. And I said, now watch this. And I had the vector sensor. And I touched that probe right to the top there. And you couldn't hear anything, you couldn't feel anything. But the free counter was going wild. Every time I would touch it, and the thing would just, and all the numbers would go up. So it was usually hovering around 1,000 cycles a second. It would go up to 400,000 cycles a second. So now, I got it. So I suffered through that, so I'll tell you, that took me out. In fact, I think I'm going to believe it, but I got a calcium deposit up here that day. It's still there. So he was sitting there, and like that, I was just, you know, I was scaring for my life. I was never going to take this guy's shoulder out, you know. And I got this thing all the way down to 250. And that was a mistake of my life. That's what started this whole thing. Came down about 250, and he gets up and says, oh my God, it's all better. And everybody, the whole complexion of things changed. It was a nice seminar. It turned into like a revival meeting. One lady burst into tears. And that week, that was
then Charlie took it.
Yeah. Was it?
Charlie took it.
And that guy, ever since then, just was mad after me, out of my trail. Really, really nuts.
Oh, he's a nice.
He's nice, very nice, but he's got, we never took into account his, some of his other screws that were loose. I'll tell you what happened. You still complain about it. I'll tell you what happened that was interesting about that. I took that thing down, and the next day, I was dragging this thing. I mean, it was just like, I couldn't, it just went all into my arms.
That frequency was what triggers problems with that nature.
Well, it's just, like for like. That thing's so hot. You bounce it off some, it seeks another one.
When did your shoulder?
Oh, look, I can tell you some stories. Please. Don't get me going into that. I've had things happen to me that were unbelievable.
Well, fix my knee, then you'll know what it's like to play basketball with a bad knee.
That's all right, everybody knows that. I've had people come in and you just pick it up depending on how you. Well, I've picked that. That's why we developed PR1. PR, Physician Rescue. Physician Rescue 1, 2, and 3. Works like a charm, but I had to do that. I was at a point where it was real bad. Every time I hit somebody with this thing, it was just bam, and just blowing.
You don't get similar effects at all with the
Firecracker and the dog group. It's like, whoa, I'd be like, bad, real bad. I'd do 20, 30 people in a day, I'd have all their cases. All of them in full amplitude. And then by the end of the week, I was real nice and, how you doing? Let's do it. Sit down, let me do it. Quasimodo. I'm dead. I was really getting very jaded, I want to say.
How are you picking up that energy, by the way? Because
well, it's just what happens is like to like. You have a pole, they become a pole. Like if you have a shoulder here with X, and then you're sitting there with a shoulder with it's just like a battery, just goes bam, like that. And if you're not careful, you get 6 people together, all in the same room. Oh, it blows out in straight lines. Some of them, if they're real hot, they'll just blow out and they'll start curving it, about 9 miles out. I used to get that. The most interesting thing I ever did was take that frequency counter with that radar system. I still have that. And I used to pick up tracks in chiropractors' offices. That was the most interesting thing. Oh, vector tracks. Where they would crack it. I said, well, here's where you crack the backs here, and I follow it out. Remember when we did the lady's back with the beep, 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 beep?
Yeah.
You see how that works? The freak counter was about 100 times better than that.
How do you get the energy out of your shoulder from 1,090 to 650?
You have to, you set it up on a vector, you just bend it, that's all. You just set up like a terminal, bending terminal. It's real simple. This is basic physics. But you kind of have to dump it somehow, too,
But he doesn't remove his problem, though. It just releases the pressure.
The only thing that can remove somebody's problem, the only thing that'll ever remove somebody's problem is C squared, the to be or not to be. When they come to grips and confront the mechanism that put it there, the only way you can lead them to that is through upper level programs in your own mind. It has nothing to do with acupuncture, homeopathy, infrared. It's head to head, just sorting out the banks.
how do you prevent yourself from becoming that light pole and picking up that
You
distance?
can't. It's if you're a helical arc welder and you're welding and sparks come down, they're going to hit you. I knew a helical arc welder used to he'd weld, and when the spark would kick, just as it would touch, you'd go like this and flick it off. Or he said if I didn't, the metal would just burn right through my arm. And he had little scars here and there, but he was still operating. And you have to be able to flick it off, or it'll get you.
So how do you flick it off? Be clear with yourself at that point.
It's someone who's constantly associated with the sick. Do they get
No, the ones that know how to discharge it aren't. In fact, the ones who don't know how to discharge it finally succumb to disease. The ones that do,
exist in all kinds of epidemic places, and like people that can go into malaria colonies, leper colonies, let them get it. Because they know how to get it. They know the basic mechanism of routine causes disease. We have to take off
That's a higher level program.
Yeah.
What's the process of discharge?
Okay,
Before you
John
finish.
Chances 3 minutes of work. So yeah, we want to do more practical things today. But before I do that, I want to recap a little bit about what we did yesterday, just to refresh your memory a little bit, so that you have a better understanding of where the whole thing is going. Yesterday we talked about the 4 ways of healing. The first way is the automatic regeneration or time. Looking at that again is basically willpower on automatic. Probably the first person that ever used this, thought of a way of healing himself, and then just put it on automatic from now on. Just made a little machine. He said, well, anytime I get a cut, I'm going to, all these little entities in my body will get together and fight off the bacteria, and all little things develop, So it's really the willpower mechanism. As I was saying yesterday, I've been to seminars and asked people what's the best way to heal the body, and they forgot all about this. They've been indoctrinated into having mega doses of vitamin C. That's the best way. So that's the one way. Second way is prevention, and obviously, and these are not in any order of importance, but in, let's say, a chronological order, probably this came first, this came second, although prevention is very impractical, there's no doubt about it. Man being what he is going to go out and he's going to smash himself up a bit. You got people like Evil Knievel and, Luca Bracca, all these people that like to just smash other people or, smash into things, so. Third way is the allopathic way. Let's not kid ourselves. There's no, the attack way is very usable. It's overused, but it's the way you have to operate in times of crisis. Crisis intervention dictates the allopathic approach. You have to, if there's a car accident, the person has a 10-foot steel rod stuck in their body from a bridge abutment. You're not going to, ask them, what kind of genetic problems they've had in the past. And, why did they pull this in, You remove it, you sew it up, and then you start working on, maybe this person's unlucky if it's happened 6 times in the last several weeks. We've had that. We've had, people who are accident prone. And finally, we have the control method. Control method dictates that the person get to the cause of it, to the cause of the disease condition that is interrupting his own willpower, his own automatic self-regeneration capabilities, to cause him the need for prevention and allopathic. So you see, control comes into being by necessity. The overuse of allopathic means causes the need to use control at a point. Because if a person overdoes it with the drug application, the body itself takes over and forces them to understand what's going on. Now, if the person refuses to take the control route, what happens to them? They're eliminated, because what happens is that they imbalance the comfortable pressure and space formula,
to the acid side, and we already drew that chart. Remember the chart we drew with pains, and then unconsciousness, and then death? It's inevitable. Now, one thing I want to go over with you before we get into this program, computers and pieces. I think you're probably all pretty much wondering, well, how do you actually get rid of something for good? Because yesterday we were talking about homeopathic, we're talking about lasers, chiropractic, all different ways of healing the body by control, but we never really said, whether or not these things ultimately eliminate it for good, forever. Nothing does that. Nothing mechanical, nothing applied will do that. Nothing will release a person from the bond of the disease process unless a special formula. Now, the book, The Fundamentals of Human Electricity, has all the formulas for this in it. There are 12 immutable formulas of energy that have to be followed to get rid of the disease condition. I don't care if you use magnets, sound waves, hand grenades. Everything known to man has been used already thousands of times. There's nothing new under the sun, believe me. There's only one thing that really ultimately gets rid of it, and it's a formula that I found in old texts, way before Einstein even published it. It's an old physics formula, B equals mc squared. Now, the whole SAS program is built on this formula for energy, what energy is. Am I in the camera today? I just wanted to make sure. Yesterday, we got a lot of good footage of my back.
Your best night, huh?
Yeah, my best night, yeah. My back. But anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to go over this a little bit and translate this into terms you can understand so that you know whether or not you have accomplished the goals of eliminating a disease condition for good. So it won't come back. Everything else you do is just staving off the process. As much as homeopathic works, and stuff just keeps coming back. So you handle it. You keep taking drops, you can keep doing this and that and the other thing. But the bottom line is that if these energy formulas are not properly balanced, and the person does not gain the awareness of how to achieve their own comfortable pressure in space, they'll always be floating somewhere out and about in these range of pain, sensation, unconsciousness, death, etc. So, energy. What is energy? In the normal scientific texts, you will find energy is called the ability to do work. Notice how they're always trying to get you to do something you don't want to do. How able are you to work, and get things done? But it's really not a very good definition for us because we're trying to accomplish the elimination of the disease process. So we have to redefine energy so that it's understandable in those terms. And energy, as far as we're concerned, is a defined pattern of motion or movement. In other words, it's a way something moves. Or it's the ability to move. So if somebody does not have energy, if you look at somebody and say, well, I don't have any energy, it means that they can't move very well. You get a picture of a very old person with asthma or something like that, or emphysema in a wheelchair, and they're not moving too much lately. They don't have very much energy. The idea of being able to do something in the first place is based on the ability to have done it earlier, in the past, to have a remembrance of it, or to have some ability to recall a similar motion that was accomplished by that organism so that they can reproduce it over and over again. When somebody says, I have energy, he's saying, I have patterns of this motion in my memory banks. You ever watch somebody who's looking at somebody play a new game and they're tracking this person, trying to fit the patterns of their motion into their memory banks and see how it matches. In fact, I had Peter O'Connell who had him play basketball one day. And he's from England, and he used to play football. He kept trying to dribble the ball with his foot. And it was funny watching because you could see in his mind he's trying to compare rugby to basketball, or was it soccer, right? Soccer to basketball. And it just, both games have a ball, and the ball moves certain ways, but the idea of bouncing it this way versus pushing it with a foot was where the breakdown was. And so he didn't have as much energy as we did to play the game because we were used to doing it long ago. See? So we had energy. But that's the left side of the equation. This side is really going to tell you exactly what energy is. You want to know what it is, right? Well, this little equal sign here says, it's the same as, it's equal to, it's just like. If you want to know what energy is, look at these two things here together, define them, and you'll know what energy is. And basically, energy, in the definition of mass and concept squared, is really a pattern of motion. But I'm going to prove that to you by breaking this down, okay? First, we'll take mass, M. Matter. Ever hear anybody ask you what's the matter? Something has precipitated in your head. It's become stuck. Stop moving like this. It was here yesterday, wasn't it? And it didn't go anyplace. In fact, I left it in the same position. And, still in the same position. It really doesn't have that much energy because it doesn't know any other patterns of movement than just being itself. It's a pretty stuck thing. Now, to get up and do a dance, do a jig or something like that would be pretty interesting. But it can't do that. It doesn't have a memory for that. All it does is just be a blackboard. It's matter. It's mass. It's something that's stuck or motionless unless one of us puts it into motion. If I took a hammer to it and started smashing it apart, it'd have a lot of energy motion. It'd be filled with energy then. And then I could do something with it. Maybe I could recycle it, or maybe I could put it in the fireplace and burn it up. Then it would be something more useful than what it is right now. But then I couldn't use it again, so I could only do that trick once. So basically, we're looking at matter or mass as a condensation or a precipitation of energies that makes things solid. It's that stuff that you can see, feel, and touch. And that's the visible light spectrum. But it doesn't necessarily have to be seen, felt, and touched by everyone. When somebody says, what's the matter? And you say, I thought I could get to go see, this movie with Al Pacino in it, but then my wife wouldn't let me and such and such. The person looking at it said, that's no big problem. Well, it's a big problem to them. That's their what's the matter. They can have matter stuck in their head that isn't stuck in somebody else's head. They can have something in their mind that isn't shared by somebody else. You know that people just don't share the same problems a lot of times. And this is what confuses practitioners because they feel that, what's good for one should be good for another. And it doesn't work out that way a lot of times. A lot of times some person has a particular problem that seems really inane, but is a big deal to them. It's really a lot of matter. So if you can get rid of that matter, you can get rid of their condition. So
we've got this mass, let's say we've got this conglomerated stuff, energy, combined with, notice it's MC, mass times. What does the word times mean? It means that every one of these gets one of these. That's all that symbol means. Every one of these gets one of these. Remember that. And we're going to talk about C as concept. As we said yesterday, Einstein called it light. But what is the secret of light? Light is thought, awareness, concept. Concept, the ability to conceive many things at once and make a picture out of it. You want to call it a picture? Call it a picture. But remember, it's concept squared. Squaring it. What does that mean? Yesterday, again, we talked about when you're looking at a concept, you have to look at both sides of the concept. The to be and the not to be. That is the question. No, that's the answer. So, when you're looking at this blackboard, for example, and you're putting the concept of the blackboard out, you have to look at the to be of the blackboard and the not to be. Because it wouldn't exist if you didn't consider this part of it. The part that it isn't. Because this part here demarks where it is. This is it. This is not it. This is me. You looked at me and said, there's the blackboard. You'd say, well, this guy's really got some problems and his energy isn't working very well. Because he's not being able to discern the is and the not is of it. The to be and the not to be of things. This part's the glass. See? This part isn't. You gotta have both if you want to have the full concept. And what it says up here, to have energy, is every concept of to be or not to be has to have a mass with it. So in other words, to get energy, you have to produce a visible effect of your imagination. If all day long all you do is walk around and say, to be or not to be, somebody would walk up to you and say, to be or not to be what? And you'd say, well, I don't know. You know, maybe to be or not to be a chair, or a piece of paper, or this, or that. All that's valid. Why? Because it's visible. That's the M. Now, that's the easy part, of course. When you start getting into concepts that are, like we're talking about now, a little harder to look at, these little masses sometimes are implied and not seen. Like, for instance, when a lady comes into your office and says, I see boogeyman at night. Can you help me? What do you say to her? You're crazy. Hey, you know, she says that she sees boogeymen, right? Boogeymen exist. Do you have to see one? No, she sees one. She's the one with the disease, not you. You're trying to help her straighten out this whole condition here. So, she knows when you ask her, well, when do you not see these boogeymen? In the daytime. They only come out at night. What do they do? Well, they dance around and sing. Great! You know, now we're starting to get a handle on the energies. We're actually starting to get a file on her condition. We're getting a whole file on it. See, before, she went to the doctor, and she says she sees boogeymen. He gave her an aspirin. You see, the mass does not equal the concept. How does aspirin relate to boogeyman? It doesn't. So she's been going week after week after week after week, and she's still sick. She's still sick. Even though the aspirin has sometimes crushed her concept machine,
She slept like a rock, she told the doctor, for 3 days until the aspirin wore off. And then the boogeyman came back 3 times stronger. She said, everything was working fine, Doc, until suddenly, one night, I heard this band playing in my living room, and I went down, and there was 10 of them there instead of 2. So, you see, what happens is any modality that you use against the concept mechanism that is not correctly related to that mechanism will wind up giving more energy to the mechanism, the concept, or more energy to the disease. You could actually feed a disease aspirins. Remember, yesterday we were talking about how the universe is made up of some things and nothing. And that, well, actually, if you break everything down to atoms, it's all the same stuff. You see? This one, this one, this one. It's a matter of pressure. When somebody comes in with a disease condition, and you drop 40 aspirins on top of it, for a while, the individual may not be able to see it as they saw it before. In other words, it just scrambled up a little bit. But let's say when they started off, this disease had 100 arbitrary units of energy. And the aspirin was thrown into it with 50 arbitrary units of energy to stop it. The attack method, remember? Allopathic attack. Patient views this as handled. Hey, it's handled. It went away. I don't see it anymore. It's not the same. This was boogeyman. I don't see it anymore. It's not bothering me anymore. I don't have the same pains. Eventually, however, this thing actually consumes the energy given to it. Now it's got 150 units of energy. What do we do now? Attack even stronger. Now, I think this whole thing has really gotten people confused because of one particular method of these energies to transmutate themselves to a different condition. In other words, a person comes in with a cold, takes cold remedy, wipes it out, gets a bursitis. Takes bursitis remedy, gets an ulcer. Takes ulcer remedy, gets arthritis. Arthritis remedy, and on and on and on. It just grows, but into different forms. But remember, it's all coming from the same concepts being buried under masses that are assigned to it that don't belong to it. That's the secret of it. So any treatment that you use that does not unearth the concept, like what does it all mean to be or not to be, just feeds the condition. Okay, so you're probably thoroughly confused at this point and wondering, well, how do you find out, what do you mean, to be or not to be, and what's the concept and all that stuff? We put the SAS program together to do that. That's what it does. Remember yesterday the chain starts squirting out of this computer all over the place? You were looking at it, no, that seemed nice, it had a stomach and this and that. All the numbers are jumbled up in a different position. A chain of numbers follows the precise equals MC squared formula by doing this. Mass And I'm going to give you some dichotomies today that you'll like, because they're connected with your yin and yang, and I'll write them out underneath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. This is called the core, or the concept. And this is why these chains were written like this, okay? Concept falls in the middle. We call this CPS, comfortable pressure and space. A comfortable pressure and space concept, meaning that it's the eye of the hurricane. We're writing a disease chain now. What has comfortable pressure and space? The person? No, the disease. The disease is happy, well, and operating. It's pulling all the switches. It likes it where it is. It doesn't want you busting into its little, act that it's got going on, this person. But once you write it and you see it, it starts dissolving. Up here, and then down here we've got energy. Now, yesterday, remember we were talking about the dichotomies. I'll write them over here and you'll see them a little bit better. This is pressure on this side. This is space over here. This is acid. Plus, this is alkaline. Minus. This is yang. Yin. Depending on what guru you follow, this is Bafo and that's Bifo. Make up a name, but it means the same thing. Condensation here. Condensed. Expanded.
Sympathetic.
Gravitated. Radiated. Sympathetic. Parasympathetic.
Light and dark.
Light and dark. Pain. Sensation. Aware. Unaware. Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. Unaware. What do you see this one? Cause. Effect. Treated. Not treat it. Treated. Mistreated. Mistreated. Looked at as nothing. Oh, you did that one. That's nothing. Looked at as everything. Everything, nothing. Okay. So, we have this whole situation here. We have the chain built up. We have the program set up the way we want it. We're able to read it. Numbers fall into line here. And the program is put together. Once you have it, you're able to know this, that the person views this as the present condition. And this falls into the past. We're gonna do some programs today. Give you some ideas. You have this all written down. You get an idea of the balance of it. As we were doing it yesterday, I was showing you a little bit about the pressure in the space and all that.
Don't they have to practice the chains always come out in sevens?
No, they're all different sizes and shapes. Numbers are all jumbled up. The combinations are 1 times 10 to 24 tower variation. So you have the most powerful, most precise system available to take a look at a condition and find out where it is in your awareness. This is very aware, this is unaware.
But if you take the core, then you go according to numbers that you have out in the change, figure out the middle one.
Yes, there's always the middle here, as the core. Now, it's the way. How's that? Subject, this is the verb, and this is the body. So this statement here says, well, long time ago, or let's look at this and say that the subject of this sentence, this is all about a situation of hyperthyroidism where the person is nervous, tense, irritable, and anxious. Now a person may come in and you look at them, they're nervous, tense, irritable, and anxious. Hey, we got the right change. If they're not, they're calm, sedate, happy, they shouldn't have even written a change. But if they're nervous, tense, irritable, and excited, and all this data comes out of the computer, gives you the core, then you've got the right subject. You're in the right place at the right time. Why talk about this situation or work on this situation if it's not called for? If the person didn't come in and complain these things. If they came in and they complained of something else, why even handle it? But if they wrote this change sincerely, then we've got to figure that there's some reason. Remember, yesterday we were talking about how the body's communicated. If we pick this transmission up, say somebody comes in and they have gout or something. Oh, I got gout. It's killing me. And we take a reading on the hand, and this comes up. And it says the subject of the sentence is all about being nervous, tense, and irritable. And you said immediately, well, that's not gout. Yeah, but remember remember that little transmutation process we were showing you, saying, well, are you nervous, tense, and irritable? And well, yeah. What's that got to do with gout? That's a good question. What does it have to do with gout? Gout is a situation that occurs because a person has got a lot of stress on them, a lot of emotional upset and things like that. Now, that's the point where the person has to educate themselves. They're saying, hey, I'm getting these pains in my big toe because I'm just emotionally overwrought. So now you're coming to causes again. This is what we want. We want to get some answers for these people, because if we don't, I don't care how much you bombard them, you're going to temporarily relieve or reduce the problem. Temporarily. You may temporarily release or reduce it for 20 years, 30 years, 100 years. But we're talking about genetics here. Remember, the first thing that person wants to get rid of the pressure and the pain. And if you do that for them, you're a hero. But you owe it to yourself to be able to correct the whole situation finally once and for all, so it doesn't emit and it's been turned off and they're under control of it. The only way they can do that is to know about it. And you're doing that every day anyway. You're educating people, but this gives you a much more substantial way. The combinations of education that you can create are much higher because of the change. You're going to ask a question?
Now, if you're using this one on gout, we know the allopathic, that the high uric acid is one of the causes.
Yeah.
Now, what you're saying is taking it one step further to say, well, now they know they're not supposed to eat a lot of beef, or they have to watch their diet, so
Right.
to understand their conditions, that one.
Absolutely. But this is more towards C squared, remember?
Right.
Concept. We have a situation where the person is nervous, tense, and irritable. Not all the time. Only certain times they do. Remember, it's to be or not to be. Only certain times they're nervous. And now we're getting to the answer, see? We're getting closer to the answer. Here's a person comes in with this pain. Oh, this thing is killing me. In fact, I stopped eating the beef. I stopped doing that. I'm taking homeopathic. I'm doing this and that and the other thing. What is it? Well, what we know it is not the foot. That's the effect. That's up here in pain. That's what one means. Pain. Well, we got that. We know you got pain. That's the object. That's the present. We know about it. Yes, that's it. Of course, that's it. But in here, we're looking at something else that's precipitating it. And we look at the situation. This person's nervous, tense, and irritable. Obviously, they can't be that way all the time. C squared means They are sometimes, and they aren't sometimes. So, good question. When aren't you nervous tension? Oh, I'm playing golf, How many times you played golf in the last 3 years? I haven't. Why not? Well, I've got to work. Why? Well, I've got to pay the bill. You're getting into where it's coming from. See? When are you nervous, tense, and irritable? When I go to the shop. My brother's there. He's been embezzling from me for years. I've known it all along, but he's my brother. What can I do? Have a big toe? I'll have a big toe instead, So it's the idea that there are some things there that have to be, you have to gain awareness. If you don't gain the awareness, you cannot come up that scale of energy that we're all so fond of, that we love, the electromagnetic scale. We know that alpha is up at 8 hertz, but we know that this guy down here with his gout, which is visible in the visible light spectrum, is up into the 100 billion cycles. 100 billion cycles here. And we want to get that toe to move up this way, to relieve itself of the pressure, you see. And the only way we're going to get to do that is to go this way, because alpha is the mind. What he thinks about it. If you don't get that connected to what you're doing, you're an electrician. Electricians are fine. They're going to consistently fix machines that produce pictures like television sets and heaters. My heater's blown up for the 7th time in 4 weeks. The electricians are going crazy at my house. My wires just keep melting, for some unknown reason. The house has been there for 12 years, and suddenly the wires are melting every day. And the electricians keep coming back with their little case, and they put the wires back on. And they look at it and scratch their head. I said, how come this man's heater is breaking all the time? It's melting, just constantly melting. They'll never find out. They're just the electricians. They just put the wires back on, that's all. I know it. Yeah.
Maybe a good topic would be how will the stress, or the awareness of where the stress is coming from change the uric acid?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good topic. It's just empirical, though. We've done many studies. In fact, you were a subject of one of the studies we did at one of these seminars, and had the person just change the frequency of their condition, or their mind, their own mind, just change their own frequency of their mind and actually change the uric acid level.
Many times the people who are high in uric acid are farmers. They're beef cattle farmers, and they eat a lot of beef. It's hard not to eat some of the beef, that's causing their condition.
Well,
change your occupation.
Yeah, but that's, I know a lot of people that eat beef that don't get it.
Right.
There's also a lot of people that have elevated uric acid and gout.
Right.
So be careful being enamored by just as much as we're in control, because we're really talking about associations and a potential meaning, not necessarily they go hand in hand, and that's why you can go beyond just looking at that blood test and help teach the patient much more about what this gout means than just to watch the uric acid.
Does the average patient have to understand the concept in order to apply their mind changing their wavelength for their gout or whatever disease they have?
No.
You
can fix them. There's a million ways you can fix somebody without them knowing about it.
Without them knowing.
Absolutely. Give them a drug. It works every time.
No, I mean to use the ultimate, the square.
No, the ultimate, look, you can write it like this, or you can write it like this. You know, it doesn't matter. It's the signs of the concepts are the same all the way across. A little energy versus a big one. The thing that runs the solar system versus the thing that makes the water squirt out of a fountain. You know, it's all relative to that person. Not to, make a fun. It's the theory of relativity. It's the idea that you have relative energy. What may seem to be the tiniest problem in the world can hang up somebody for years. Just hang them up. Silly thing. And you have to understand that the square in there is connected to that. Don't just treat the M, the masses. Look, we're all prone to that. We've got doctors who work only in the visible light spectrum. If you see it, kill it. That kind of thing. The bug, I see it under a microscope. Well, that was a big breakthrough. Before microscopes, they would only believe what they saw. Then a microscope came along and said, well, wait a second, there's little bugs in this. So they went offline a little bit. They went into the invisible. What was not visible to the naked eye, an invisible thing, like a bacteria, could cause a disease. And that was workable. But did that provide the answer? Nah. So we go back up to the other areas. We go into electric acupuncture and things like that. That's more of an answer. But the ultimate answer is the answer of why did this man program these lines into his memory bank? Why does his genetic structure tell him that at a certain time of day, on a certain year, in a certain part of the country, he's going to go bald. And it can really upset him terribly. You ever seen these ads on television? Dermal retention will give you back your hair. The guy doesn't spend $50,000 and go with his crinkly pubic hairs on his head. And now he's happy. But he's still upset. Because there's something underneath it that took his hair away from him. If he just knew, he could go into the genetic banks and there's a line in there that says, at 29, all males of this certain family who live in this latitude and longitude will lose their hair one at a time per second. It's got all written out. And geez, I'd love to get in there and just take that apart and fix it for them. Because I'll reprogram it and say, you will have bushy hair even, when you're buried. We dig you up 90 years from now, your hair will still be bushy. Well, this is the point. This is what we're working towards. We've already acknowledged this. Many systems don't even acknowledge it. They just say, look, you just put the things back, you put the screws back on, and this is the end of it. And they found out years ago, they believed that the atom was the basic particle of the universe. And they found out that wasn't. Then now they're finding out that the electrons and the subatomic particles aren't. So, the point is, we have to stay in our dimension and operate our own systems. We really have to realize that other people are working interdimensionally, they've got other ideas, other programs running. We've got to find out what their programs are and help them with this. But most of these programs have one specific feature. They've got to work on this concept squared. It's got to be in there in some concept form. The heck with the math, and the heck with the energy. It's here, right here. The perception of it. That's what really counts in the final analysis, to be able to find the connection, to bridge it for them. Now, your question is very valid. What do you have to do? You've got to find all these concepts. Obviously, some of them are very deep and detailed. They take a long time to dig out. So we take the little ones that we can get and just solve the little problems as we go. And this is why I say I have to go on a 32-step gradient basis. Because we don't expect everybody to start getting these heavy concepts about here a person walks in and they've got problems. They got problems with impotence or something like that, and you're trying to get them genetically programmed to find out why they're like that, and you do a whole plot curve, and you're hoping against hope that they're going to get some some revelations on the Big Bang theory, of the universe. I mean, you can't hope what they're going to come up as a revelation for why they got into the condition they're in. So what we do is, as you start off with the small things, the realization, the connections, just making those connections. Yeah, being real emotional can create gout. You mean I could eat my meat? I'm a beef farmer? Well, stop getting so emotional. Let's try it. Let's see if that bridges it. Here's a guy, you find he wants to play golf. His wife wouldn't let him. Always telling him he had to do the dishes, and he's always doing little things to him to stop him from going, like saying, take the trash out, and then he misses his ride, and then misses 5 or 6 rounds of golf, and then he'd lose with his friends and be embarrassed. Oh, you get a whole bunch of stuff out, all in incident form. So let's say he handles this. I don't care how much beef he eats. I've seen people eating all kinds of heavy things and nothing, But maybe, on the other hand, you have a gout person come in, we have hits the core, severe digestive disturbance. Well, now we know we'll take that as a subject and work with that and make that the bridge. But whatever we do, we got to bridge. We got to make the bridge from the positive known to the negative unknown. The 2 poles. This is your database. I'm trying to give you your database so that every science you get into from now on, you'll be able to look at it with this kind of awareness and say, well, what's the database? Where's the bridge? Got to make a bridge. This is what I know about your science. This is what I don't know. It's not really that hard to be intelligent, frankly. It's actually very easy. It's easier. In a harmonic universe, it's very easy to be intelligent. You notice that since caveman times we've been getting more intelligent? How come we haven't been getting dumber? As we go along, right? Now the year 2000 and we should be getting more intelligent. So anyone who is getting dumber as they get older is the antithesis of the harmonic of the overall plan of the universe. They're actually going against the grain of it. There's no advantage to becoming stupider. There's actually a lot of advantage to becoming smarter, but how does one become smarter? They bridge the things that they know against the things that they don't know. Now, if your patient is dumb, and obviously they're dumb if they're a patient. Anybody that's a patient is dumb. There's no doubt about it. The word patient means one who suffers in silence. Do I look like that guy who suffers in silence? I am not. I refuse to suffer silently. If I'm going to suffer, everybody's going to suffer.
So a lousy patient.
Right, I'm a lousy patient. So, the thing is that the patient is a person who is, in fact, you go into the office and all of a sudden the patient starts getting rowdy. What do you say to them? I'm tired of waiting, they say to you. When are you going to handle me? Say, have a little patience. Just suffer a little bit more, we'll be with you in a minute, that's all. But that's the exact definition of that word. We changed that word to sapient, which is one who efforts and studies to become symptom aware instead of symptom stupid. The patient says, give me the drug, and I'll see it. I'm busy. Don't want to know anything about the symptoms. They don't say that. Sapient says, no, I want to know what's going on because I want to reorganize my memory banks and my program banks so this will never, ever happen again, not only to me, but to all my children and the children's children, all the way down through all the generations. Could you imagine that? This is kind of interesting. But could you imagine that things that you're doing now are going to affect your future generations? That the quirks that you develop today will be the quirks of 1,000 years from now? People will be suffering as patients. The patients of today's patients will be, the future patients will be suffering with not only your unfinished business, but all the unfinished businesses of the people who went before him. But what is a genetic plan, a code. It's trying to figure itself out all the time. It's becoming smarter all the time because it's a harmonic universe. It's becoming smarter all the time. And if you go with the grain and not go against that magnetic flow, you'll become instantly more intelligent. You'll start to see the overall plan. So the plan is to get more intelligence, to bridge all these knows with the unknowns and make them balanced so that the person is in comfortable pressure in space. And this is where we attain power. True definition of power. So, I think I've rambled on. Anybody any questions? No?
Again, if you have this concept, maybe what we're really teaching people to do is coping, isn't it?
Yes, you're coping.
See, another T would be coping.
Oh,
That'd be part of your concept. Is it not?
cope. Cope is a head. Cope is a word that means to. Cope means to. Well, it's more of a. It's patience. Cope means just try to figure it out. Cope is a situation where an individual is sitting at a switchboard filing her nails, and all of a sudden 57 calls come in at once. So she starts to cope. Oh, let's see. Well, this is the president. I better do him first. And, and she's like this. Okay, you want to organize. Organize and rectify. This is what we call rectification. When a person rectifies a core. You take a core, okay, and it comes out. The person has gout, and the core comes out. Ill effects of family disputes. They snap their teeth. I want gout, you know. Well, this is your label for gout. You have family disputes. Well, let's look at it. Let's bridge it. Can we bridge it? Is ill effects of family disputes the unknown bridge with the known gout? That's no. All right? No. So he looks at it. And you take a look at that. Are there people, around you that are throwing something in you don't want? Making you do things you don't want? Are you having disputes? I just did somebody the other day. Somebody walked in wanted to be a salesman. Boy, he jumped all over that. I mean, you would think that you're scanning somebody's hand, and you want to be real scientific about it. You could start talking about, well, you see your the distal phalanx here is related to a combination of gravitational forces of the endocrine system. You don't want to hear that. This is a patient who wants to be a safe thing. So he walks in, and here he's got this digestive problem, and this was the same exact. The digestive problem was the known. Stomach rumbles, gas, burps all the time, that kind of stuff. And the unknown came up in the core as ill effects of family disputes. Well, I'll tell you, you never saw anybody gush. Like the charge was coming off like crazy. If I had an infrared meter up to him, you'd see the charge coming off. Bam, 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 like that. Because it was all pent up inside, and he had it mislabeled. He had his condition mislabeled. He's got this stomach ache all the time. Oh, I got a stomach ache. And he doesn't know, on the negative side, not know is he thinks the stomach ache, especially when he starts fighting on his father. All the time. You see? His remedy to the no of stomach ache is male. Not handle dad, That is a real problem, He just doesn't like my lifestyle, and he's got this problem, it's a dilemma. Dad doesn't like my lifestyle, I like Dad. I'm shooting myself, and so it's a big problem. The stomach starts to react to it. So there's a connection there. You can't make the connection. So you're trying to help him make these connections through just monitoring some of these changes. So, what do we have? What time is it? 11:30. 11:30. No, forget it. 11:20. Okay, so what we're going to do is just to give you a little bit more background. I have some people in the audience who have suggested to me that have Rosemary Piccolo, have Dr. Small, Dr. Stern. Whoever wants to come up and do a 10-minute, 15-minute, or all three of you, I'd like you to do it. Want to go by alphabetical? Small, Piccolo's first. Okay. We're going to have Rosemary Piccolo come up here, and she's from the clinic in up there in Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut, and she's been using the program for 2 years. She's a medical doctor. Dr. Caplow is the head of the organization, and she's had a lot of excellent successes. And she's basically just gotten into the infrared a couple of months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, but has been using SAF to change, different kinds of Okay, give her a big hand, please.
I just wanted to say, how pleased we are with the whole system. We've had the system going, but we started out with it without a computer, doing everything by hand, and have progressed to using now to the point where we're using the infrared. And I also would like Tim McCarthy, who's one of the best clinicians in the world, I think, works with us. And we have quite a good team now. We now have 3 doctors. We have a couple of Tim Ann, who's here, my husband Jim, and I are co-directors of the center. And we're just, expanding by leaps and bounds. We have 2 other people besides that in the building now. The successes we've had are way across the board as far as types of conditions, age. It's just all over the place, and there's just too many to talk about. But maybe Tim would be kind enough to give us a couple. I like the way he listens better than I do. But I have to tell you my own personal experience, because Jim and I were in a major car accident just 2 weeks ago this past Friday night. 2 weeks. So, and Jim has pictures of the car accident. And, how he took me out and dragged me out of the car, and how the car crushed right down on me, and how I'm seeing him tell it. It was amazing. But I appreciate life ever so much more having been through this. And Tim and Dr. Caplow, it was very funny. I have to tell how this happened. The accident, they were hit by a gasoline tanker, and part of the tanker went right over the car, and they dragged us about 30 feet. And my husband managed the car very, very well, got us off the road, opened the car door, and took me out. I got in the ambulance. Well, the whole thing began to be quite a scenario. And I got to the hospital and was unable to move, and was on the stretcher, and called for Jeannie Ann somehow, and came to the hospital. And they wouldn't even let her near me. Glass in my eyes, glass all over the place, mouth, hair, ears. So I said, Jeannie, and I'm going to shout out numbers to you. These are the probiotics. I said, you'll know what I mean. So I'm shouting out, 58, 20, 17. She's 10 feet away, so she communicated with Dr. Caplow, whom we had just left at the office, and he, being only a few blocks away from the hospital, came right over with homeopathic, and we tucked him under the sheets, so I'm taking homeopathic right from the beginning. And later, I had a concussion, so they kept me in the hospital a week. And they finally realized on about the 5th day that they really weren't doing anything. I had not taken one thing from the hospital. They had tried to give me things, but in the emergency room they said, are you allergic to any drugs, any medication? I said, yes, I'm allergic to all of them. And I said, if you give me any, I will be far more ill than I am now. So they must have put that on my chart. I finally get to a room, and the nurse said to me, what is this holistic religion you're involved in? So right away, But then I decided as I was kind of doing a study on what the hospital was about, and just watching everything as it was happening, and trying to, defend myself against these things and observe at the same time. and integrate all of this. And I just came along really well. So about the 5th day, the doctor said to me, you know, he says, I finally realized you're using this as a hotel. Which is true, because the staff was coming up for staff meetings, and people were just coming right through, visiting, and everything. So I walked out on Thursday out of the hospital, right over to our office. Tim did an infrared on me. And we had comparison tests on the blood work in the emergency room. I had blood work done as I left the hospital. So we're going to be running those. But Tim ran programs on me at least every other day while I was in the hospital, changing the whole package. And the improvement was amazing, really amazing. So I just wanted to tell you that. And I wanted to, if Tim, would you mind just sharing a couple of people from the center? I mean, we have so many people we've put through this program at this point. Health Dynamics Center. We have a couple of brochures with us.
Well, there's so many, like Rose says, there's so many stories. Since I've been working with Health Dynamics and with the Life Energy Program, I don't think there's been a day that has gone by where there's been some revelation. And what's intriguing about the whole thing is that it's not so much happening to the patients, or I use that term, it's pejorative, but it's not so much what's happening to the patients, it's that it's happening to you too. So a block you may have, you think, well, this person cannot really be treated by this concept, but this program. That's your concept. That's as much as your block as their block. So every day we go in there, we find something different. Even the same people coming in, we find that they're different, we're different, and we can't. It's very hard to say what is changing, but you know something is changing, and it seems to be changing towards positive. One story that's been coming to my mind a lot recently, and I forgot it for a bit, but it was just amazing. We had this woman that came in, and I was assuming that she was either had intense psychological problems or was a deaf mute, because she didn't say anything. She just sat there. She wouldn't make eye contact with anybody, and she came with a gentleman who was he looked about 65 years old, and I assumed we all assumed that was her husband, and it turned out to be her father. She looked about 15 years older than she actually was. So we soon found out that she was the daughter, and that her problem was that she had a lot of various medical problems, but she was reclusive. She's been in a house like this for years, and she doesn't talk to anybody, doesn't communicate with anybody other than her father. So we started running a program. I was only working with the Life Energy Program for about 3 months at the time, and I have to admit, each step along the way I was very skeptical, because it just kept challenging me, just challenging, saying, well, I can accept this, but this one is a little too far, a little too much. So I'm running the SAF on this woman, and I'm asking up to that time. Every time you ask questions like, what happened to you when you lose somebody when you're 13 or 14, it's always with this. It always with this. Yeah, that happened. This and this. Well, for some reason, it was not hitting with this woman. And then I was saying in the back of my mind, saying, well, this program doesn't work. I guess, it just works for some people and so on. So I kept asking questions. Then I noticed that every other question I asked the woman, her father was answering the questions. And so I kept politely saying to him, we separate people now, but we had to learn to, I kept going back to her, let her answer. But then I kept getting entrained towards what the father was saying. So I almost stopped looking at her, and I'm talking to the father, and he starts talking about his deceased wife. And I started asking questions about the deceased wife. When she died, when she had heart attack, stroke, there it was on the SAF. He was helping her fill out the SAF. And so he was imprinting, his change on his daughter. And his daughter was acting like a surrogate wife. It was like Alfred Hitchcock would have loved it for a new movie, It would have been beautiful. And so we were, Rosemary, before we had the infrared system, and we continued using it, we were using kinesiology to test the remedies. We got up and we tested on the woman. The father steps up behind the testing and falls back all of a sudden. he says, could this affect me? You know, when you're doing just the muscle testing, but he obviously was in the field. So I remember the brilliant remedy that Rose prescribed for that situation. Like, she had to get out of the house like twice a week. That was,
well, it was just so obvious that she had no life. She just had no life. It was all revolved around him and had revolved around her for both of them.
So they come in, there's 2 more sessions after that, and Rosemary's saying to the father, have you noticed any change in the daughter? And he was literally jumping off the ground going, change? You're saying, like, you know, you've given her back her life. He had no idea that she was part of the anchor into her. Now, this is the type of situation I would think that a psychologist or psychiatrist would take, if they got to the bottom of it all, would take 6, 7 months. But on the SAF, it's like you're given the whole map. And it's the person's, I guess, subconscious or whatever, is giving you to say, here's what happened to me, and here's how I want it unfolded. Here's step by step. It's so easy. In fact, I found that the more I stay out of the action as a monitor on a program, the more I just sit back and allow it to flow, allow them to unravel the whole thing, the better it works. I used to think I had to, put my 2 cents in all the time and interpret it, but that was my program. And so I'm discovering a lot about myself. I mean, it's just an understatement, but as I'm doing this situation, I'm starting to see. But this is, believe me, this is just one story. We have something of that magnitude and quality daily at the center, and it is just and see, we're all. What's beautiful about this too is that we're running programs on ourselves at the same time. So you're seeing it happen in you. You're seeing it happen on the person. It's true. Like by that definition, it's truly holistic. It's truly integrative, and you start changing your attitude towards people and the universe and environment.
I just want to give one more. We had a man come in, and this is one that Tim and I joked about. Now, Tim was quite new at it at that time, and he came in and he was really, really in bad shape. 2 canes, walking, hardly making.
That was me.
Yeah, right. So his name is Charles. So Tim said, "Oh, well, come on, we can't take him on the program." He said, "What are you doing here?"
Well, I always step in here now because Rose always. So this first, we gave him the first bottle of drops, and he was a former alcoholic, and we gave him tranquilin, and 2 days later, it's just 2 weeks supply, he comes back with an empty bottle. I figured he was feeling like shot glasses, And so I said, that's what I said. I don't know if we're going to.
How can we handle him? What are we going to do with him? I said, let's give him another program. Come back in 2 days with the bottles all that. Let's give him another program. Give him another program. He did a little better. This time he came back a week later. We gave him another program. I said, Tim, let's just give him a month. I mean, see if we can handle it, So, comes back a week later, we give him another program. Then he came back 2 weeks later and another program. Then the next time he came back, Tim said, darn it, we lost him. Because I knew it was going to happen. He said, see, you can show up for his appointment. So I said, Tim, just go back out the waiting room. Look around. That's Charles? That can't be Charles. He was there, no pain, looking great, dressed up in a suit, bright, head up, and so Tim kept working with him. And then every once in a while I, have a session with the guy, but he did beautifully.
He was going to his doctor at the Coast Guard. He was a former Coast Guard person. He was going to the doctor, and a lot of these people, and we feel this kind of good because they go to their independent clinicians, and their clinicians go, hey, it's great, because they think that their medicines are working. But most of these people are not even taking the medicines anymore, but they don't want to tell the doctors this, and so it's making everybody happy,
Oh.
And so, but there was one great program off of that that we ran after we broke through the basics of this case. It turns out it said, what did it say? Some type of ringing in the ears. I think went back to 1944 with this Charles, and he was in the Air Force or Coast Guard or something in India during World War II, and he said he was flying over the Himalaya mountains, and he almost hit another plane, and he heard it. He says, to this day, he says, I can remember the sound of that airplane coming and this trauma, and he says we were crying in the plane. And he says when we used to land after being stacked up for so long over the airfield, they used to give them shots of alcohol, set them up in the air again. And this is beginning probably some of his alcoholism problems. So this story went on. And so the next trauma happened in 1946. I said, well, what's the matter with it? He said, oh, I couldn't sleep at night. And I said, well, where did you live? He lived at the flight approach path of LaGuardia. Okay? And this is the thing you see about the program. You see patterns behind the face. The next place he lived was another problem. He was at the right near Bradley Airport in Hartford, Connecticut. The guy kept getting attracted to places where airplanes were. He was just married, you know, when he was at LaGuardia. And he used to jump out of bed in the middle of the night, you know. So, but it was incredible. So, you know, these are potentials like you start running the upper level programs like, you know, audio memory, you know. When you start running these programs for people, I mean, I've had experiences running some of these upper level programs where you can hear the sounds and vibrations coming off, like Joe was saying about the, you know, the transmission of energy. I was running a sense of smell program on a biochemist, an ex-biochemist, and I was turning around looking for the melted plastic in a room. You could smell the vibration coming off the person. It was just, it's just incredible. You just feel it there. But this is like a little bit past the SAF, but it is it's great.
It's fair. Well, this Charles, just to go back and just fill you in, he had diabetes. He was on insulin, hypertension, and circulatory problems, and alcoholic. And, you know, within a period, I'd say 6 months, we worked with him. He had no more craving for alcohol. The hypertension stabilized without medication, no more insulin, and the blood sugar normal. And the circulatory problems, that's why he was using the pain, because his legs were so bad, much improved. So he's gone back to the Coast Guard physician, and the Coast Guard physician said, well, whatever you're doing, it's working, keep doing it. But he thought he was still on the insulin and all. Patient by itself, we don't really call them patients, participants we call them. Participant actually lowered his own insulin as he saw his blood sugar stabilizing. And he said to me, at the end of the 6-month period, I wish I had this 30 years ago. But he's not with us now because he has no need to be with us. And he went off on a 6-month trip on a business thing, which he never would have been able to do before this. So we're going to, you know, wait. He'll be back in touch with us at some point, as many of the others have, to tell us that their whole lives have been changed. And, you know, we just feel really good about that.
How long have you had this?
2 years. 2 years, but we started it out at 2 years. Right. Okay, thank you.
That's an interesting phenomenon about the cross-contamination of the chain. I had a lady once who was doing it. In the old days, we used to do them by hand, and she was filling them all out, and she was like correcting everybody's. She would look at it and say, well, are you nervous? And they would put it too, and she'd say, oh, they're really nervous. You know, she'd change it for the 5. That kind of thing. And all the people, seriously, a lot of the people were coming back with menopause. All the change, menopause. And so, what is this? Young, 11-year-old kids, And a lot of the phenomena that you're talking about, so they've been in a while, you're not familiar with, but, or you never even, might not see for a while, but what happens is, as soon as you're making these connections, especially in the upper level programs, you'll start feeling what you're feeling because of the transmission of energy. You might, if you're in good enough shape, you'll start seeing it too. But anyway, the next person I want to bring up is Dr. Small. He just started using the program, what's it been, 3 or 4 months?
The computerized system since October.
Since October, and he's a doctor of dental surgery, medicine, doctor of dental medicine. And he's a big television personality down here. He's always on the tube. And did that article get in the Prevention? February issue of Prevention magazine. So, Dr. Small.
I come from a rather traditional background, as I'm sure most of you out here in the audience do. I was trained in dental medicine at the University of Pennsylvania, and about 6 years ago went into the practice of
preventive medicine and nutrition. And when I began the study of nutrition and preventive medicine, I approached it as most practitioners are approaching it today, with the concept of utilizing vitamin and mineral therapy as an alternative to pharmaceutical medicine. And in my practice, we were using hair analysis, trace mineral analysis, and blood chemistry work and urinalysis. But the technique we were using was very much a technique similar to allopathic medicine, I realize now, in that what we were doing was treating patients with vitamin and mineral therapy, and basically, as Joe would put it, adding more mass into the case. By giving them more vitamins, more minerals, we were just basically burdening them up with more mass. When I found out about this work, I approached it with very much a concept of healthy skepticism, because I had heard what Joe had to say and was, it sort of went outside the realm of my background, and was interested and yet wasn't quite sure on how it could fit into my practice. So we first started out by utilizing the urinalysis machine and began very conservatively. And as I started using the urinalysis approach, the colorimetric system that Joe offers, I found that it was definitely correlating with a lot of the other information I was receiving from my own way of doing the technique from the past. And when I got involved in the colorimetric system, I started becoming more involved with a lot of the homeopathic remedies and homeopathic techniques. And what I found, what was happening, is that we were getting much greater periods and releases and detoxifications from our patients than we had been prior to. And I realize now that what that meant was that with the homeopathic remedies, what we were finding is that we were getting a lot more release. Tactics to get more release. What we found was that we weren't only getting release on the physical level. Not only were patients getting better on the physical level, but we found also that it was definitely affecting the other systems in the body, the mental, the emotional, the psychological, the spiritual. And coming from a very holistic attitude, I personally believe that in order to really heal the patient, you need to work with them on all levels, not only the physical, but the mental, emotional, and spiritual. So we were finding that these homeopathic remedies were really affecting people on the levels of really changing consciousness. And I think, as Joe pointed out today, when you really want to get involved in what the real cure is, a total cure, a long-term cure, you really have to get into the consciousness level. And in October, we purchased a full computerized system. And the way it's working now in our practice is that we've set up basically a program that we run on our patients, and I'm sure everyone that purchases a system like this can integrate it in their practice as they see fit. We work a program whereby a patient comes into our office for 4 visits. The first 3 visits are every other week. The first visit a patient comes in, we'll begin by doing a complete medical history. We'll have them fill out the SAF questionnaire in the waiting room, and we run the SAF immediately before they even come back to see one of the practitioners in the office, so that when the patient comes in front of us, we immediately have the change. We know what the cores are, what the past situations are, the present, and we begin immediately by finding out and getting an agreement with the patient on what their major complaint is. And I think that's real important to do, is to really become in alignment with the patient in terms of what is their major complaint. Because if they think their major complaint is something and you're treating a different major complaint, you may find that you'll have difficulties with dealing with the case, because you need to really be in alignment with the patient in terms of what they feel their major complaint is and what you think their major complaint is. As soon as we get a resolution of what that is, we begin initially on that first visit by changing their diet. And we do that by utilizing the diet program. Again, the patient will fill out the diet survey in the waiting room prior to their first visit. We run it through the computer, and we immediately place them on a diet program. on that first visit. We have them return 2 weeks later, and at that period of time, we've already on the first visit taken blood chemistry from them, urinalysis, and so we have that data that we feed into the computer and work up an allergy program for them. And so when they come in on the second visit, we're able to let them know specifically what type of allergies they have. And we also at that time give them some homeopathic remedies. And we find that by that second visit already they've made some significant changes in terms of what their symptoms have been, in terms of some resolution. When they come back on the third visit, we work a little more in depth with changing their diet and specifically give them some more homeopathic remedies, the ones that are apropos to the case. And then we have them return a month later. And at that point, we again run another SAF to see what kind of changes we have. And in practically every case, we find that there's been definite distinct changes. And when you work with the SAF, as I'm sure Joe will get into later, you can, as the numbers begin to move through the chain, you can actually see resolution of the case through the computer with the numbers moving through the chain. Things that have been in the past that start moving forward, and things start to clear in the case. And then at that point, we work individually with deciding how much further we want to go with the patient. And that is up to both an agreement between ourselves and the patient on how deeper they want to go. And of course, there are much deeper levels of programs that Joe has that you can get involved in. And that's up to, again, the individual patient. But we have found that the system has worked incredibly for us in that what it's allowed us to do is get that much deeper and further into the case a lot quicker, so that we no longer have to wait many weeks before we actually find out specifically what problems are. We can really go in there and on the first visit immediately work with the core of the case. And we find that what that has done for us is that it's really allowed us to work with people and clear a lot of their problems a lot quicker. And we're very satisfied with the approach in the program.
What about insurance payments?
Good question. We have been able to be reimbursed by insurance. As Joe was saying, a lot of the infrared is covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield as temperature grading studies and infrared work. The urine studies that you do have codes that are reimbursable. Joe has all that information. The blood chemistry analysis that we use for the blood chemistry programs, again, are reimbursable. So we have been able to find the codes that are necessary to be reimbursed.
Full reimbursement?
Well, 80%, whatever the patient's insurance code is for. And basically, the way it works is that we spend approximately, I and an associate spend a half hour with each patient on the first 3 visits. With somebody else in the office doing some of the computer work, we're able to really have all that information so it doesn't take up our individual time. I think it's real important that as you get involved with this, if you have a person in your office, an assistant in your office, get involved with actually doing the punching in of all the data so that it doesn't take time away from your actual time with the patient.
You're a dentist.
Mm-hmm.
And what is this patient that we're seeing? Is it bleeding gums?
No, I was trained as a dentist, but I'm not practicing dentistry. I'm practicing clinical nutrition, so the patients that I see in my practice run the gamut from athletes to housewives, executives, people with all various types of imbalances and problems. So we're seeing the whole gamut from people that have advanced degenerative conditions to people that are just coming in to increase their health. And we found that it works for everyone. It really does. And I'm not going to go into individual case history like she did, but I have similar stories that I can say. A man came in extremely high blood pressure, was shaking, and within 2 weeks we brought the pressure down significantly and made major changes so that people in his office were just really shocked at the changes that he made. And again, we have many of those types of changes.
It's really funny.
when I think of these people that we have, I get the funniest pictures in my mind. Like Rosemary and Tim and Dr. Small, Dr. Stern. I don't get the, you think of a person, you think of, oh, that's George. I see these guys dressed up in armor. It's like it was like a war, and these people really, we've had some of the stories, that we've shared, plus all the events, going through this, me and Dr. Stern were back there a long way, and he's like the other people. I don't know Dr. Small well, because it's been only a few months, but I know these guys are here the same way. They took the programs, and it was just the charge of the light brigade, let's get them, and like Tim was saying about how he's doing better now, just like sort of backing off a little bit, but in the beginning, we were all going through a lot of changes, and Dr. Stern, I'm sure, has some, interesting stories or comments to make about some of the things that he's seen with the program. So, to give Dr. Stern
That's the major issue if you can play basketball. Well, it's good to hear success stories. Very, very good. And I'm sure that between Mrs. Thomas, who does the clinical nutritional assessments in the office, and the growth process that we've achieved at the Holistic Center, we have any number of successes, thousands of successes. I'd like to share a few reasons why they're failures. At first, because then it's easier to come back to let you understand. It's a matter of, when you talk about patience, it has to be patience with yourself. It's like a measuring process where you can balance yourself. And so that to run the program, realistically, you have to be running it on yourself, which is designed to clean you of the way you have been thinking, limits to where you can go with a human being, how you can interact, how you can help them connect, how harmonious are you in your own frame, and how you can then relate to other human beings in a more harmonious way. In short, the technical training that most healthcare practitioners get is so limited to looking at one issue or at best two issues, and the question of to be or not to be is really not a question, because conceptually all of us have taken a healthcare orientation with the belief that we have an answer, and a very specific answer. When a human being doesn't comply to our answer, immediately we cast some type of redirection to them, either referring them out in disgust, or in all fairness, recognizing that possibly there's a failing in ourselves, but it's highly remote, that realistically we will ship them off. We call them get a consultation, but it's really, in essence, dumping a human being for their responsibility. So therefore, if you recognize that for myself, my training is in metabolic disease processes, endocrinology, I'm very mechanistically oriented as far as breaking things down into their smaller systems to understand the chemical milieu that they derive, their own physiologic formations, and I'm really interested in this. And for years, this was my driving force. I did a lot of basic research, and realistically, when it comes to putting a human being into a base form of metabolism, it's obviously only a small part of what you're looking at. Fortunately, I guess for myself, my training at Temple Medical School, as excellent as it was, from the standpoint of medicine, was not able to keep me from asking very pertinent questions about human beings. And unfortunately, that's the problem. You get involved in a training session where you are geared to one specific attitude, and to violate that attitude, you'll be labeled as a radical, non-traditional, a violation of the creed that you live by. Hippocrates will become upset with you. The absurdity of that, of course, is that if you read what Hippocrates has done, and I have some of the very early work that has been reprinted, Hippocrates was an excellent holistic practitioner, superb practitioner. And obviously that's something that in our present state of mind is very difficult to comprehend. How we can incorporate a known entity like traditional medicine with its intervention crisis process into the various steps of allowing a person's case to evolve, and for us to have the patience that it takes for us to live the anxieties and hurts with our patient in an honest transference, so that we know, we can trust that at least in that situation the person can relieve themselves and release themselves of the issues of mass buildup, and that realistically we are sophisticated enough to be able to take the mass that they're attempting to leave with you and get rid of it from yourself. That's really the problem. Most practitioners are very frightened. And by reasonable sense of looking back, I think we're pretty smart to be frightened. We are literally trying to attack Godzilla gorilla with a cat pistol. Because if that person doesn't come right into conforming to our direction, immediately we're going to sense there's a potential problem. And that's where we get into difficulty. It's not a potential problem, it is a problem. The human beings coming in, they don't really even know why. They just want to feel better. They don't know what it is. They don't know their connections. They don't know the causes. They certainly can enumerate effects. And that's the absurdity. For me, a person would come into me, and if they didn't have diabetes, severe thyroid disease, some type of a hormonal imbalance, or for their own sake, if their weight wasn't due to the fact their thyroid didn't work, they were in a lot of trouble. They'd come to the wrong doctor. Well, in taking a more, I guess, a wider latitude, a holistic approach, you're able to see that there are so many more available ways for you to look at a person's case. What the SAF offers you is a sequence that's very important to allow a person who's basically chaotic coming to you. Fortunately, you would hope that as the healthcare practitioner, you are not chaotic. However, assuming you are not chaotic and organized, they are coming to you to ask you to take this chain of chaos to them and help them organize it. Help them break it down. Help them get a sequence to their life. Help them make some sense out of their own case. That's what they're asking for. There is a notorious sequence, I will tell you. It begins with this number. And if you talk about this over and over again, human beings that have this number on front have some form of distortion in the way they look at life. Now, I see a lot of healthcare practitioners that sneak into the office, myself, unbeknownst to the world, this surgeon do, which is almost impossible to believe that a surgeon could orient themselves to this, but they do it because there's a lot of people changing. But healthcare practitioners have a lot of 15 up front in their case. In fact, I have been blessed with that result for myself, one of the ways that I look at problems. 15, it has to do with the pineal gland, the way you look at things, and how your sensory perception. It has to do with a lot of things. It has to do with survival mechanisms, skepticism, how you make a big deal out of little things and a little deal out of big things. Does it sound familiar at all? Is it capable of addressing any of that? Well, 15 goes a lot further than that. 15 has to do with a lot of fantasies, such as having the fantasy that you're going to come into an office and get fixed. 1, 2, 3. When you have human beings that come in with this kind of a fantasy, you have a sneaky suspicion that no matter what you do, nothing's really going to help them. And then this is geared with hundreds of thousands of dollars of computer integrated programs and an incredible way of looking at the case, and you really have tremendous advantages, and you still are going to have a lot of skepticism. It really won't work. Mental aberration, the way the person thinks, their attitude, their experiences, all this bringing to the fore the fact that even though you identified with them a common ground to work on, they're being defeated almost constantly so that they can't really get well. And that has to do with the way you think, your mental fix, very, very serious consequences. Now, I'm putting that up there to let you know that this is very common. Obviously, it is not only so common, but it's also treatable. However, these are the patients. I can envision that for anyone who has never had experience with this program and has not worked on it for themselves, if the first 10 patients they had were like this, you'd call Joe up immediately, take the computer system back, nothing works, it's impossible. And the reason is because whatever you believe you can give them, the most important thing that I found that helps them is time. Really. You identify the problem with them, you map out a program, and then you step back. Let them think about it, look at it, see what they want to do. What I tend to do is I call it talking to the person's mindset that really has an evil inclination, and then talking to the part of them that's soulful or spiritual that really brought them to a holistic center in the first place. There is no disease known to human beings that would bring them to a holistic center. Diseases are too smart for that. They're not going to go somewhere. They have all this control. Why would they go somewhere where they're going to be broken down? So they will immediately look for all sickness centers, places where you can get drugs. They're going to. They're going to say go there. They're never going to say go to a holistic wellness center. They would never do that. So therefore, when a person comes in, even when they have this up front, I know they still want to get well. There's a part of them that wants to get well. However, you have to address it. And I would only caution you to temper your enthusiasm with the reality that human beings, with the distorted perception and the skepticism, when you give a whole program out, which has taken years of Joe Scogna's work and years of clinical application, and you map out an entire program and it looks beautiful, please don't take offense if the patient spits at it or negates it. Really, it's a very realistic process that happens. And the best way to learn it is to be able to step back, not take it personally, be comfortable about it, know you have some information. And I have learned my newest direction with this is that a human being in this position, I listen to what they have to say, and then I say to them, do me a favor then. Since you know this doesn't work, would you go back and ask your mental process what the real answer is? I'd be interested to put it into the computer. Now, that's a very nasty question to ask them, because obviously they don't have the answer. But this is what you have to understand, is that there is a battle all the time within a human being that wants to get well and the disease that wants to survive as an entity. Healthcare practitioners are living with this battle with themselves and how they relate it to their patients. Watch out for the 15 up front. Pay a lot of respect to it and for it. Learn that this will be the case that will teach you probably the most that you could ever learn. Because it's going to teach you how patient you are, how much you really listen, how much you're trying to get across to people. And I can tell you lots of war stories too that are really, really tough. But I'm going to end it with a really, really good case. Because most of the cases are terrific. People do fantastically well. I had a young lady that just came into the office not too long ago, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Her presenting complaint is what to do about a high-dactyliform mole, which is a pretty unusual type of problem for a young woman. And it acts much as a cancer would act. It's associated with very high levels of hormones that you see more typically in the pregnancy stage, and very disconcerting. Usual treatment is a chemotherapeutic program, usually with methotrexate. Yet, before you ever got to this, I had this patient in front of me who has not had this treatment yet. And that's not to say this patient's not going to need this treatment. But the important thing is I had a whole sequence of information on her, and in the back of her case was this. She had a whole lot of numbers, and in the back of her case, that unaware area, the area that's not available for you to understand. This 810 is a sequence that you see that has to do with the ovaries and the thyroid and balance electromagnetically. It's telling us that this is a process that you see typically with people who have an abortion process going on. And you have to understand that abortion can mean a lot of things, but it also can obviously mean abortion. Lack of resolution of an abortion process is a very common denominator of what I see in many females. It's unfortunate that a woman's mindset could justify this, but the body keeps telling them, what are you doing? This is wrong. This is a violation. And you can come together with it. But if you don't come together with it, it's going to stay on the disease chain. And that's what this means. So we're talking, her husband is there, and he's answering 95% of her questions. It's the same thing that you heard. That's because she's very upset and very nervous, and she's afraid she's going to die, and she has a lot of legitimate issues. But the real thing that came out is, she said to me, do you think any of this started with an emotional problem? I could not get a better opening. I was not going to talk about this at all. Because this is in the area of unawareness. You don't do it anymore. You know, in the old days, I would have gone in there and wiped the whole case out. It would have been laid out in front of her. She would have been carried out of the office in a coma. But she wouldn't have known the case. Now you learn by experience that you don't do it that way. Well, the magnificent thing is, she gave me the in, and I was able to say, well, was there ever a time in your life when you had either a miscarriage or an abortion? She completely broke down. She said, I know, that's when it started. I know, I had an abortion, and it was the worst thing I ever did, and her husband was crying. I mean, everybody was all upset in the office. I'm upset, I'm teary-eyed, I can't even write on her face. But that discharge, I mean, she went from being a stone, and I mean, you talk about mass with a big M. That's what she was. She was completely rigid, and that's what people look like. You don't need arthritis to be rigid. It helps, but that's what this person was. Talk about this process, change the picture in her mind, let her get a release. She could even get to a sense of forgiving. And what we did, in 10 minutes, she had already seen 7 doctors about this. What we did in 10 minutes time, after we had gone through a whole process of her chemical makeup, changed her entire case. So that instead of racing out to get chemotherapy, she was willing to work more on a release, get her body into better shape. She's going to need chemotherapy, the overwhelming odds are. Just looking at her case and the way things are going. Her mindset, she has her sisters are nurses, her uncle is a doctor, so that no matter what, she leaves the office and she goes outside and she gets bombarded. 8-10 sequence. Very, very important. She's done very well. So I leave you with that information to let you know that you can have a lot of successes, but you also have to temper it.
Dr. Spencer, the 15 that you're talking about is, you look into the literature, if you know what the numbers mean. I know what it means, but I could probably read it from this book, but it's not the right one. I could open it, but it means, but a 15 is called, in the old, not the old, but the background material, degenerative conditions created by excesses of radiation.
Now, you got to admit, the environment the way it is, there's a lot of radiation in it. You get a distortion of the case from just being hit by so many different types of radiation, emotional radiation, like someone's angry at you, or a type of radiation that comes from television sets and fluorescent lights and nuclear power plants and things like that. And you get a distortion where people start to see one thing as another thing. And, banana becomes an apple, an apple's a pear, and it's really hard to get any place with it. But at the bottom of the chain starts with a 15, there's always an answer down here. What causes the distortion? What is the radiation that hits the case? He was talking about 810. That's in the literature. 810 is a sequence that denotes possible abortion, or we call rejection of vital energy. Or, in other words, something was there assisting the person's survival and they chopped it out.
Joe, this is the change that's developed from the questionnaire.
No, this is all change.
All
See,
change.
the thing, the beauty part about the SAF is that the chains are interchangeable from infrared, from colorimetric studies, from blood tests, hair tests, questionnaires, all different types of input can net you the same type of chain. However, you have 24 numbers going across 880 operations, we call them, like motions, magnetic direction, animal, vegetable, mineral, there's all different types of things they could mean. Across 128 perceptions, which is the way colors, sound, the way a person looks at things, touch, feel. And, like I said, it breaks down about 1 times 10 to the 24th power X.
In her case, it was the 810 was in her SAF, it was also in her eye and her diet.
Oh.
She had, there was no question that was a serious issue.
Well, that's cross-confirming. I went to see a chiropractor, real nice guy, and I did an eye study. Well, first we did the SAF. 12, 13, 15 came out, and the last 3 numbers, that's a nervous breakdown. And then I did his diet, and 12, 13, 15 came out, another one. I didn't say anything about it. I said, I was trying to sell it to him. I said, you are a nervous wreck who is about to go psychotic. But then he's walking out, I'm walking out the door and he says, hey, what's this? And I left his book and it was the eye cube. I said, oh, that's the thing where you do the eye examination and we put it in and we make another chain. So I did it. And 12, 13, 15 goes down the left eye, which is the eye that controls the energy forces. I said, look, you got to tell me something. Did you ever, have a nervous fit or a nervous breakdown? You ever take drugs real heavy? He said, and I'll tell you, seriously, he was the nicest fellow. He just turned and looked at me and said, I was on a 1,000 LSD trip. And his eyes went that way. And I couldn't believe the way it just repeated all the way across. So you get that kind of repetition. And what makes it more substantial is the tracks that if you're getting different tracks to say the same thing. Like, for instance, if you get an IR track to say this, and a urine track to say this, and an SAF or like the mental track to say it, then you've got a pretty good case against this disease entity. In other words, the disease entity is repeating its signal throughout all of this person's being. What happens is human beings, being creatures of modulation or change. See, the more you modulate, the more energy you have. Modulate means changing, okay? The more you get stuck or rigid, the less energy you have, the more mass you have. You become like a blackboard. Blackboards don't modulate very much. They're blackboards all the time. That's what they do. Human beings can go into any different forms they like, depending on what they wear, where they are, who their friends are, what they associate with. Blackboards will always be blackboards. So they don't have really that much personality. So this person starts to become a blackboard. Well, you have to take it off to 1,000 times. We'll turn into a piece of furniture. One time I had a lady gave me a chain. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the lady said to me, "Well, what is this?" I said, "This means the lady's insane. She's completely insane. This means mass, just crunching in." She says, "That's interesting. She thinks she's a Saint Bernard in this eye, and in this eye she thinks she's the Queen of England." You have to look at some of the tapes. Is that an English laugh? That's an English joke. I thought so. Did you notice all the people that came up here and spoke had beards?
Yeah, Rosemary did.
They all had beards. Yeah, even a woman gets beards. I gave this program to Rosemary, and 3 weeks later she got a beard. No, I was thinking of this lady called me up on the phone. She swore I had a beard. And I said, "I don't have a beard." And she was so disappointed when she came to see me. She said, "You should grow a beard." Thanks, Joe. Remember you first came to see me? You were all upset. You said, "I thought I was going to be an old man." You're looking for an old man with a beard and a cane. But anyway, the change phenomenon is something that you could go into deep detail with and take a long time studying, but you can use the tapes. There are lots of tapes that show you how they're created, how they're constructed, and if you want to study them. I'm not saying you have to study them, but it's a good idea to know about them and what they're doing and what they're saying, and how you can use them to cross-corroborate what you're already doing. Obviously, when a person comes in and they have a statement about their case, that's one source of what's the matter with them. For example, let's say someone comes in and says, "I have a cold." Well, that was you can write down as statement from suffering patient. And then you want to do a analysis with a acupuncture scope, and you could put on there, acupuncture states that it's this. You see? Then you could go into your SAS like this. Like that. You want to do a, sigmoidoscopic examination, you can put sigmoidoscope says this, or whatever you want to do. You can cross-compare your different testing, diagnostic modalities or mechanisms, and seeing which ones match and how they relate to one another. Let's see, what time do we have? 12:20. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is I'm going to break at 12:30. Okay, and this way we can get back at 2, so we can, just do it a little bit earlier, so that we can get rolling faster. This afternoon, we want to go into running some of the programs. What we're going to do is we're going to take this frequency reading, which is a change, off the infrared and dump it into amino acids. We're going to check for amino acids. We're going to check for allergies. We're going to check for symptoms. And I'm also going to give you a protocol on how we run the program standard. So when someone comes in other words, give you a standard screening of the SAS, the infrared. I'll give you just a simple protocol to follow so that you can get it changed and then use it to do some more explicit kind of programming. What you're trying to do ultimately, I've got 10 minutes to tell you this, is you want to build a bridge for this person from the unknown. Now, there's lots of bridges, obviously. If you want to know if I Love Lucy reruns are on this week, you call up the TV station and they tell you. That's pretty simple information. It's really easy to get. If the person wants to know why they have a skin rash, they're having an allergy attack or something like that, and they notice that when they eat chocolate, they get anaphylactic shock, well, that's, you know, that information is easy to come by because the body dramatizes it so heavily. But why they're allergic to chocolate is another whole situation altogether. That goes back a long way. You know, we have to dig a little bit deeper for that. You probably won't want to touch anything like, you know, what the moon is made out of, things like that. I mean, you really don't care about that. Or what's the process of memory? Or how does one actually see? Have kids ever done that to you? Mommy, how do I see? Well, you just look and you'll see something. You know? Yeah, but how do I do it? Yeah, they start stamping their foot, you know, and well, look, kid, don't bother me. You know, I got to do the laundry. You know, that's something I know about. I know the clothes go in, you put the soap in, you know, and you'll get these kind of questions. But if you're a practitioner who's trying to get those deep meanings for yourself, I think Dr. Stern put it the best because he does, I think, a lot more of the soul searching on himself. You know, and he's looking for those deep meanings. And it's important to get them because you become a better practitioner. There's no doubt about it. Because a person who's just waiting in the waiting room gets discharged. When you've got somebody with high potential, this was like the theory of the Tesla coil. Have you ever heard of Tesla coil? This guy over here used to have one of this. Remember the Tesla coil you had there? And it was like floor to ceiling, this gigantic thing. And what it was a machine that had absolutely no current, but all potential. In other words, just potential energy sitting there. And when this Tesla coil was put near a person who had a condition of discharge, just from the potential. Have you ever been around like really important, powerful people? They have all this radiating potential. They may not even say anything. Oh, look, there's President Reagan or something like that. Oh, no, let's use somebody else. But, you know, somebody that's powerful has that aura around them that people can just get right off. Because as I said, it's a harmonic universe, and the universe is really struggling to be right. Not to be wrong. You know, wrongness is just, you know, byproduct of not being right at the right time. So you get a person who's got that power and that knowledge, and they've been there. I see people seriously just sit in the waiting room with some of these doctors and they're all better already. They're just going in to get their ticket to go home. So it's very important to get that right side cleared up. To the left side being the light. Get that light cleared up against the dark. You know, what is the connection? You get somebody come in and they've got gout and we track it down to, you know, the time they ate prunes long ago. And prunes equal, well, what's prunes? It's the food. Yeah, but that was the day. Yeah, but that was the day that, you know, my wife, she left me, and on the way out, she smashed the prunes in my face. You know, as you were saying about the abortion, the 810's sitting there, and it doesn't go away. It just sits there. And as much as they want to cover it up and distort it and make it look like something different, it's still underneath their operating. And the more they cover it up, the more they're just feeding it. Because this thing then uses this energy as its own.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too, is that was not her first abortion. Her abortion, the abortion she became more aware of as a result of the fact that her mother didn't want it.
Well, see, there you go. You start to
she went right back to where she was, and she knew at 4 years of age.
That genetic program itself in that bank somewhere on time and date may have a situation 400 or 500 years ago where there was an attempted abortion on a fetus. Everything's recorded in the banks. Everything's there. Everything. And if there's any injuries, boy, there's a whole bank right there. And it's all in that book, The Fundamentals of Human Electricity. It tells you about the energy banks that store pertinent data, there's a lock on it, big locks, and it says, with a tag on it, pertinent data about survival. That's the ultimate, isn't it? Getting ruined. I mean, getting wiped out by a cement truck is not your purpose in life, Like Rosemary over there. Playing chicken with gasoline trucks is not part of the genetic plan. It's part of a process where a person, makes a recording of, well, these are things that are dangerous. Now, it was interesting, I went to see a doctor in Florida, and, it's interesting. I am trying to promote the program, but it's hard. I have to go each step of the way. I mean, people just don't say, oh, it's a wonderful program. They don't even know what it is. Some of the parts of the program are more dramatic, there's like the infrared, but I went down to Florida, and this person said, yeah, geez, I'd love to have the program, but they didn't even really know what it was. And they would do an allergy. And that's it. And just to give you an example of how you can make a mashup, I do the program on them and run it through the computer. The computer controls gyrate. First thing that comes up on the top of the list, and you would never suspect in a million years somebody practicing nutrition in Florida to have uranium allergy. Uranium comes up on the top of the list. And so here's a person, I mean, you have to be pretty stinking psychic to look at somebody and say, uranium. Even Edgar Casey, you have to go a long way to pick one of these on a person that's got absolutely nothing to do with this. And he says to me, yeah, I used to be an engineer. I worked at a nuclear power plant. No big deal, though, well, so what? So the computer picked up a frequency that said, this guy still has the uranium stuck in his body. That was like, years ago. That wasn't any big deal. So I did his wife, and uranium came up on her. And it did 3 of the other people in uranium came up on all of them. They all had the same frequency. In other words, he was contaminated. By the way, they all have 15 in the front. Excesses of radiation. But what happens is these pictures of the events surrounding the contamination are lodged in the aura, or the field of the person, the electromagnetic field. And, many times I have worked with people, and, for instance, an athlete who comes in has a sore knee, and chrome comes up. Allergic to chrome on the knee. And this chrome, what's chrome connected? Go into the book, and it's chrome on car bumpers. When I was a kid, I got hit by a car. In my knee. Now he's struggling to be a professional athlete, and the injury from long ago is still there, degrading. Remember, look, here's CPS of the knee. Comfortable pressure in space. The molecules in space to a certain distance apart, the meter is H2O, okay? A car comes along, smashes into it. Now, there's an overlay. Little by little, it discharges slowly, but leaves a residue of that same frequency. The genetic banks record the incident, the date, and the actual location. That's filed in the memory bank. And at that date and location is all the particulars of what happened. And the chrome sitting there. Now, a psychic person would see a car bumper underneath. They would see the energy waves sitting there. Some of them, of course, they have to go into a train. It is. Sticking out there. Remember how we pulled the gun back yesterday? And it was going all the way back, all the way out to here, this far. There was something sticking in her back. I hope it wasn't a spear. There was something sticking in her back. Who knows what it was? A psychic person wouldn't be looking at the electrons coming out. They'd be looking at the picture of what the thing was broadcasting. is broadcasting something. So, ultimately, if we can use the computer to help us, it will paint the picture of this through the frequencies. And say, well, it's a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, and a little bit of this, and that, and this, and that. And this is what it looks like. Then you can use your antigens. I use Chrome. Probably the best thing to use when a person's got hit by a car would be the car bunker itself. Homeopathically diluted. In other words, a reverse of it. You've got impaction here. You have acid, pressure. You certainly have no. Oh, you got no, all right. I know the car smashed into my knee, and you know what's really funny about no? When you really think you have it, they get very loquacious. They're always telling everybody, hey, guess what happened to me? This car came along, and you ever see some of these old people that just will start telling you all the injuries? They get very loquacious. What that is this thing it's going around and around here, but it's not venting. It's just collecting charge from the brain. The brain's up here, and it's just collecting charge. Every time he talks about it, charges. Worst thing in the world is having somebody talk about their problem. Let them charge it. They're just charging them. Yeah, it's fired up, and I know what happened. Oh yeah, and then it came and hit me, and meanwhile, see what's happened is the not know part is why it did it. And they'll be walking around and I'm still to this day, I don't know why the damn car hit me. I was just minding my own business, and all of a sudden the car comes out of nowhere and runs me over. That's life. Anyway, did I blow 10 minutes there? Was that 10 minutes or what? Right on the dot. I got my own little time clock out. Okay, we're going to go to lunch half hour early. Because yesterday, remember we said do it in an hour, but I know these people here, they're working on they're an hour and a half lunch people. The bottom line, I think, what we're all looking for is to have some kind of equipment or sense or knack to be able to find out the true status of the person's condition, plus also those energies or pressures, entities, etc., which may be inhibiting the person's energy. In other words, let's look at this person as a whole being, okay? Happy, successful, nothing's bothering them. And this brings us to the point of defining symptoms. The word symptom. I have a very good program if you are interested in it. If you're interested in memory, recall, intelligence, power, things like that, I have a program called SIP, Scan and Image Process. And what it does is it locks in, creates new memory. Remember how you were taught to remember things in school by rote memory, just repeating it over and over and over again, just grinding it in? Well, in SIP, scanning and imaging, what you do is a specific, powerful process that creates a new memory bank for you, so you don't have to depend on old memory. And what's very important about the program is that you will make a picture of energy that is associated with the actual meaning. In other words, you make an actual bridge, plus and minus. The actual meaning, the known parts with the unknown parts are linked so that you know all of it. Now, the way it works is, let's say I wanted to know what a carbuncle was. I never heard it before, and I wanted to know what a carbuncle was. And so I looked up in the word in the dictionary, and it gave me a technical, medical definition. And I read it, and I understood it. And next week, somebody asked me what a carbuncle is, and I forget what it is. I'm not really quite sure. The reason why is because I can't associate the word carbuncle with anything in my database. In other words, my mind doesn't, what is a carbuncle? Well, I'll tell you an interesting story. I had a woman come to our foundation. She was doing SIP, and she found that she needed to know about a carbuncle, what it was. So what we do is first look up the actual meaning of the word. And the meaning of the word is a little piece of coal. So I had to remember that. That's the picture. I said, look, your scan, your image, your picture is a little piece of coal. Well, she says, wait a second. I looked in the dictionary, and it says this kind of a big giant pimple and has all this pus in it. And what's that got to do with a little piece of coal? So here we had the thing that she knew was a little piece of coal here, and the thing that she did not know is how does it relate to what the carbuncle's medical term is. So she was at an impasse there because she was missing some information. You see, we had the exact definition of a carbuncle, a little piece of coal. In other words, there was a Greek guy long ago that looked at a carbuncle on a person's skin, and for some God-forsaken reason, unknown to her, he called it a little piece of coal. So we had to go in deeper and look at this. Let's break the word down. Carb. What does that relate to? Carbon. She says, yeah, well, I live in Carbondale. That's easy enough. Carbon. She said, well, what's carbon anyway? She looked up carbon. Carbon is a word that means coal. Well, that didn't help her much. And he says, well, carbuncle, uncle meant a little piece of. So she's right back to where she started from again. And you see how the knowledge, intelligence is starting to try to pick this apart. Somewhere down the line, long ago, a person, a Greek probably, looked at this phenomenon, called it a carbuncle for some unknown reason to her. So we had to make her process, she was scanning and she was imaging, we had to make her process it, and she looked at it for a minute. She says, well, then, in other words, what you're saying to me is that a carbuncle is created by a little piece of coal that's stuck in the body. And she just went, Eureka, I got it! And she was so excited, and all of a sudden, she just collapsed. And she said, how can a little piece of coal get caught in the body? You see, now she's going to the second stage of the process. She made that one connection that a little piece of coal got stuck in the body and made this big lump underneath. In other words, here was this little piece of coal that was making this big lump that was causing this pus to form around there, and the body was going through those gyrations. She had the whole picture. I mean, it was so clear. But then again, she'd come up with another question. How could a little piece of coal get caught in the body like that? Well, she's like, a little piece of coal. And was getting really upset because of the carbon. She wasn't really sure what carbon was. So what we did is we had to go back into the files and study about carbon in relationship to the body, and that's where she broke it. So she found out that 25% of the body is made up of carbon. It's in there already. And it just gets caught and gets stuck. And now she had the whole picture mapped out. So every time I asked her what a carbuncle was, she didn't get the little piece of coal. She got the whole chain. The creation of it to the end product of it. A lot of people who just look at the end product, the carbuncle sitting there, and call it a carbuncle, don't ever really remember it that way. They can't get the two of them connected because they didn't see the whole chain. They just got what's visible. They just got the visible portion and named it, but the name doesn't make any sense because it was named by a person long ago because of its cause. A little piece of coal. So all the words are like that, and what happens is there is some method to this madness. I'm getting to it. Okay? What happens is that each individual case that comes in has its own process and has its own chain of data and its own need to be named. In other words, you look at a carbuncle, you call it a carbuncle because it's caused by a stuck piece of coal. But when somebody comes into you and says, I'm depressed, I'm nervous, I get jitters at 2 o'clock in the morning, I wake up and I feel nauseated, my heart palpitates, what do you call that? In other words, there's a collective here that needs to be named. And the chain does that. Oh, you're a 1, 7, 8, 11, 15, 22. That doesn't help them very much, but we use the numbers. To help us to name what it is. Now, naming is the most powerful function in the universe. Did you know that? No, you didn't know that, but one of the things, if you want to go back to the Bible, in the Bible it says that God told Adam to go around in the Garden of Eden and give everything names. Well, why do you think he did that? Well, one of the reasons he did that is so that Adam would be able to communicate. You can't communicate something to another person if it has no significance or it has no name. I mean, imagine if a person had a very limited vocabulary and was trying to describe something to you, they'd sound just like one of your patients. They can't describe in technical terms. They don't know them. They can't give you, they're trying, you see them efforting, they're like little confused, stupid creatures who just don't know how to tell you exactly what's going on enough to get rid of this thing. So they use terms like, well, it's kind of like this thing, you know, just like if Adam never named any of the animals in Garden of Eden, he'd go back to Eve and say, hey Eve, you wouldn't believe this, or hey, what's your name? You're not going to believe it, but this big thing came, and it ran, and it ate this littler thing, and then another thing came, and it fell, and a little thing ran into that thing, and she'd say, get out of here, you know, take the garbage out. Not very interesting, is it? Naming gives you the power to halt or stop a process. In other words, once you name it, you have it in your gun sights, because you can see it. If you don't name it, it remains invisible, remains part of the unknown. The minute that you name it, you give it visibility, knownness, and light. Keep it in the dark. You know how to do it? Give it no name. Do one of these numbers on it, and you've done something nobody else has ever done before. You've named a conglomeration, a mass collection of symptoms that has never been named before, and is very specific to that individual. It's theirs, and they like it. That's their frequency. That's their name. Now, the fun part about this whole thing is that names can change to protect the innocent. You have this readout here. These numbers can change in coordination with your program. Since this is the name of a disease entity or a demon that you want to get rid of, that you don't like, the process would be to get this information and work it correctly so that it eliminates itself. And what you have left is just the polished stone, the pure person, the divine. Now, the word divine, if you look at it close enough, comes from the word to divide. Now, the divider, the divine, the God, is able to split atoms. The divided is the sick person. The more divided you are, the sicker you are. The more of a divine divider you are, the less sick you are. Obviously, if you cannot be split into any parts, you will be functioning very, very well. If you have a person who has a particular problem and you attempt to cut it away from them, you are dividing them. You're degrading them. It can't be divine. So, we coined a term that we're looking for, we're trying to get to, ultimately, is what we call the indivisible. The indivisible invisible. This is one of the highest states you can get. Thus, divine. The divine person is the ultimate knower, because he can look at something like a tablecloth or something and divide it into as many parts as he has to figure it out, even down to its bare atom. And say, I know what this is. I know what this substance is. He can look at a disease and say, I know the cause of the disease. It's X. I can look right through it. I am the dividor. The divide edge can't see anything. It's split. Divided, split into pieces. So that if his eye is over here and he's trying to look at his condition, he's met with so many broken barriers. So when he looks across, all he sees is blackness. What he sees is what he appears to be to him divine intervention, splitting him. Starts talking about predestination and things like that. Fate, luck, look what's happening to me. Things are being done to me. The change analyzes the division of the individual. The less divided a person is, the more powerful they are. Together we stand, divided we fall. That's how it is. The more that the body's connected to one symmetric entity, the less it can go wrong with it. That's why everybody talks about holistic. But make sure that your holistic program isn't filled with holes. Right? Okay, so without further ado, anybody have any questions? We're going to move on and we're going to start naming some conditions here. And what we have to do is to move quickly. We should probably use the infrared, because that's the thing that makes the change the fastest. You can use SAF questionnaire. Like this. Questions are very important because it's taking the person's subjective viewpoint. This is not subjective. Infrared is objective. It's looking right at the heat coming out and it's not asking any questions at all. You can use the SAF questionnaire. You can use the diet. There's a piece of food on the front of it. Right here. Probiotic food. And if you use these two things together, now what you have is you're starting to look at different tracks. SAF is subjective track. This is subjective in the case of food. Subjective food and dietary habits. That's the SAF diet program. But they have to answer what they've eaten. Then you do urinalysis, which is more objective food, metabolites. And IR, infrared, is objective, radiation. Radiation coming off the body. Okay? Now, what's very, very, very good to use for patients is to take this, the urine, and the infrared. Because in that cross combination, if you were to filter out each one of them, and each one saying the same thing, you got a pretty good case against the disease. You got it named very well. There's no doubt about it. You can cut very deep with these programs. Now, other practitioners like to use the eye scanning in there too, because that does a very good job. doing the objective physical analysis profile. That's very good, okay? But the way it works a lot of times, things have a baby. Oh, here it is. So have them fill this out and this, that in the office, these two things, while they're waiting. Instead of being patient, they can be safe and sitting there actually attacking the case themselves. You give them, take a urine sample, and that's being analyzed in the lab, and then after they get these done, they come in and do their IR scans. Okay? Now, what we do generally a lot of times is the IR scans do a standard bank, like face and the hands, perhaps. And you can throw, you do the feet too if you want to. But we do this standard bank, and then we cross-correlate all this data and information into the computer and make one chain out of it. In other words, all information coming from here will make one chain. This chain is the ultimate basic chain or primary chain that we're going to use to dissolve their major complaint. They come in and say something like, well, I don't feel good, I'm depressed. Well, if it's depression, that's the depression's name. That's their depression. Embodied in the chain, you'll find the term depression from SAF language, the actual numbers, which is 1320. But you have a whole bunch of other numbers around it, surrounding it, which it's like insisted in. You see, just sitting there in a sack. You've got that all set up real nice, and you're ready to run all of your attack profiles against it. Amino acids, diet, you change your diet, you're going to do homeopathic programming, if you want to do laser programming, you can take that chain and use the segmenter and it'll tell you where to put the laser thing. Oh yeah, back of the knee for 2 minutes, like that kind of stuff. Give you the real, why? Well, the computer is analyzing this depression chain and its vibration and telling you where the venting site is. The hot venting site. Now you go over and you'll document that site with the infrared, take pictures of it, and then just keep analyzing it as it cools off. You just cool off each spot in sequence until they're all handled. That will be eliminating this chain here. You've changed it. You go back and rewrite the chain, have to do an SAF 120 again, have to do the diet, have to do the euro, do this all over again, change completely different. Conditions are raised, not depressed anymore. So, this is one of the ways you can use the program. I think for speed and clarity of operation, we're going to work with the infrared. Most people here are interested in the infrared, so we're going to use it. These other formats we're going to have to get used to. It will take looking at our tapes. We have a lot of tapes on these things, and we have a lot of programs and books that will give you data on how to write an SAF 120 chain off of a subjective. I like doing this, filling the form out, because it's a statement straight from the person's mind. And if, let's say, we do an infrared and we find the 1320 for depression in there, and then we find it up here as well, and that means that we've got somebody we can work with very, very well. If we don't find it up here, we've got somebody like Dr. Stern was talking about, like distorted perception. It may be something that is really being transmutated into another condition. The infrared may say, well, wait a second, it's not really depression, it's a different form of malady. It may even take on the form of the effect of a drug, or the effects of stress, pressure, whatever it is, we have to get to the bottom of it. Now, we're going to show you some operations that we can perform. Not surgical operations, but...
Can I ask one thing? Before you go, when people are filling out the SAF form, do you find it useful to give them any specific instructions so they don't try to maybe fool themselves or impress you or with the questions the way they
the thing is, they have to learn through orientation is that the SAF is a program that takes what they don't know about themselves into what they do know by a process of analyzing what they do know. And they will only answer the questions what they know about themselves. So there's questions on there that say something like, do you have golf stones? And they say, well, I don't know, maybe I do. I shouldn't answer that. Only answer the questions that they know about. And when they answer those questions, a chain will be written on information that they know about that will give them more pertinent data about the things they don't know about their case. Many times people come in and they'll write, I've got hypoglycemia, when the section says hypoglycemia, they write that, they say, yes, it's hypoglycemia, I'm sure of it. And the chain will come out and say, no, it isn't. It's something else. You see what I'm saying? But always it's taking what they do know to get what they don't know. In other words, you only answer the questions that are pertinent to the case.
You answer them, have to be very careful not to be getting into...
Yeah, no guessing. Just straight down the line. It's very easy to do. Makes it real easy. If you don't know if you have something, you don't answer the question. You only talk about the things you know about. The questionnaire is written by the computer. The computer lines all those things up into order. Every question is in a precise order. So when they answer it, it goes right into the memory bank the way it's supposed to. Now, what we should do, probably for much better cross-comparison, is take 2 or 3 volunteers and have them fill the SAS 120 out. And we'll run that through. And fill the diet out, and we'll run that through. And do an infrared on them too. And show you how they all match up. Then, what we'll do after that is we'll take those 3 chains. We'll take the subjective chain that they filled out, we'll take the diet chain and the infrared information, we'll cross-combine them in the computer bank, come up with this one power monster chain, and read off the amino acids that they need, and all the other things they need for the computer bank. Does that make any sense? Of course not. We have any volunteers? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, we wanted to check that thyroid thing, so this is a good opportunity to do it. Now, what I want you to do, though, is I'm going to talk a little bit more, so the 3 volunteers should go outside the room and fill it out. I don't want you to, because I'm talking, I will influence you.
Diet.
Yeah. Now, let me give you instructions, and this is good because I'm giving you instructions the way I would a person just coming in, and everybody else can hear at the same time. The instructions are that when you look at a question, you think about right now or just within the last week. The same for the diet. If you look at one of the symptom questionnaires in the diet, you just look at the immediate vicinity of how you feel right now. If you come upon a question that hits true to you, then you have to intensify it on a scale from 1 to 5. If you find something that doesn't apply to you, put a 0, of course. But if you find something that is to your, let's say, pushes one of your buttons, then you must intensify on how much it actually bothers you on a 1 to 5 scale. So if it bothers you a lot, then you put a 5. If it bothers you a little bit, you put a 1. If it bothers you in between ranges, it would be a 2, 3, or 4. Again, this is a subjective test. Only answer the questions that apply to you. Don't answer the questions that you think about or you guessed about or somebody told you about. Or the computer will come back and say, this person has an iatrogenic concept. 5 doctors have gotten together and given her a cross name, and that's what we're picking up. Remember, this is a naming process. We're trying to name the person's condition. Now, the other thing you should do, on the back part of the page, if you will, please put in there the major complaint, or what's on your attention at this time. There's no effort to look at intensity in this case. The complaint is major only in a relative way. You may have Hercules come in here and complain of thyroid condition, but you could still, chew tree trunk. That's not the point. It doesn't really matter. The intensity doesn't matter. we picked up another way. We're more interested in writing the name of what it is. Okay? 1, 2, 3. So please go outside. And if there's lots of room out there, there's a little bench or something out there, and then get a book to back up. If you need a hardback book to write on, I have lots of them here.
Need a pen.
These English guys, they come to America without pens. Yeah, this is the one here like
You
slavery.
can have this one.
Oh, thank you.
Like, you think all around
You're
without
welcome.
pens, 0 time.
And no watch, no pen, no bookshop.
Okay, well, break out the partition board all the way.
Joe?
Yeah.
I have a question about what you said about the, that if a person doesn't know about a particular question,
Yeah.
it's not the answer. We never tell our people that, because I thought that the idea that if they think if somebody's laying a trip on them about hypoglycemia,
Yeah.
and they answer affirmatively, why isn't that part of their case?
Yeah, but you could eliminate that part very quickly. In other words, just your orientation process, just by me saying that in orientation, will process that out. You see what I'm saying? In other words, you can leave it in. It's just like, you could leave anything in if you want to, and you say, well, hey, I know where that's coming from. But why even bother with it? If you can run a quick group process on people and say, guess what? This is the way it is, and they get it, then, that's something that I do a lot of the time, just to process that out of the chain so it doesn't get cloudy in there. You see what I mean? Okay, now while they're doing all that, I'm going to, I'm going to show you a little bit about our new process here so you get a little bit familiar with it. There's several people in here that are going to be using this, and I think you're going to get more familiar with how to run this thing. This is a little executive pad. You can change all the, notice these little pictures in here. Each one represents the type of scan that you'll be doing. In the old days, you had to get a card. You had to have a box of cards like this. And you get the secretary, and first thing is you buy the program, and then you give her this box of cards. And she just spend the rest of the day trying to figure out what they were. You don't have to do that now because it's all on this screen. If you have a secretary and can't figure out that that's a face, then you need a new secretary. But we try to make it as simple as we could. And if you notice here we have a face, we have a left hand, a right hand, a right foot, the front shoulders and chest, the back area. This is the left foot. That is the low back, believe it or not. It looks like a radio, but it's a low back. That's a right eye, a left eye, both eyes, and a stomach on this one. Now they're all interchangeable. We'll have to make your order to suit. We have to reprocess the whole thing and then draw up the pictures for you for this little console. But it's, eminently much easier to operate. It's actually, this is the part of the demo where, okay, so I have this right here. I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a little cursor up here, and watch it. Can you see it coming down through the program? Now look, see how I'm going over here into these parts of the program. If I wanted to do, let's say I want to do an eye. I want to do a left eye. So I come down into here and move that. Now the cursor is right over the eye, and I push this button here, and you hear a little beep, and a tag will go up into the corner here. So that means that that's ready to run. Wherever you move that cursor to on this pad will give you what this is or what it displays on this grid here. Now, I've got the ability here to do automatic temperature scanning. So I can come back, bring the cursor over here, and put it on the automatic, which means it will set my temperatures for me. I don't have to manually plug in the bandwidth. You're not going to do that all the time because in some cases you want to put the bandwidth in the same all the time. You don't want to do it automatic. You want to do it manual, so you got to watch that one. Don't leave it on that. This function here is to save the picture. If you want to save it onto a disk and then bring it back later. And as you come over here, you can save the chain. So if I want to save the chain, I could press that one. Now, at the end of the program, when it's over, it'll ask me, okay, put in your chain saving card. Because I want to get this chain out, and I want to dump it in. When people come back in, we got one lady with a specific major complaint, Dr. Spears. That'd be interesting to work with. And we'll follow it all around throughout the program. We'll follow it through the symptom questionnaire, we'll follow it through the diet, we'll especially follow it through the infrared, because infrared and thyroid are like, both together. Because that thyroid is a monitor for radiation. Anytime that radiation is in excess in the environment, that thyroid will start to stiffen up and get nervous and jumpy. In fact, when the TMI incident happened, they reported that 9 months later, many of the babies that were conceived at that time had thyroid difficulties. So, let's see, let's move on down here. You can do a keyboard scan, a delay. I think I'll do a delay. It's on a 2-second delay, but I think if I push this again, I can change the second. So I'll put it on a 1-second delay. They can go faster. And now I'm back to where I want. Over here, I can put one page, which is, it'll do the picture in this corner of the screen. Or page 2 is over here, page 3 is over here, and page 4 is in this quadrant over here. When I do it that way, if I save it out to the disk like that, I'll always come back that way in that corner. So if you're doing a series, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, it's very advantageous to get, comparison. When they come back in, I'll do one on each one. I'll do the hands. I'll do a hand and a hand, the left and right. And I'll do the face, and I'll do, let's see. I'll do one that's going to go fast. And I'll do the right eye. Right eye, face, left hand, right hand. And we can compare the temperatures or compare the actual drawings of each one. Okay, now, what else do we have on there? That's just about it. Why don't we get a volunteer up here? We have a volunteer? Anybody? There's a volunteer right there. Come right up there, sir. Here he comes. Fixing himself up. I can see his temperature is changing already as he's trying to, this disease condition is disguising itself. Okay, now, what would be a major complaint? Again, let's see if we can get the computer to pick up, what he's thinking about. I'm not using it as a parlor game, but we're taking it on the basis of what we want to do is we always want to match the frequency of our equipment to the frequency of his complaint. So if he's complaining about something, we want to make sure that we're on the right track. So, is there something,
So is the program like starting out?
Yeah.
Skin problems.
Skin problems. All right, that's a good one. That's one we can work with. Okay, so I'm going to pull this around here. I'm going to change the picture here, and I'm going to do the face. Okay? So all I got to do is hit this, and she's all ready to go. She'll start tuning up. And as you can see, it's changing its mat. And I don't have to do anything. I don't have to change any cards. It's all ready to go. And there's the space. Oh, give me a chance. I'm going to have to bring it around again. What I did is I put it on a fast delay, and before I had a chance to do it, it got me. But as you can see, the cursor is moving from spot to spot on the face, and I should follow it around. And I don't even have to use the gun on this one.
Use the gun anymore. Christ, whatever.
I like zeal. A little bit of zeal goes a long way. Anyway, when I get the chance to put the gun on his face, the matches it, we'll draw all the colors up there on the screen. I'm trying to demonstrate here the self-containment of the operation. You really don't have to do too much other than that. Okay. All right. Since I didn't take any pictures, there's no color. So saving out to the cross chain. There's no cross chain. Okay. Not spinning around again. Okay, so I suggest that if you're going to use it, do the face each time when they come in, just as a print, because you get an awful lot of good information off that face. Or you could have the patient do it themselves. They'll just stand here and like shoot themselves. I do it myself. Lots of times, all day. It doesn't hurt to educate the patient as to the operation of the gun. Just a little bit, tell them a little bit how it works. Because a lot of them, sometimes I was at a convention once, and I put the gun in the person's hand and went, ow! They're like schooled into thinking that everything is going to hurt. Okay. All right, we're all lined up, ready to go. Let me just hit that little button again. We'll fill it up. Step to pleasure. I'll get this thing. I'm going to leave it sit there. You got to fool me this time. Oh, I see. What's wrong with them bullshit? It's not a keyboard. Come over this way. All right, I'll do it. All right. Showing the utter simplicity of this system.
And the operator.
And it's starting to call out the class. Here we go. Go. Okay. So, we got skin stuff, right? And that's going to start drawing the pictures. A little bit of green, a little bit of orange. And you got a 2 and 3 bucket. Let's see, wait a second. There we go. Okay, now he shows a lot of heat. Here's the change. Okay. There's a lot of digestive upset down here. Down in this area, there's a lot of heat. As you can notice, this is the hotter area here. Turn this up for you a little bit. Yeah, these will be. If you notice in here, you've got a lot of the heat that you're pulling in. That may be gum, tooth problems, gingivitis, things like that. This is an interesting area here. The left temple is hot. This is also hot here. So notice how cool it is up here. Down in this area. Very, very cool. I think. There we go. So right along here, you have some tension in here, right in the glabella region. Here there's heat. This is hot too. This is hot. And all along in here is cool. So, let's see if we can get a little, tune up a little bit. Okay, now, that's the one scene that you saw the picture. You can come down here for purposes of documentation and view the color bars. These bars here show you the exact temperatures for each color. At this color range here, you have 93.9, 94.6, 94.8, 95.2, 95.6, 96.1, 96.5, etc., right across the board. Okay, so now you have documentation for insurance companies or whatever that you're doing a precise temperature gradient study. Okay, and this is what you need. If you want to take that off, hit the space bar and you're back to the main menu. Okay, now I'm not going to make the same mistake. Save the picture. Okay. All right, now what we're going to do is I'm going to redo it, and I want to put it on the delay again so I can get back. All you got to do is take this pencil around, hit that, delay in seconds, you put it on a 1 second delay. Okay, I got that straightened out. It's on the full page. About ready to go. Probably a good place to do it. For that information, scan. Throw them up there. Now, if you get all these numbers planted across like this, see how you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 numbers. Then what you have here is a situation where it's telling you it's an error. You only have 12 numbers, 12 to 13 numbers when you're in the right range. So if you get 20, somehow or another, you've erred.
The operator.
Yeah. So it'll tell you straight out, you know, if you made a mistake. Let's see if it's cross chain. How do you want to work this? Can somebody run the, No, just do the, put it on the computer. So we can run it through the computer. You want to run the, 3 SAS, 3 diets, and do the infrared split. Okay, let's see what we can do with this thing. Right back up. Okay. why they call it the practice case, whether his kidneys are connected with the skin or not. And you have to look at that. You know, does the kidneys have anything to do with the skin? Sure, it's a detoxification organ. A lot of times when people have kidney problems, kidney breakdown, the skin suffers for it. There's all these pollutants and these toxins are dumped over to the skin for excretion. Okay, so that's the chain. And let's see what we can do to get it back. That's the picture. Bring it back over here. I'm going to look at the temperature bars. And there's the temperature bars. 90 to 96. Each color indicates something different. Different temperature band. Okay, thank you very much. Just waiting for the other fellow to get back. Does anybody know how to run this thing? Rick, can you put the SAS in there? I'll get the cards.
I got it.
Oh, you have the cards? You're still waiting for Roger, right? Just dump them over to me as soon as you get them, okay? And then we can go over them. Did we get major complaints on these? Okay. Do you mind if I say what they are? I used to do these lectures. When we first started doing this long ago, I did everything by hand. And we would give these forms out. Joe remembers, he was one of the Dr. Stern remembers the old days. Everybody would get one of these forms, they'd fill them out, and then we'd get the chain, and they'd get to me, and I'd put it on the board, and it was like, you know, the amazing crescent. I was supposed to tell everybody all the secrets from this number. You know. It got boring after a while, I'll tell you. It really got boring. But I had some real interesting events with that. You know, we came to, we did come to realize that the program will pick up some things on people and definitely tell a lot about their past history. This is really you have done? Yeah. Okay. Not that. Computer will be That's why we have it. Do you want to read these numbers off? No, maybe you shouldn't do that. Yeah, okay. Here's his diet back here. You know what?
Was that a fair question? I asked Martha, did he say much while I was gone?
No, that's okay. Anyway, I used to do these things on the board. In fact, the first one I ever did was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, back in 1979. I just came out with the program. And, I put these numbers on the board. I gave the programs out to people, told them to fill them out, and they were yawning and glassy eyed and everything. I said, is there any volunteers? Anybody want me to read their numbers on the board? And one lady put her hand up. Well, I'll do it. I said, okay. I put the numbers up on the board, and I said, well, you had a domestic quarrel, and you have a kidney problem where you might have blood in your urine, and I was just doing it from the book, straight from the book, and it says, well, right here, and you possibly had some family problems, this and that. He said, I had kidney removed, and right after that, I got divorced. Would that have anything to do with it? I said, well, I don't know, does it? And then everybody started perking up in the room. And I asked, is anybody, any other volunteers want? Me, I want to do one. And so then that's how it started. So we started getting really into the change. I really created a real monster situation where it was really. I went to Kentucky, and that was different. All these people know each other, and I was getting very daring. I started writing the change and said, a tumor. The tumor on the chest. And from the left side, and from the numbers, But I was disclaiming all the time. I wasn't going to say somebody had a tumor. I just, well, it could be any size, there's some tumor, something like that. And this is the honest truth. I turned around and I just bumped into this person I was talking about. He was all the way in the back of the room. He came all the way forward, and I hit him with my shoulder. Just turned around, bumped into him, and there he was standing there. Little guy about that big, and he said, can I share something with you? And I said, fine, just don't hit me. I wasn't trying to say that you have a tumor. And he took his jacket off, this big tumor, and the audience, it was like a plant, and so it almost looked like a shell, but it seemed to have a knack of just picking up these sequences, these frequencies for what they had, what was going on. And that's why I guess I spent a lot of time trying to get people just to get it. Make the major complaint come first and not have the doctor always trying to guess what the person is. It's not really the purpose of the program at all. The program was put together so that all it's supposed to do is match the frequency of the case. Just because it was picking up these other things is not really the purpose of it. And some of it was pretty heavy stuff. I mean, like I had a lady with well, you remember that anorexia that we had? Anorexia nervosa lady that we had up there? And Rosemary Piccolo was right there. And we went through the chain, and it was right in there, smack dab in there. They had the anorexia nervosa in there, and preceding that, it was a ring. And, true. So the lady's right here. And I said, this lady has been raped. And the body tracks of food, eating, and sex are very similar. They use the same channels, And a lot of anorexics have had sexual problems, and they equate the food with sex. You see?
Bulimia too.
Yeah, bulimia, right. Right, and so we're sitting there, we're conversing, and say, well, should we tell her, should we ask her? We didn't even know if it was true or not. And I remember this distinctly, and we walked in, we got together with her and sat down, and I said, well, there's something there. And on top of it, it said, refuses to tell anybody about it. And so I said, well, there's something, I know it's a very delicate situation. Something happened a long time ago you don't want to tell anybody. And she said, well, I'll tell you. And she said, I said, well, what is it? She says, well, I've been raped. And both of us, the hair went like, I mean, I'm pretty skeptical, too. I'm not a person that gets into this stuff, as a normal procedure. I like the scientific viewpoint, but, state is a state. There it was. And just like that. And she said, and the other thing was, I just saw the guy again this week. And see, it kind of got me upset. And there was, bam, I had one when I was out west, and we had the whole group, they did the change and everything, and when one came out on the board, and I said, well, this one I'm not going to do. If I want the lady wants me to tell her what it means, I'll talk to her. No, that's right, there was numbers, everybody said numbers. I said, well, this is number 4. And they wrote the numbers on it, and I said, it was cancer of the uterus caused by rape by family. It was like an incestual. I said, well, we're not. I mean, there was like 50 people out there. So I'm not going to do this. And it was very embarrassing. And talk about sticking your neck out to theory.
Remember one of the office's chiropractic boyfriend? Felicia?
Who's Yeah, I remember that. There were so many of them. this was like an ongoing thing. I don't do this anymore. This was like something I was doing to introduce the program. And it was getting like it was really getting to be like this cresting thing. We're just printing these things out now. While you're waiting, I want to tell you a few stories. How's this one look? Oh yeah. Oh. Oh, I see. Anyway, I had the lady with the, so the lady number 4 says, go ahead, tell me, I don't care. Really nice looking woman. Young, about 25. Say, go ahead, tell me. Okay, so this is the cancer of the years, and, it happens due to sexual attack. From a sexual trauma, the cause was they had a sexual attack, and then so that's right. My doctors here, they treat me for cancer. So I said, well, that's good. It's bad enough to say that, but then to be wrong. I said, well, let's go to the next one. I like the ones that you had a cold for a couple of days. You're tired. So I left that one off. Then the doctor came up to me at the break and said, geez, that was amazing. I just can't believe that. And this is fantastic. Shaking my hand. I like that. And I said, yeah, that's not the worst. I said, it was her father. I said, don't you ever tell her that, or I'm gonna chop your head off. I was really angry at him. Called me 3 days later. I couldn't help it. And you were right. That's the true story. That's not me. That was the change. He's making it up. All of that. Yeah, you can see the influence.
We're going to find a dinner that heals the emotion that is laid on her emotionally towards the
That I don't know. All I was taking out, I'm saying it on film, is all I'm taking out is sequences of events that occur. You name just named sequences. This happened, and this happened, and that happened, and this happened. I'm not saying that's what caused it. She's saying it, then I'll accept it. I'll tell you that much. So I'm letting her look at it. Had a lot of them like that. This same thing over and over again. And then I've also had a lot of people that just, that's right, just blinders. They didn't even want to look at it. Because they don't want to look at things like electromagnetic frequency. They don't want to look at the item that's in this brochure here, where it says that the visible light spectrum, in fact, where it's depicted in here is really inaccurate. It's about 1/80th of the whole spectrum. So if they can't see it, they won't believe it. So then they're operating pretty much in the dark. They think they're operating in the light. But there's all these bands in here that you can't see that have to do with radiation. So, if they're not willing to go into those areas, I know why they're not, because they're afraid. That's why. I don't blame them either, because it's a little scary. It's not the easiest thing to do. Because if you feel these fingers of electricity grab you around your throat and just yank you and throw you in the wall, you stop doing it. You figure, well, you're trained that way. When things start happening to you, these disembodied energies just come floating at you and smacking into you. I think Tim there was talking about some of the things and doing these memory programs about picking up the feelings coming from the people, and he was doing it, I think, more in a positive and type of a report that's pleasant. But if you're not trained for it, you're not up for it, you don't want to have anything to do with it. You've got all the blinders on like this, and you're striking a match and touching it through all these fuses, and the energies come flying at you. you don't like the feeling that you get from them, whether it's the smell of plastic or a feeling of crackling electricity or whatever it is. We did some pretty heavy detox programs. I had a person who was in our CPR program for drug detoxification, and the guy had not sweated in 30 years. And he had never sweated. You know, I was telling him before the program, I was saying, look, you've got to sweat. You've got to get these poisons out of your system. And this guy was really zany, you know. And we put him on the program and baked him in infrared lights, and you know, we did a whole number to exhaust the poison from the system. And when he came out of the room, this glue or gooey stuff was coming out of his skin. If you touch it, and this is honest, you touch it, and it was like chewing gum. That was a sweat. And when you looked at this person, you actually saw hazes of energy, like wrinkles of auras. You could see it. I mean, anybody could see it. My secretary was exophthalmia, you know, she could see it. You know, it wasn't any big deal that you could, just this waves of ugly stuff going on. I've got documented prints of myself with taking the formula, high-speed film, pictures of the haze coming on. Black, just rising on. I'll show you this thing. It's real fascinating. Like, energy is just releasing. You've got a 10-frame, you know, sequence. Keep talking about it when Sean's filming it. Never showed him here. This is a long one. Okay. I want to get these numbers out here. You don't have a dice? Well, I have these. This is it. I never even thought I was going to need it. Well, I guess we could check those back there. Okay, first person, you boys come up here. We're going to, are we almost done? Yeah. I want to check it. I got the numbers here. Yeah, let me get that chain, but what I want to do is, I don't even want to show that chain. The thing I want to do is I want to, I can't use this computer because you got to try it on. I want to do a scan. Let's see what would be the most, probably the face would be a really good place to scan the thyroid upset. The thyroid, a lot of times it goes a little haywire, affects the face, the eyes get a little bit small. Good?
What about a liver, Joe?
A liver scan?
Well, I mean, because the thyroid relationship.
Well, that's just one, but we want to get the whole collective energy. That's just one channel of energy. How are we doing?
Where are you telling me about the camille?
You have a camille disorder. She was saying, everything's great about it. Seriously, this is morning. Got a great book, but the pineal sign. And the thing is a pineal disturbance. You got a 9-1 in there, well, we won't hold that against her. 9-1's a withhold, means the person really refuses to say how they feel.
Even in reverse, Joe? Even in reverse?
No, in reverse it means that they're less unwilling. That's upside down. They're still unwilling, but less so. Less than they were before. Before they were really too sure, but now they're more sure that they're less willing to unsay what they say. You got to draw it out in the formula. Okay, we're still waiting for this is a long one. We really have a case here. Yeah, this is all yours. The computer is writing all of your... Okay, why don't we just get the chain out? Let me see things about losing control of the license. Got it. Okay, now let me see sort of this crook right in the middle there. Right here. We're all set to go. Precision. This is going to be a face, okay? And I'm not going to show the numbers first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the face, get the numbers, write them down on the board. Then I'm going to superimpose what she said. Has nothing to do with infrared, correct? I mean, it's your mind. That's a whole other track. That's basically the track that's what, from 8 to 60 cycles in there. Subsonic. That's what she thinks. Now what she says is in the sound barriers, which starts around, what, 78, right? 78, 80, and moves all the way up to around, maybe not more than 2,500. Get into, ultrasonic. See? Here, I'll draw it for you. Look at my shot.
I wonder what happened to your father.
I was in last. Yeah, I'm going. Here it is. Okay, carbon. Now, mind, 8 cycles, right? 8 to about 80. All right? Sound, speaking, hearing, all that sort of good stuff, 81 to about 2,500 cycles. Ultrasound, which is when you get into the bands of energies that run a lot of the mechanisms of the energy system, 2,600 on down. The body, the physical body, over 100 billion cycles. When you get a tumor down here that's visible, boy, it went through a lot of cycles from the mind. If the person had a ratty disposition, they had to really cycle through that feeling a lot of times. I don't like spaghetti. It took a long time to get it that way. All right? So, what we've done here, acupuncture, about 60 cycles. Electric acupuncture. Electric, okay? They're using lasers with ultrasound, right? Be in here somewhere, but it's a combination of the two. So it's really hitting some other place, maybe in the billions of hertz. You have to study that more to chart it. But what I'm going to do is here, SAF, be around 8 up here. SAF is a very powerful program, the subjective one. So I'm going to do this one, and the IR bands come down here. So the combination of these two is very, very powerful. So we're going to check them out and see how close they get. So first, I have it on the face here. I'm going to put it on just for my own peace of mind. Okay, let me trust this thing. There you go. Put it on manual temp. Let me just check this real quick. This is for a thyroid. It's 80 to 95. Okay? I'm going to do full page. I'm going to do keyboard style. I'm going to do delay. And I'm going to delay 1 second. Right? I'm all set to go. Button. going around just picking up the energy off of the base, really. You ever get near somebody and you don't like them for some reason, something about you bothers them? You know there's energy coming out of them in a certain pattern. You just don't, I don't know about that person. They're good people, you just don't know about them. No.
Well, that was a personal doctor.
That wasn't a personal shot. Notice the forehead is very hot in comparison to down here. But she's got a whole bunch of little figures in there. Very hot up here. There we go. There's better. Oh, really? Really? Okay. All right. So we got now checking the temperature bars. Let's see if we can check that. Oh, that's good to change. Okay. Now, does this stuff actually work? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to see how close we get to the case. Okay. We got a 3, 1, 4, 6, 10, 2, 24, 17, 18, 11, and 7, okay? Now, let me just take a look at that picture again. Do we have the camera so we can take a shot? Two-minute shot? Set it there. I gotta set this up on the board while I'm right. That's all you gotta do. Okay, you may be seated. And now I'm going to put up the numbers. One thing I told you before is that you know you're in business when you get a mirror image. Okay, when you do it, like if you do an SAF, you do an infrared. This SAF's all the way up here, infrared's all the way down here. You should get an upside down pattern a lot of times with a mirror image. SAF was 9, 7, 13, 22, 20, 5, 15, 1, 16, 17, 18. Now, I did an infrared on her a while ago. Was it 10? I did hand the office and a 10 came up. When I looked at it, I said, well, it looks like hyperthyroid. I did the infrared again on her face. Here's the 10 sitting right in there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the 2 is the core. So this is a subject about the heart affecting the thyroid. That's the way this looks. Although this one come out to a real, there's a lot of other things in there. There's a lot of things that are involved. But what I'm looking at is this being the thyroid. We're looking at the complaint again. Remember the complaint or the viewpoint of what's analyzed the thyroid. A very interesting thing has come up that has more significance, and that is the 7 on the end. Notice the 7 and the 7 up here. I got to start worrying about that. That's the lungs. Okay, lungs. So I got that in the back of my mind. So far, my infrared has said heart, and I've got lungs upside down, so I'm getting more of a cardiovascular picture from the way this is set up here, okay? Now, other significant things are, when you're looking at thyroid, you're looking at the possibility of, before the thyroid became hyper, it may have been hypo, or it may have some hyper. Hypothyroid is a 1, 17, 18. And that's right in there. Very significant. These are very close together. 1 in the infrared, 17, 18. Funny thing about it is the core of 1, 17, 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. right? You've got a hyperthyroidism resistance. That's what happens when it gets erratic. In other words, the way it's set up, it's not hyper all the time. It's got periods where it slumps. Slump, like that. The way this is set up gives you more data in here about why. Just finding it is not the answer. Now, the next thing that we do that's very, very important, is looking at the thyroid for metabolism and amino acid compatibility with infrared. We could dump this whole chain in an amino acid sorter, and it'll tell you the exact amino acid to use. The other thing that's important is not to just have it come out and say tyrosine or something like that, but to make sure that it substantiates with the major complaint. To make sure that the amino acid that comes out of the computer correlates to the MC, the major complaint. Why run one that doesn't make any sense? You see? Rick, why don't we put MapScribe through and run the amino acids real quick, just to complete our demonstration so that we understand exactly how to run it. It's really basically very simple. What you're doing is you're taking this procedure here and you're locking it into a file that will then give you the answers to, this is the known now. It used to be the unknown. And now we've got it known. We're going to keep piling in. In other words, your unknown bank may look like this. And you're sitting out here. Well, how do we get in there? Do we ask the magic kingdom to give us the keys? No. It's like digging a ditch. That's what it's like. You got to go in and know this much and not know this much, and then know this much and not know, and just keep using each part of the program to do like Frogger, and just jump from one lily pad to the next. You can't try and jump this much is what gives you the dizzy reactions. And oh my God, where am I? What am I doing? Well, I think I think the best thing to do for the demonstration is we're going to put both chains in and combine them. We're going to put your SAF, we'll put this in, and then this will be the next part of your not know that you will know. Let's see, 9, 7, 13, 22. Okay. He's going to put them in manually, but the programs are set up so that when you do the infrared, they'll go in automatically. You already have that in your plan. You say, well, I think what I'm going to do is get this person's symptoms, and I'm going to combine them with a reading from their body, and match the frequencies, and then check the amino acid sorter. Then, if you're using the acupuncture or infrared lasers or whatever you're using, you combine that into your treatment. I suggest really that you get segmenters and use segmenters. You could use a mirror segmenter, or use your own mirror program, or use an overlay segmenter to complement. Because I'll tell you, what you're doing now is fantastic, but you'll move into a whole nother strata altogether if you use that kind of technology. And it's okay, I don't mind combining technology because SAF embraces all technology because our database is the lowest. The basic foundation. Everything else will come into it. It was set up that way. Build up around the brain receptors, and if I could sit down here with my gun and challenge the body somewhere down the solar plexus or the hand, the emission, I could pick up an emission response. I'll show you how to do that. It's real simple. You have to go 10 minutes. Okay. If I were about right. Do it on fast forward. Okay, now I can run the arms in. Okay, and this is the program that will give you the allergens to use. And again, be real careful because You make it something like Doc and Sorrel and not relate that to what's going on, unless you look up the symptomological outline. In fact, what was it? A year ago we started with the allergy program, and we didn't have some of the attacks. Dr. Stone was using some, a little higher protocol, having people, going back and seeing what the material was related to. And that was it. He's turning on a lot of different things. Okay, so now that's ready. You see, it didn't take me too long. Once I get your frequency and I have these chains married, which I said no other science can do, you're ready to, I can blast you across about 10 or 15 programs. Now, I don't want to overload you with too many things. In fact, I've got maybe a halfway decent program forming already. But if I want to be really smart with it, before I give them to you, I could probably check them out. Now, I wouldn't want to check this one. This I would check the glutamine. Here's the 309 glutamine. Well, if anybody can find that book, is there anybody here that has the book and you like it? Just call this number. You got to find out what these are good for. But as a proof, you see, always to prove your position. We're talking about research. We're talking about substantiating your position. You have to have the text to back up what you say. No allergies on that. Not on that frequency. That frequency has no allergies on it. Dump this one through. 901. Okay.
Can control reset?
Yeah. Control reset, start back through and dump that one through. Let me just check something real quick.
I'm just getting over the Ringo tracheitis. Infection in my larynx and they calm and calm.
Not bad, it's an answer. Okay, I will show you something else. 17.
Lack of defense against cold, flu, and infection.
Not bad. Now, but this is something you have to do for the patient. I missed that step. I should have shown the patient. I was taking you for granted, saying, well, you know what 7 was. You don't know what 7 was. You thought it was you win when you roll a 7. I thought this Roger Rogan, he's my professional laugher. I bring him all my seminars.
I'd like to.
Yeah. He's my Ed McMahon. Okay, here's an interesting one. Now, we have a new one. We didn't have any allergies on this frequency combined. Okay, it's the blank spot in the program. So we went to this number, we went to red, and we chose this over the SAF because it's a much better allergy frequency than up here. Up here we get a lot better with the homeopathic, the glandular. This is your endocrine program. We run this with the endocrine program. Down here, we took these numbers, ran through the program, and unfortunately, we've got this book, Formula Z for allergies. And the first one that came up, I hope we have it in here, we'll have to do our other book. Unfortunately. So let's go to one that we have. Let's get it listed. Tomatoes is top one. Okay. Tomato is part of the deadly nightshade. and is used, believe it or not, take my word for it, part of the atropine chain that is used in homeopathy to prevent coughs, colds, flu, infections, and things like that. See, now you look at turnips, the turnip, why never eat turnip? Well, that's not the point. The point is, you may have eaten a turnip years ago, or your mother may have eaten a turnip. Mushroom. You ever smoked mushroom? Aha! What did you just get over?
Laryngitis for the cough.
What's the first thing? Difficulty? Swallowing.
I didn't know what you mean.
I keep thinking that here's one of this. There's a lot of other little things, including sexual, but we'll go past that. There's some of the things under mushroom people. Okay, spasmodic cough at night after falling asleep. Expectoration of little balls of mucus, cough ends in a sneeze. Little things about cough here and there. So it gives you a little bit of an idea that mushrooms, you ever eat mushrooms? I love mushrooms. It's all the time. It's a fungus. A lot of people have infections. Should never eat mushrooms because it's a fungus. That's why, again, bridging knowledge. You get people who are really funny. They just go out to a salad bar. They've got an infection. Their body's fighting infections. The way they do it, they eat fungus and spinach. It's all rolled with aspergillus all over it. And then the body runs down.
I just thought I was tired.
Well, your body gets tired because it delegates energy over to these mechanisms to fight. Let's do it another one.
I go nowhere. That's because I wrote down.
That's funny. They're just in Egypt riding a camel. What do they say? Camel. Camel dung. Let's see. Plan to run this program. Okay, well I guess that'll do. We've got other. We're going to run the other people through. But that'll give you an idea. Okay, now let's run the next person. What we could do here, let me just show you very briefly how you do a challenge. All right, I'll do it anyway. Wait just a second. Let me do a quick challenge, and then we're going to put Dr. Small on. And then we're going to put Arthur on. Once you get used to it, you move through it nice and quick, and you know how to run it. It's really pretty simple. Okay. First, let me see if I can reach you.
No.
I'll just take, because of what's in next, I'll take right over here, and what I'll do is I'll get these, put these in line with some of these that I haven't really seen. Yeah, can you do me that favor and just stand them over here? But listen, when I give them to you, put them back in a straight line so I can read them, okay? Yeah, just hand it to me one at a time. Now watch. No, I'll just go right here. Just let me take it right here. I take a reading like this. I want to check this emitter size, 94.5. So what I'll do is I'm going to set up the program so that I can read a spontaneous emission off of the neck when I introduce one of these products into the field of energy around her. Now it sounds, a lot of people seem very illogical. It doesn't make any sense, but you have an electrical entity here. If you add one more thing in series, it should flip the switch. If you have a machine here to check something like that, it's very valid. And some of the things that happen doing this kind of stuff are pretty amazing. 94.3. So, I will go Fahrenheit from 92. Check this real briefly.
Why are you using that point? Just the random point?
This is the Atlas axis point, especially on the right side, is a universal point. I mean, you can use it for a lot of different things, but if you're going to do a lot of this, you should have a segmenter that'll tell you all the different... I'll talk to you over the phone, okay?
Tomorrow.
Good. Okay, checking it again. It's the same temperature. Check it. Just lay it in. Okay, all right, ready to go? Hand me the first item. Put this in your hand. Just hold it there for a second. And press B on that. Yeah. Okay, hit return button. We put an interesting feature. Here, I'll take this. Put this up here. Put an interesting feature on the computer. When you hit the break point on the computer, it'll count down for you 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and hit a beep so you know when to check. So go ahead, hit the B again. What you got here? Put return point. Okay. Yeah, check another one. You can do this pretty quick if you know what you're doing. Hit B again. Wait on it. Just put.
Hit return point.
Hit
Return point.
yeah. One. Next one. Hit B. On the computer. Counting down. So
Return point.
I don't have to before. I used to have to, sit there and hit B and count for every time.
Return.
I hit the return.
Yeah. Hit B. I know what it is. Well, he's stealing my... It's really funny because he's starting to get a red mark on her neck. I know it's not there. Hit B. Like, this thing doesn't do it. Okay? All right. Now there was the punch one mistake in there. There was the what happened? Oh my goodness, you didn't see my we just check it. Boy, that must have been a hot read because it wasn't taken. Oh, there it is. Oh, they hit the C by accident. Okay, well, we'll do it again. No big problem. Be better probably. You get a little red mark in the neck. I might have touched her. So you'll see, a lot of times when you're doing it, it blisters over there. Pull them.
I have a little trouble explaining that.
Especially if it's in an arc, like yeah. Wait. Let me check where I am now. Okay, give me listen. Give me an A. An A. Okay, good. Now hit the return. No, not the return. Sorry, the space bar. Hit B now. And don't let them hold too much or they're going to start emitting. They'll over-emit, and you got to watch that. You got to do it fast because the temperature starts changing and you got to realign it. Don't hit return twice. Okay, now hit B. the most clumsy practice? Okay, we'll put the display on. Hopefully it has displayed. This is unbelievable. I'm somehow... Right. Anyway, the last one was the one that had the big read. And it's number 4, perfection. That was the last one. I don't know if you were watching, but for some reason I'm losing it. This is the one. That one will do the trick. Left infection and inflammation. Okay. Well, we can botch that one up. All right, let's, Rick. Did we run that through? Believe it or not, I know it's going to be hard to take, but that is, we run Dr. Small, and her face, I could just do the same thing, see how we could do. That is the thyroid, by the way. And it's a thyroid gland. Well, that would be, let's see, the way that thing read, it should probably be